Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. We're waiting for the rest of the committee for quorum. We appreciate everyone for being here on time. We respect everyone's time. So as soon as we establish a quorum, we'll start the criminal justice quarterly committee meeting. But thank you guys for attending.
Currently, we have a currently.
No, yeah, go ahead. I think we have a quorum. King, Harris, and Thomas,
Yes. Roll call. Councilmember Thomas,
present.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Morel, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember King. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. Move approval of the minutes from the April 5th, 2023 meeting. Moved by the chair, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Councilmember King?
Just a minute.
Okay. We move to second approval of the minutes. 3 yeas, no nays, and the minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda.
We have consideration of M23-187. This is a motion to enter into a second amendment to extend a lease for the premises at Suite 1900 1340 Poydras, which houses the NOPD Public Integrity Bureau. Term of the lease will be extended by a period of 60 months with a total compensation amount not to exceed $1,583,313.81.
This is the motion to be recommended to the full body, correct?
Correct.
Moved by the chair. 2 seconds, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Anything you want to say on the motion?
No, we good. I'm good.
You guys are okay?
Yeah.
All right, it's voting machines. 3 yeas, no nays, and the motion is adopted. It'll be sent to the full body to the council.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. You can tell them y'all did y'all job. Right. Madam Curran, next agenda item.
We have the quarterly report update to address the public safety initiatives and legislative, financial, and operational issues that have been identified. First up, we have the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court.
And for the listening audience, this is our quarterly report. It was recommended by Council Vice President when she was Council President Moreno that we start maybe having at least quarterly meetings where every agency in the criminal justice system would give a coordinated report to the public. So this is that quarterly meeting. All agencies that have been notified, we would hope that all are in attendance and ready to give their quarterly report. And this was done to help them in terms of time management so that they wouldn't have to come every month, but that they should know it would be incumbent upon them quarterly to give a report. Who's first?
Juvenile Court.
Is there anyone from Juvenile Court present to participate in the quarterly report? Next on the agenda.
Councilmember, I just realized we had an online comment for M23-187.
Do we need to go back?
If you don't mind.
Move to suspend the rules to go back to motion M23-187. Second by Councilmember King, moved by me.
We have Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember Harris stepped out. We need Councilmember Harris to get back to motion M23-187. We had to go back to the motion for online comment, Councilmember. Sorry about that. Vote your machine. 3 yeas, no nays. Rules are suspended to go back to the motion. Ms. Curran.
This comment is from Val Coopet. Val says, no, do not renew. Take that money and put it into city-owned graffiti blighted property at 401 City Park Avenue. PIB has not fulfilled the public expectations and has not shown good judgment. They have also breached the public's trust. Thus, the manpower would be better served answering calls for service in district stations, not as an arm of political henchmen. You can also move other divisions that are renting and repurpose the city's blight at 401, or just contract out with a private source for integrity/human relations. Obvious the past and current is not working. Here's an idea. Wait for the next police chief before doing that long-term contract. Hopefully he or she will have a plan. Onward.
Thank you for your public comment. Move to reconsider.
Yes.
Motion M23-187, moved by the chair, seconded by Councilmember King? Do we need to record it? Okay. Councilmember King, vote your machine. Councilmember Harris? She's quick. Three yeas, no nays, and the motion moves to the full body. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Curran, agenda item. I think juvenile court is here and well represented.
You want to come on up for their presentation?
Yes, please. Judge, thank you, as always, Judge Anderson. This is that quarterly meeting that we put together so that it wouldn't be so laborious on especially different sections of criminal justice have to come to every criminal justice meeting every month, but quarterly that we would have updates and reports to the public on where we are with your branch of criminal justice, how it links into the other system, any improvement, those things that the public needs to know, that the council needs to know, so we can have that discussion about how we move forward and continue to improve criminal justice overall.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, and thank you, Councilmember King and Harris. We are very appreciative to be here. So I'll just introduce who's present this morning. So obviously our Deputy Chief Judge, Judge Desiree Cook Calvin is also present. Latoya Cotton, our Clerk of Court, as well as Abe Lowe, who is our staff attorney and does quite a number of things, and Yolanda Johnson, who's still getting some things together, who's our judicial administrator. So again, thank you for the quarterly meeting. We're going to go quickly because both of us have a pretty full docket today. Again, just as check-ins of what we need. I know we were here a few months ago quarterly, and we had discussed the much needed and the request for the Juvenile Assessment Center, and we have not heard anything yet. Again, we believe that this would be an integral part of improvements in regard to things that we're trying to achieve. So today we'll be discussing several key issues from court that we feel that are integral and are key to achieving the court's goal by diligently seeking new ways to improve on all aspects of public safety and protection. With the use of the latest technology and highly trained and professional individuals, we will be taking every reasonable step to achieve our mission and goals. Two of the issues that we have presented that have been brought before you for consideration previously, we're strongly urging again. We choose to bring these issues to the table once again because we ask that the council please consider the funding as the court is dedicated to its passion for public safety and awareness. One of the issues that we had discussed on February the 7th of 2023 was the Juvenile Assessment Center. Since that time, we have not received or had any further communications. I just received a note from the Chief Judge that he had sent a letter to Commissioner Stevens as well as to the mayor back in February, also making that request. We had also presented that information to the council. I'll just give a little bit about the statement of need just to kind of re-urge everyone of the importance, but based upon the data, New Orleans juvenile justice system does not currently possess the resources to identify or address the specific mental health needs of up to 70% of court-involved youth and families in New Orleans. The implementation of the Orleans Parish Juvenile Justice Assessment Center, OPJC-JAC, will provide a more purposeful approach to juvenile justice and will allow the court to address the long overdue systematic problem of addressing mental health and the fair administration of juvenile justice for youth and families that benefit the larger community. Mental illness is prevalent among juvenile offenders. As per national data, 70% of incarcerated youth meet the criteria for at least one mental health disorder. In New Orleans, 89% of youth in secure care have a serious mental illness diagnosis. In New Orleans, 100% of youth in non-secure care and OJJ custody have a mental illness or diagnosis. New Orleans juvenile justice system currently and has never addressed the issue of mental health behavior among arrested youth. Calcasieu and Jefferson Parish juvenile jurisdictions currently perform a mental health assessment on all youth at first arrest. Just imagine what kind of information that could provide to the court, whether it be something regarding school related, whether it be something revolving trauma related, but just having that basic information initially upon seeing those children. I would also like to thank Councilmember Morrell. Thank you for appearing for our presentation. In addition to that, the quality of a judge's decision is directly related to the information that the court receives. In conjunction with the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court Juvenile Intake Department, OPJC, JAC, will be operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and being staffed by 4 full-time and 2 part-time mental health professional social workers. The mental health professionals will perform beginning level professional work in the application of social work principles and techniques through the administration of assessment instruments and recommendation pertaining to supportive services to juveniles and their families. The estimated annual cost for this endeavor is $258,396. Approximately 1,228 youth came through intake from the period of January 1st of 2022 until December 31st of 2022. Just imagine having done assessments on those 1,228 youth, what kind of outcomes we could offer to them. The average cost per year per youth is $210 versus, now let's listen to this, the national average cost to detain those same youth is $47,000 per year. So we have the opportunity to provide an assessment center that it can immediately identify some of those key areas of where these juveniles could certainly be benefited and where we could provide better outcomes and better services and better alternatives so that we don't see them again for the mere cost of $210 per youth, as opposed to the $47,000 it would cost per year in order to detain those youth. On April 26th of 2023, the court also, this is our second endeavor that we had previously discussed, and I know there's been a lot of talk about the electronic monitoring program. On April 26th of 2023, the court hosted a meeting with REPATH.
Judge, can I?
Yeah, Judge, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm
I'd like to
sorry.
interrupt you. I know you sent this to the mayor, or Judge Sandberg sent this to the mayor. Did you copy? Oh, I see Judge Russo on here as well, the budget chair.
Yes, so we did copy the budget chair. It was sent to the mayor. Let's see. And everybody was copied on it. This
Okay.
was sent out by Judge Downsburg though, but not by,
Yeah, I
but
see
it was,
that now.
everyone was copied on it if we see, and we can resend it, but it was sent out on February the 2nd of 2023. And it just reiterates the importance for the New Orleans Juvenile Justice Assessment Center.
I think
and
if you send it to us, just so it's at the top of our inboxes, that'd be great. And
Okay, yes, we'll
certainly,
resend it.
and anytime you're gonna appear before us for quarterly meetings and you hadn't gotten a response from us, just have somebody send it to it. So we have it.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Okay, and so is it okay to move on just to the next issue? Okay, so our next issue of importance is the electronic monitoring. And so on April 26th of 2023, we conducted a meeting at the court with the REPATH Communications and Accountability Program for supervising court-involved youth. 30 criminal justice stakeholders were invited and 13 were able to make an appearance. REPATH is an innovative use of current technology to provide supervision and support while juveniles remain in the community. It is a monitoring and supervision system that utilizes current technology in combination with normal daily activities and tools to implement monitoring and supervision practices. The mark of a successful juvenile justice system is one that can manage and monitor juveniles within the community and outside of detention. An effective monitoring system must include swift and contemporaneous contact with a juvenile. Crime prevention is most effective when juveniles are aware of their requirements and aware of the associated consequences. Currently, OPJC does not have the independent ability to consistently or accurately monitor youth outside of detention electronically. OPJC utilizes borrowed ankle monitors that only provide historical information about the youth's location during the previous 30 days. Information about previous activity is not an effective method of crime prevention. REPATH is currently used in other Louisiana jurisdictions. OJJ is expanding its pilot program in Louisiana for youth in their custody. REPATH's vision is aligned with our goal to create better outcomes in criminal justice. REPATH's presentation to our jurisdiction shows how the court can improve accountability, supervision, and resources. REPATH was created to provide the court with modern tools that are an alternative to incarceration and the huge financial burden for both courts and participants created by ordering ankle monitors. Protecting the public, improving communications with participants, and providing evidence-based data to help the courts determine the best way to help people caught up in the justice system. We hope that the council will see the value and make this investment in Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. The estimated annual cost for this endeavor is $72,000, equivalent to $2 per day per youth for 100 youths. And I believe that the next topic addresses just really a huge operational issue that we have here at the court. Our clerk of court is also currently present, and that's Ms. Latoya Cotton. And this is regarding Court Notify. And I'm certainly sure that Superintendent Woodfork would also agree that this is certainly a very important tool in order to ensure and also improve that the police officers have notice and are aware of when they have to be present in court. Now what we have to do is actually send out subpoenas as opposed to using Court Notify. Court Notify is the application used to ensure police officers receive timely notice to appear in juvenile court. The system also provides a secondary notification to supervisors to ensure timely notifications. And we all know how important it is for the police officers to appear in court when there are matters that are being present. But we also know how important it is for them to have proper notice and for them to be aware that they are needed to appear in court. The way that we can ensure that this would occur is through Court Notify. As of February 16th of 2023, we were notified by Orion that they had completed their work. This is the work that needed to be done for our systems to work effectively together, and that they had completed their work and sent out emails to that effect and were ready to start formal testing for Court Notify for Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Additionally, our data management provider, Digicom, which we had spoken about last meeting, have worked on and completed all of the deliverables regarding the test database tables, which means that we are ready. Unfortunately, we have been notified that Orion has not been paid for maintenance that they have been waiting for a signed purchase order from the city since February to reinstitute the notification services. As a result, the court still does not have Court Notify. We are still having to do manual subpoenas, which are inefficient use of time and resources. So again, for our quarterly criminal justice meeting, our three requests are that the Juvenile Assessment Center be given consideration, that also electronic monitoring through REPATH be given consideration, and also just as equally as important is that Court Notify be put into operation so that the police officers in the court can have an ability where the officers can be present and they can be properly notified and subpoenaed to be here. The system of having to call them and text them and have everybody reach out to the police officers when all they would need was to receive a subpoena would certainly be an effective use for time management for all involved. Thank you all very much for your time, and that completes the presentation of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Judge, again, thank you for appearing. We have new microphones and these are kind of weird. On the Orion system, so we approved it and you're just waiting for procurement. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
So you're waiting for the city to go through the procurement process.
yes.
Who are you in touch with?
Leslie DeLacy.
Leslie DeLacy?
DeLacy.
Okay. And what is the latest?
Well, Stephen Barlin, who works with DigiCourt, they're doing a data exchange issue. They're having a data exchange issue. They promised that it'll be resolved by the end of the week.
So it's an issue with procurement or it's an issue with data?
Both,
Okay.
both.
But they have, but Orion, but I believe importantly is, so once Orion is paid, they have to do some work with DigiCourt. DigiCourt is working through that, but Orion cannot go through that next phase until their purchase order is paid. I believe, I guess it's through the city.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what problems we can solve right
So
now.
I think the problem that if the city could assist with would be through Orion. DigiCourt is just working on there, and that's something that's a computerized, something they have to take care of because they haven't done that service before for us. but once Orion is able to put it in. So I think if you all could assist with Orion so that they can be paid.
So we'll try to assist with procurement. I mean, procurement's a big issue in the city, just generally. On the electronic monitoring, walk me through what happens currently, because we're hearing stories from our NOPD captains where justice involved youth are on ankle monitors. They die, the ankle monitors die, aren't charged. The kids are roaming around. I mean, this is what we're hearing. Do you think that this new system
Well, I believe that the new system would certainly be a lot more effective. I mean, so currently the system that we use, and it's no secret that we borrow monitors from the Office of Juvenile Justice. And so what they do is they allow us to borrow monitors that we can place on the individual youth. I believe that every section is assigned maybe 5 monitors.
And what is the company that actually monitors?
This is through the Office of Juvenile Justice.
Do you know the company that provides the ankle monitors?
I'm not certain how they actually monitor, but the service that they provide is it goes through our intake. We put the kids on the monitor. Once those kids are placed on the monitor, it's a system of where it's not immediate. So if a kid has some type of violation, or if a kid's monitor doesn't charge, so they notify the court. But they also notify that child. And so we do have a lot of I guess, self-correction where if they call the family or the youth, but once they notify the court, then the court has to make a determination of whether that child is in violation of that monitor and then to bring the child in. But as we all are aware, the problem is that we're finding out after the fact. So it's not real-time monitoring, but again, we don't have real-time monitoring. So we're only using the resource that's available to the court. And I just want to be clear, because I know there's been a lot of talk in the media in regard to these monitoring and putting on notice about their ineffectiveness. But for some of the kids, and some of the kids that just sometimes need a reminder, we are finding that it's effective. But again, for some of those kids, if we're really trying to monitor their comings and goings, if we're really trying to see if they are not violating certain stay away orders, if they're not violating certain matters that we're putting into place, it becomes very difficult. So we will find that a lot of those kids will still be detained as a result, or we'll find that some of those kids, if they are placed on the monitor, have to immediately be brought back in. So I believe moving away from that type of monitoring certainly could be beneficial. But again, we've presented this to the council, I believe, on several different occasions, and we're just trying to come up with other ideas, that if this is not the best solution, then this is something else, another alternative that could possibly work. And that would be through RePath.
And RePath is phone-based, right? Like it's
Correct.
It's an app on a phone that tracks through GPS
Yes.
a child.
Abe can, Lo can talk a little bit more about that.
Yes, so it's an app on the phone, but it provides real-time monitoring. And not only does it provide real-time monitoring through GPS, it's interactive with the child. So the child would have to provide photo ID, like check-ins. Each person that's involved with the youth at the time, say the probation officer, whoever you input into the app has communication via text, they can call, and you can set up the restrictions in the phone, in the app, so you can actually see what they're doing, what they're supposed to be doing, if they violate, if they haven't done what they're supposed to do. It also provides, you can set restrictions like zones where they can go, where they can't go. And it shows you if they step into a zone that they're not supposed to be in. Whoever is involved with the youth who's in the app, they get a notification and you can contact the youth.
And you said other jurisdictions are using this in Louisiana?
OJJ is currently doing a pilot program of it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe it's also being used in Calcasieu as well as Jefferson Parish.
Any other council members? No other council members? First of all, judges, thank you guys for appearing. A couple of questions, especially about monitoring. You mentioned earlier, monitoring has kind of dominated the news lately. Every couple of stations, every other week, there's a report on monitoring. As judges who are responsible for that division of the criminal justice system, is this ankle monitoring, is it working at all? And how would you guys rate it? Or do you value it as something that's really helping, or
Well, I think
where's
the
it
right
going
type
now?
of monitoring would certainly be of
The right kind of
great
monitoring.
value, correct. And I think we've been talking about this for many, many years about the right kind of monitoring. So when no monitoring was available and we did not receive any funding for any type of monitoring, or there was not any money that was placed into any of the budgets for monitoring. And I know there was conversation about whether or not NOPD or the sheriff would assist or how we would actually monitor. So what we did is there is a program that we started to utilize through the Office of Juvenile Justice, wherein when our kids are placed on a monitor, sometimes once they are released either on probation or parole, and they allowed us to use those additional monitors, we did. And so by using those 5 monitors for each section, I think every judge has to weigh, which kid that they feel would benefit from that monitor. And so I certainly feel that it has been, I found that it has been helpful in terms of some of the kids who, one and done. I've seen them one time. They had to make a better decision. I released them on a monitor as opposed to detaining them at JJIC to give them an opportunity to see how they could do in the community, and they were a success. Some of those kids were actually allowed to participate in other types of programs. Some of those kids have moved out. So when I look at my numbers of kids that I've placed on the monitor and who've had successful resolution of their cases, it far outweighs what we see in the media. So I know there's been some talk about a child who was subsequently murdered while on a monitor. As we are aware, those things are completely and totally out of our control. I have no control over things like that happen, but most certainly that is a very unfortunate circumstance. But we do have some kids that I think benefit. But do I believe that we have some kids that are, involved in far more serious types of offenses that need a different kind of monitoring? I believe that's accurate. And I believe that's where this repath would certainly make a difference.
So that brings me to, I was writing as you guys were talking. So is monitoring more about reporting and less about crime deterrent?
No, it's certainly about crime deterrent, but a lot of times I'm not certain if, I don't want to believe that if I'm releasing a kid that they're going back out to commit another crime. I'm really doing it so I can give that kid a reminder that, there are a lot of people that are watching things that you're doing. We're expecting you to make better decisions. We're expecting you to follow curfew. We're expecting you to go home. The purpose of the monitoring is that we believe that that child would be okay to be back in society. We believe that that child could perhaps go back into their family environment, but we are monitoring to help them make better decisions, to make certain that they don't violate curfew, that they're not in areas where they're not supposed to be, that they're attending school, that they're attending certain appointments. But the monitoring after 30 days, if it's effective in 30 days, we know it's done well and those kids are removed. And if it's not effective in 30 days, then we're aware of that as well.
So how do we determine or get to a point where, as you said, we have effective monitoring? So what is it, based on your experience, what is effective or the right kind of monitoring look like? Because if and I don't judge the news by everything, but we just mentioned that there's several very violent crimes that have been committed where the perpetrators had monitors.
I believe the last issue that was discussed in the media was the young man who died with the monitor on.
Right.
But again, I will talk about the kids who I have seen that have been a success on the monitor, and we have seen some, but I believe that effective monitoring and monitoring that really, because again, we want the kids to believe that they are being held accountable. And I believe that if they're watching the news, that they currently are aware of some of the concerns and issues that we all have with our current monitoring. So I believe for our far more serious offenders that obviously are waiting for their opportunity to go to court or being released for different reasons or may have had an opportunity to get back out in the community, that we need something that can have a little bit, more teeth in it. And I believe that this is where we would look at a more effective monitoring position. And that's something that's real-time monitoring. The moment that kid is moved out of a certain situation, there's an alert. The moment that kid is not where they're supposed to be, they're being contacted. You have to use face recognition. They have to check in. Currently, that is not possible through the monitoring that we have. So we certainly believe that a more effective, a stronger type of monitoring would certainly be beneficial. And that's why we have suggested repath.
And Judge, the other thing that was obvious was, and I think, earnestly so, is that your frustration for the request. But
yes, we're always being admonished for not showing up. There's this meeting, there's that meeting, there's another meeting on Friday, there's a meeting today. And again, we are elected officials, and our first obligation and our first duty is to the citizens of New Orleans, and it's to conduct the court docket that I have in front of me.
Okay.
And so when we continuously are being requested to come and talk about the same thing, provide the same information, give the same letter, make the same requests, and we don't have anything that's changed since we spoke to you all in February, since we've been speaking about this monitor for at least the last 365 days or more. And always, if the fingers are being pointed, it goes right back at the judges and what we didn't do. Well, here it is in black and white. We have given to you all, to the council, to the mayor, to the commissioner, what our needs are, what our requests are. And we're just asking if everybody would just take a moment to review and see what they feel would be effective. and perhaps see whether or not, whether it's funded through juvenile court, whether it's funded through another office, however you get these services in place, that this is what our children need and this is what our community needs for us to have safer and better outcomes.
Okay, so let's walk down that road then.
We're trying, that's why we keep presenting.
No, I think it's a perfect opportunity to do it.
Can
So
I
here
add
I-
something to the conversation? I think you gotta look at all of these things together.
Mhm.
Because as a judge, you only can make a decision on which child is best to go back out in the community based on the information you have in front of you. And the record of what that child has done may not reflect what is really going on with that child. That's why this assessment center is so important. So we can know the mental health needs, we can know what else is going on with this child. So you have to have all these things together. It's not one thing that's gonna be the magic. You need to look at everything together. Not only that, making sure you have the entire community surrounding this child,
Mhm.
the school, all of these the church, okay? The coaches, you have to have everyone around this child to know this child has special needs and how do we monitor that child through community monitoring, not just through the ankle monitoring program or any other court program. We all have to get involved and not just try to point fingers. So I just had to add that for the
No,
conversation.
first of all, thank you, Judge Scott. Look, I think you guys are wonderful. We have some of the best judges in the world. But what Judge Anderson talked about is process. If you can be an all-star, but if the process doesn't support your splendor, then you're just an all-star wandering in the river without coordination, without consistency. So I think it's important that we go there. I had a retreat with my office yesterday, so how we can better time management, how we can better deliver services, how we can better service constituents, because no matter how good I may think we're doing, I know that people are still frustrated. And I think that my office can do better and we can do more. So we had experts to come in to try to help us, me be better and my staff be better. But I wrote some things down because I think your frustration is warranted in many cases. There are other committees in their meetings, right? We try to get a lot done before we come here. When we come here, you want to report to the public what was done or what wasn't done. And I think you've done a good job
Thank you.
of airing that. There's a Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, right? There's nothing prohibiting the administration, the commissioner, and other components of the system getting together before you have to come here and report that it wasn't done to get those things done. So my question is, when I started a year and a few months ago, the conversation was about communication and coordination or lack thereof. So it seems to me that the conversation is still about communication, coordination, or lack thereof. What role does the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee play? And why haven't we been able to use that committee where all of the stakeholders get together so that those questions that you've been trying to get answered, those resources that you've been trying to get dealt with, that we haven't built some consensus around them already? So does the committee not work? Is it dysfunctional? Do they
No,
not meet?
I mean, I believe it's the committee, it's just about time management. And I believe just everybody reading what we provide and perhaps responding to those requests. And I believe it's also of who needs to attend certain meetings. I think there's sometimes requirements on elected officials, the judges, to attend certain meetings where it just becomes very difficult with time. Notice is certainly important. We really don't get proper notice to a lot of meetings. It's very difficult when you have a court docket. And I believe that people don't understand that not only having a court docket, but having to prepare. I've been in this job for 14 years almost, and I have never been invited to as many meetings as we've been discussing the same issue over and over again as I have been.
You've been listening to me.
And I would just strongly encourage everybody just to read their emails and to read the information that we provided. We've saying the same thing over and over again. So we're going to say it again today. We need an assessment center. We need monitoring. And most importantly as well, we need court notifier. I think we've been asking for several of these things.
But the one thing I want to clear up, because I know the charter pretty good. I've been around a little bit, right? In terms of specific duties, roles, and functions and responsibilities. And though some may want it to operate outside of what those charter responsibilities are, I think we do that because of the public. I think the council's kind of played its role in terms of now with funding, that's another thing. But administering, coordination, what the system has to do amongst itself, that ain't my job. That's not this council's job. This committee is just for you guys to come here to report to us what's been done within the system, what are the needs within the system, and how do we help with our charter role, which is clearly defined. So I just don't want the public to think that if nothing else, this body isn't playing this role. Now, when we talk about funding, if there's some things that we could have done or should have done, then that's a meeting with us. But when you talk about coordinating with criminal justice, the commission, the mayor,
I
the
believe.
folk within the
I
system,
believe we.
that's another step
Correct.
that needs to happen or should happen
Oh, yeah, well, I
before
believe
it gets to a
that's,
public meeting.
oh, well, I believe all that's certainly happening, and I believe that, so again, we provided this information to you guys in February, we've been providing information, so I would agree that we are certainly providing any information, all information that we can. And I believe that we are attending as much as we possibly can. I think we're also sending representatives, so we are certainly engaged and committed and will continue to provide the information that we can to the council. I have to get to a trial, my court is buzzing me like crazy, but I do appreciate the time of being able to speak with you all today.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. Just getting back to the issue of ankle monitoring. One of the biggest complaints we get about ankle monitoring is that, and with juveniles, is that there's a lack of enforcement with violations of ankle monitors. And I think it'd be helpful to us that if that's the direction we're going to go in, if you guys could agree to provide the aggregate data on ankle monitoring violations to show that that is or isn't a correlation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so just if we're gonna go that route, I think that we need to have that data on how many violations are occurring if ankle monitors are gonna be used. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And another thing, just to clear up confusion, is that if there's a way where this committee or this council can help clear up maybe some of this frustration around you guys continuing to come before us and continuing to have the same laundry list, then I think that's direct communication or consultation with us. It's not just being CC'd on the letter or on the email, but saying, hey, look, guys, in the role that y'all play, you guys can help check this box off the list. And I think we're more than willing to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you,
but we
Judge
do have the August meeting, and so we do appreciate the timely notice. And I believe that Judge Smith will be able to attend. So, and we're gonna also just try to spread out which judges attend, so it probably won't be all of us, and that's of no disrespect to anyone. We're doing that as well as with the commissioners' meetings. We're just trying to have one judge that's present, if at all possible, and if not, we're also sending representatives of the court.
Well, we want to respect your time and what you do. That's important.
Okay, well, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you,
Okay,
Judge.
have a
Thank
great
you.
afternoon.
Thank you, Judge Collins. Appreciate you. Ms. Curran.
Next up is the Orleans Parish Criminal District Court. No one's voting. Okay. Nine. Yeah.
Good morning, guys, and thank you guys so much for participating in our quarterly meeting. Chief Judge Pittman, you can announce who's here with you for the presentation, and y'all can start when you're ready.
Sure. Good morning. As you said, I'm Chief Judge Robin Pittman. To my right is Deputy Chief Tracy Clemens Savalier and Magistrate Judge Juana Lombard. Morning. And to my left is Robert Kasich, our Judicial Administrator.
Yeah, we have these new and improved mic.
I guess just a quick overview of some things that have maybe changed since our last appearance before the Criminal Justice Committee is luckily we have at least one jury van now. So we have transportation to bring jurors home in the late evenings and nights when they volunteer their time for our jury trials. In addition to that, I'm awaiting the numbers of the jury trials that we've had, year to date. But, we're at the beginning of May and we did about 18 total trials in the month of April. And, I guess I'll say the community has been responding to their jury summons, but there's always room for more. In addition to that, Mr. Kasich, who is to my left, is going to give you a little update on our capital project involving the renovations of jury room.
Good morning. Last time we were here, we were at the budget hearing, we were told that the city council had appropriated $5 million for jury renovations. And I think all of the council members did visit the courthouse to see the conditions of the jury office. We
Yes.
were through an email working with Commissioner Giarrusso, Councilmember Giarrusso, and we were told that that money was dedicated for criminal court jury repairs. Since then, we were in communications with capital projects and we were told that only $1.1 million was allocated. So we've met with representatives of capital projects. And it's scheduled to go out to bid for design work at the end of this month and hope to have some progress in the courtrooms by the end, before the end of the year. Yes, so
That's 1.1 mil of the 5 million, right?
5 million, what was told to us here, and then we were told by capital projects that it was decreased down to 1.1 million. So we don't know where what happened. We haven't been provided with any documents from capital projects or the CAO's office.
Have you been in conversation with our budget chair?
Have not been,
You know, we don't want to lose $4 million.
we agree.
Three
Right,
point
so we
nine.
wanted to bring that to the council's attention today because that is something that we need to help us run our courts and be able to move forward on jury trials in an effective and efficient manner. So that's why we wanted to bring to you that need that is still outstanding.
Did you get a notice that the 5 million would be reduced to 1.1?
We didn't receive
No.
any notice at all.
Did
No.
not. And so just to keep moving on, Deputy Chief Tracy Fleming Zavalier is just going to update you on some of our court intervention services and what's going on with them.
All right, so court intervention services, as you all know, pertains to all of the programs that the court runs. Most notably, the last couple of times we've been here, we talked about our DV specialty court. And so we're working on a DV specialty court in conjunction with Tulsa, Oklahoma, which also has a DV specialty court. Currently, all of the judges oversee a DV docket, basically, or receive DV cases.
And explain to the public what that is.
Domestic
please.
violence or domestic abuse battery, thank you. And so all of the judges have those types of cases. And so what we're trying to do is develop a specialty docket for those cases that have been have gone to disposition. So the person's either they've been convicted or they pled guilty. And so we would have a special DV docket where Judge Lombard would monitor the misdemeanors, and she will talk a little bit about that. And Judge Rhonda Douglas has agreed to monitor those felony probation cases that are high risk. Other judges might still maintain those probationers that are on probation for domestic abuse battery related charges, but the high risk ones would go to specialty courts in Orleans Parish. And then we would increase that as the need increases. As we know, domestic violence unfortunately continues to increase. And so we continue to work with the city of New Orleans, with the Department of Health on the protective orders issues, on the transfer of firearms issues, and on the various issues that are outlining and pertaining to domestic abuse battery. In addition, our judges, Judge Lombard and Judge Rhonda Douglas, will be visiting Tulsa, Oklahoma, to view their specialty court, and then members from the Tulsa court will come to New Orleans to talk to us, and Judge Lombard can add anything else.
Yes, so our goal is to hopefully have this up and running by the end of the summer. We're going to Tulsa in June, and then they're coming in July, hopefully to help us set up our system. Right now, the majority of my docket is actually domestic abuse or domestic abuse related charges like an ag assault as a part of a DV. So we're hoping that creating these specialty courts, quite like drug court, will stop the recidivism and help us to, as the previous judge said, one and done, see them one time, get them through these programs and hopefully never see them again.
And one of the reasons we're focusing on that is during COVID, we did see a rise in DV cases. And so that this is why this program is a priority. And so we will come back to the council if we learn that there's a need for more monies in our budget to make this happen. But as of now, that is not the request. But we just wanted to let you know that this is a program that we planned on starting as soon as possible. And I guess that would complete our presentation as far as things that have changed since we last appeared before the council.
Council members, questions? Councilmember Harris.
The entry issue is resolved, right? I think we talked about that the last time, the side entry for the DA.
South White Street.
Yes, okay, perfect. Again, I'm concerned about this missing $3.9 million. I would.
So are we.
Yeah,
We were hoping that the city council could assist us. We didn't receive any paperwork. The city Councilmember Jeruso informed us at the meeting that the money had been allocated by the city council. After we left the meeting, obviously I was interested to figure out what documentation we needed to move forward, how we would move forward. So we hadn't heard anything for several months. We reached out to Vince Smith with Capital Projects, who wasn't aware of any allocation being allotted to criminal court. He looked into it further, and then we got a call from one of the capital project managers who said that they would be working on this and that funding was allocated at 1.1.
And so just to follow up, we do have a letter that's been drafted to the council, but specifically to Councilmember Jeruso, who we have been in contact with about this particular issue. So we will be following up in writing.
yeah. So the court sits in my district, and I know that there's $1.1 million in bond funds available, and maybe that's
Maybe
where the
that's it.
confusion
Okay.
is that he's talking about bond funding, and we certainly have prioritized the jury rooms because everything that is in my district has to do with government buildings and nothing fun. But yeah, we prioritize the jury rooms, and I think it's $1.1 million.
Okay.
But if there's another additional sum that we've allocated separate and apart from that, please reach out to Councilmember Jeruso. You can copy me on it as well, again, because the court sits in my district and I know it's a priority.
I believe I copied the entire council for the original letter to Vince Smith. I know.
Yeah, the
council
whole
members did
CC
respond back.
situation is problematic. So as you heard from the previous presentation, if y'all want to address letters directly to us, just address them to us and don't CC us, because if we need to take action, especially budgetary action, then you need to let us know immediately and just pick up the phone and call. That's
Perfect.
sometimes probably
Perfect.
easier.
Thank you.
Thank
Be
you.
great. Thank you.
Judges, one of the topics of conversation in the previous presentation, as well as publicly, have been about monitoring. Judge Anderson mentioned the best kind of monitoring. In you guys' view, in the time that you've served, what is type of monitoring should we have, and what's the most effective use of it?
So if I can speak from the past, I would say what I believe worked best was when we had OPSO monitoring it. You understand the way it stands now, if a judge orders a defendant to wear an electronic monitor, we do not suggest, we do not recommend, we do not advise which program they should use, which entity. And so I think that would be the best way. I don't remember when we appeared.
A
before
central
the council.
program, you're saying?
Yes. Like if NOPD or OPSO could monitor it. Yeah, if we could have law enforcement. Right now, that's not how it stands. It worked better years ago when OPSO was handling it. And so I know you guys have questions about how this electronic monitoring work. And unfortunately, there are a bunch of questions that we cannot answer because we do not run the program.
So let's be clear.
Yes.
We had a program that used to work or worked better than it works right now.
Yes.
And who made the decision to go to a program that doesn't work? Or that
Well-
is not as effective as the one that you remember that did work?
Well, what I do know is that Sheriff Guzman was in office at the time. I believe the budget was cut, and he said our office is not going to handle it anymore. So for years, Councilman Thomas, there was no electronic monitoring. As crime started to plummet, there are several bonding companies that decided that they would, offer electronic monitoring. So when a judge, as I said before, requests a certain defendant to have one, they go out and choose which company, if it is the bonding company that they're with, or is another bonding company.
They cut their own deal for monitoring?
No.
So, okay, so a couple of things with the electronic monitoring. One is for any program, judges are precluded from recommending a for-profit program for a
Yeah.
service, as you already know.
Yeah.
So several years ago, there were stories about particular judges maybe recommending a program that they were familiar and comfortable with. Because we cannot recommend a particular program, then what we say is, this is the bond, for example, $100,000 on a particular crime of violence. If you post this bond before you are released from OJC, which is the Orleans Justice Center, you need to have also electronic monitoring in place under these conditions. 24/7, which is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You may have a curfew, there may be exceptions for work, doctor's office, etc. In those cases, then yes, the defendant then has to go to a monitoring company. That monitoring company then needs to connect with the sheriff's office and then place the monitor on that particular person at the sheriff's office before the person is released. And the documentation and paperwork needs to be provided at that time. That's if a judge places an electronic monitoring as a condition of a bond release. A lot of our cases are not ordered by the judges. So a number of the electronic monitoring orders that are given directly to the defendant by the bond company itself, because the bond company says, we are only going to write this particular bond if we can monitor you, regardless of what the judge says.
But that's in their best interest.
I'm sorry, yes,
in it, not
exactly.
the
That's in
public.
their best interest. So sometimes when the monitoring companies are saying that there's a lack or absence of information, it is on those types of orders, the orders where the bonding company enters that private agreement with the defendant, and they are not receiving or getting or gathering the information that they need. When a judge orders the electronic monitoring, everything is put into a minute entry, it's put onto our bail order, all of the information and all of the exceptions and requirements, etc.
And so for those of us listening, if I'm following you right, in the past, there were questions about ethics, but a program that worked. So now we've addressed those ethical issues and we have a program that doesn't work.
No, I think what you're saying, in the past, we had the sheriff monitoring it. At some point, due to budgetary restrictions,
But
the sheriff stopped.
okay,
Then we had no monitoring. Then we went to a system where, as Judge Davila just explained, we set a bond, we set the conditions. And then if they post that bond, they're fitted for an ankle monitor before they leave.
Mhm.
At one point, there was issues with judges selecting or recommending programs that we felt more comfortable
Yeah.
with.
right.
So now we have a standard policy. We do not recommend
Okay.
a program. So we just
So the
it's
ethical
bonding
question has been dealt with.
correct, but now that means the defendant chooses whichever monitoring company and bonding company they choose.
That doesn't work.
It may work, sometimes it does work. And then it just,
That's a heck of a question, Mark, when you talk.
no,
about
it
crime.
works in all, okay, let me say this, it often works. But again, like Judge Anderson just said, we can only look at their record, the crime that they are charged with, and why we are monitoring them. So for DV cases, I often choose to monitor because I want to give the victim a key fob to make sure the defendant can't go near the victim. That's my reason for monitoring them. So if I give them the permission to go to work and then they go do something else while they're at work, it's not that the monitoring system didn't work, that wasn't the purpose of the monitor.
Well, I mean, but it answers the question. I mean, especially for us sitting here, you know, you're our criminal justice experts. And many of you remember something that was a lot more efficient and worked better. You know, Rob Masson and I talk about the past a lot, and stuff that used to work, and why don't we do it anymore? And now we're entering into a system that maybe dealt with the ethics and dealt with the question marks, but isn't as efficient as what we remember.
No, sir.
No, sir.
And so one of the reasons we're here, as I've said, in the past, we've asked for this. We've asked for the money to be put in either the sheriff's office budget, NOPD's budget, our budget, so that we can get back to an ankle monitoring system that works. Whether or not NOPD or OPSO has the manpower to do this as they did years ago, we don't know. But when you ask what is effective, that is what is effective.
Breaking news,
I have a question.
Councilmember King.
If possible, we have a representative from each NOPD and Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, so they can let us know right now if they have the manpower to assist.
Sure, we'd love to know.
No? Okay, NOPD doesn't have the manpower. Sheriff's Office? Mrs. Beasley?
Does the sheriff's office have the manpower to assist with ankle monitoring? Well, not given the last vote.
Huh?
I'm just, the sheriff's trying to raise money to increase.
So it seems like
her
neither
man and
office,
woman
neither
power.
department has the manpower to assist with monitoring ankle monitors.
Which is exactly why we're in the position that we're in. And so it just needs to be made clear that when a judge
Not you.
orders a electronic monitor for a particular defendant, we do put in place some conditions. When a bonding company says that a particular defendant needs to have an electronic monitor as a condition of their bond for their company, the only thing they do for the most part is say remain in state. A judge is going to do more. We're going to give them a curfew. We are going to set other conditions. And so I just need the council to understand that a lot of times when you hear from this company and they're telling you that they did not get sufficient information from a judge on a particular defendant who they have placed on an ankle monitor, it's because judges may not know that that is a condition that the bonding company is requiring. If a judge does it, we are going to know the condition. Not if a bonding company does it for whatever reasons they decide to place a defendant on our electronic monitoring. There is a difference.
Well, I just don't understand why we wouldn't have a central system.
We agree.
And even with the manpower and labor issues, if there's a central system, then that could be worked out amongst the different entities in terms of what resources and what level of labor you need. If it's just any and everything goes, then you don't really know how labor intensive it is, how many people we would need from the sheriff's department or the police department. So how do we get back? So I think the question is, well, I'll go back to the other question. Yeah, Councilmember Morrell.
Just really piggybacking on where Councilman Thomas was going. What prevents y'all from doing an RFP
Bingo.
for a centralized ankle monitoring company?
So it's a few things prevent us, in addition to obviously the funding, but we are not a law enforcement agency.
Right.
We don't have and we can't hire officers that are post-certified to do arrest for violations, because basically when the electronic monitoring system was initially set up in juvenile court and in criminal court simultaneously, you had the sheriff's department, best practices. We met with a number of different groups. And I think it was Mecklenburg, they came down, they provided us with their policies and procedures. We looked at the monitoring system, the GPS system and everything. And the key was to have law enforcement that had immediate and certain acting authority to go out and to make arrest or remand someone if there was
So
a violation.
It's really a bifurcated issue. So
Yes.
we all agree you would have the authority to do the RFP for the ankle monitoring, but it's challenging to have the ankle monitors and have no law enforcement authority
Exactly.
who's tasked with going out and arresting the people
Correct.
who violate the ankle monitoring. So right now, the reason why the stopgap measure, which is not ideal, is the bonding companies, is because when they make it a condition of the bond, a bond agent can go out there and arrest someone for violating the conditions of their bond. So
Right.
basically, we are in a position, unless we find a solution, where we're basically relying on Dog the Bounty Hunter. basically, for all practical purposes. So right now, ankle monitoring, because of the shortfall and the inability of law enforcement agencies to work with y'all, we're relying upon the bail bond agencies with varying results to work with the judges to establish whether or not an ankle monitor is a condition of a bond. And then I guess the other question, which Judge Pittman brought up, which is very interesting and also very logical, is what happens when the bail bonding company has other conditions or requirements it puts on top of the ankle monitoring that you're unaware of, or vice versa, that you have things you want included that they just kind of disregard. For example, if you have Judge Lombard, who gives very specific instructions for a domestic violence, a person gives domestic violence, you cannot go near these 3 businesses. And we rely on a civilian agency to do ankle monitoring, and they don't input that specific information because you don't really have authority over the bond company. You're kind of hoping that they do follow the order, but as a law enforcement agency, as the fact they're not a law enforcement agency, they're not really required to do it. That person, when you revoke them and find out they were there, you can then deal with them, but that's on the back end, not the front end, where ideal ankle monitoring would have the moment that person violates your order, a law enforcement agent would be dispatched to arrest that person. This current process doesn't allow for that because Dog the Bounty Hunter doesn't know all the conditions because he's not necessarily required to know all the conditions because the person is being ankle monitored based upon their agreement with the bond company.
Correct. So when
Okay.
we do it, we give them a key fob. So the victim in DV cases and in some other violent crime cases has a key fob. So if the defendant goes within a certain zone, then it's picked up immediately. But again, that's if Judge Davley or Judge Pittman or I put it in ourselves and we have an order and all of that is in the system. But if the bail bondsman does it, none of that happens because it's happening post-release.
Correct. Okay, well, I mean, this is probably a problem that is going to require money and enforced conversations with the law enforcement agencies to work with the judges to figure out how we're going to address it. Because I do think ultimately this needs to be centralized with y'all, and you would agree as well. But unless we have a law enforcement agreement that you're going to have specific law enforcement agents tasked with going out when a bond is revoked, it's useless. So
Right.
that's the impasse right now. I'm sorry if I'm walking through the logic, but I'm trying to make sure that I understand everything that's going on. Okay.
Sure. And like I said, we've had this same discussion right before Sheriff Guzman got out of office. And they were supposed to be looking into the possibility and the capability of being able to bring that program back from years ago. But again, there's been a change of guard and there's been no discussion between the entities since that time.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Well, I think, and that's why it was the importance of this discussion, because first of all, when we're talking about crime in our community, we understand labor and manpower, but given the level of violence, every answer can't be just because we don't have enough people. That might be one of the answers, but that can't be every answer. And it's obvious, especially for folk who've been around, that something is awry with this in the reporting. And it's also obvious that the criminal element, given the level of violence that's been associated with monitoring, whether it's victim or perpetrator, that the criminal element doesn't respect dog at all. Period. So there has to be a whole nother level of something else done to get to, at least if you're going to have a system, then it ought to be some respect attached to that. And it seems that we don't have that right now. So then my other question is, and it's to everybody who comes before this committee, the question from day one has been coordination, communication, and how everyone in the system works together. Is that coordination and communication better now? Is the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, are we filtering some of these issues through that committee so they could be, because I think some of these answers to some of these questions should happen before they come here.
Sure.
Because at some point, it would be good for the public to hear you guys saying, hey, no, we dealt with that in that committee. And here's how we solved it. So what is the status of, how do we assess coordination and communication? For me, a year and 4 months later.
So I guess my response would be that communication is definitely better than it was. I will say that there has not been further communication amongst the entities in regards to electronic monitoring, if you're referencing that specifically.
But how can that be on every station and in every barbershop and beauty shop? And there isn't a level of enhanced communication around it since it's something we're using within the system.
Sure, and I will say that one of the reasons why I believe there hasn't been further communication is exactly what you just said. We don't want to hear it, but this is what we keep hearing, a lack of manpower. There's a lack of manpower at NOPD. There's a lack of manpower at OPSO. I mean, we were asked earlier by Council Member Harris, how's this going with 619 South White? What I can say to you is that it is better, but has it fully been resolved, Councilman Harris? No, it has not. We're still dealing with sometimes someone's manning the 619 South White door, sometimes someone isn't. So I hope that answers the question. Every time we seek the assistance that we need, it's the excuse is lack of manpower.
Yeah, but if there's a certain level of violent crime attached to a segment of the system, especially when people are being killed or robbed or murdered, then you adjust to stop the violence on that particular end. That's what I would think.
Which is why we haven't set dormant, which is exactly why the electronic monitoring process that's in place is still in place. Because we feel it's better to do something that's working to a certain degree than have nothing.
Yeah, but if Jack the Ripper has a monitor and he's still Jack the Rippering, what good is the monitor?
Well,
And allowed to freely continue to rip.
I guess part of it is that there are a number of defendants who are still in custody for those most serious violent offenses. They are in custody.
But serious violence is happening with monitors.
They are not, they are the ones that are in custody under the jurisdiction of criminal district court. And understand the jurisdiction of criminal district court is adults and those that the DA chooses to charge as adults. And so we look at those who are the offenders in which we have jurisdiction over from criminal district court are in fact in OJC. They are not the ones that we are talking about with respect to electronic monitoring. Our colleagues on the bench are very clear about the types of offenses that they are willing to allow people to post bonds and then receive an electronic monitoring. And for those that are the most serious, most dangerous ones or alleged most dangerous ones, they are at OJC. They are not subject to electronic monitoring.
Councilmember King.
Want to thank the judges for clearing this up.
Absolutely.
Because we get often, the first times there's mention of a shooting or a killing, the media says that, oh, by the way, this person was on an ankle monitor. And it puts everybody in a bad light, police, judges, council members, everybody. Like, how is this possible? Now we see that there is a reason for that. And not to say that it's y'all fault, because it's clearly not. If NOPD doesn't have the manpower, then we can't make somebody just pop up and do it. And same with the sheriff's office. I don't want to mention their names in public, make it seem like I'm advocating for them, but there is a company that proposes to have the ability to monitor this, to solve the problem of the ankle monitoring. I guess maybe offline we can get you the name and see if that's doable, if that's reasonable, if they fit the criteria that's needed.
Yeah, but I mean, your comment actually lends itself to the the material problem is that here we have a public conversation around what has been a public conversation around something within the system that doesn't work, right? So it would seem to me that as part of the criminal justice system, it shouldn't just wait to come before this committee for council people to make recommendations or to hash out problems with something within the system that doesn't work.
And council member,
It
I
would
just
seem
want
like
to add that.
members of the system would be somebody who could help you guys, because I think you guys have been public with knowing what works and what doesn't work. It would seem to me like those assets within the system would have met with you guys and say, hey, before you go before that committee, here's how we fix it.
I just want to add that for the most part, and I guess we could get the stats on that, most criminal court is not overwhelmingly using electronic monitoring.
Okay.
It is not a system that we rely on. And so while it may be relied on by juvenile court for various reasons, which I think we all understand, in addition to the population or the capacity that they have at JJIC, as well as the fact that they're dealing with juveniles, criminal court, conversely, does not rely largely on electronic monitoring. So the issue for us has not been as prevalent as you see with juvenile court. And so I want to make that clear as well. We are utilizing the resources that we have in other ways. So OJC, which is the Orleans Justice Center, higher bonds for the more violent offenders, revocation of bonds, et cetera. A number of the people who are at OJC are also on probation holds or parole holds. They're also facing other charges. So we have a smaller population that's really subject to electronic monitoring in criminal district court.
And if I could just add this,
And then Councilmember
Councilman
Harris.
Thomas, as I said, the question has to be asked as to if the judge placed a person on electronic monitoring or if the bonding company is requiring it as a condition of their bond. Those are the times when you do not see any conditions. You won't see a curfew. You won't see things of the sort. 9 times out of 10, the only thing they say when the bonding company is ordering the electronic monitoring, they're asking or ordering the defendant to stay in the state of Louisiana. So when individuals are getting in further, or involving themselves in further criminal activity, the question has to be asked, was the electronic monitoring ordered by the judge or the court? Or is it on a defendant because it was ordered by the bonding?
Well, I think that goes to Councilmember Morrell's position. There could be other criteria that the judge placed on that defendant that the monitoring company doesn't care anything about,
No,
as long as they're in the state committing
Correct.
crime.
correct.
Councilmember Harris.
I mean, I think this is an interesting discussion. I think
Yeah.
technology has advanced where, and I know the company that Councilmember King is talking about, where they seem to be good actors, but of course, that's an offline conversation for an RFP, of course, that you'd have to issue and have proposals come in. Separate and apart from the issue of ankle monitoring, I just want to tell you that Councilmember Jeruso is down here to talk about budget and the missing $3.9 million. He is trying to get an answer for you, and he will get back to you as soon as possible, and he'll loop me in the conversation too, because certainly if we've allocated money to you and you're not receiving it, that's an issue that this council can address. The issue of ankle monitoring, certainly I'm happy to sit in a room and try to, and I know Council Chair Thomas as well, to sort of have those conversations and facilitate those conversations. But what we can do as a council under our charter authority is to get you the money that we promised you to get. So just so you know, we're working on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Closing comments, anything you want to add to this comment? And I'll just go back to another overall assessment, and I would hope that everybody, especially now that we have quarterly meetings, the level of cooperation and communication is moving in the right direction.
Yes, we would say
It's a
yes.
question, yes.
Okay, Judge.
I think that is it. Hopefully we'll hear more about the budget. Again, we would probably from this point forward, try to have another conversation with NOPD under its new leadership and OPSO under its new leadership to see if there's any way by chance they could, as law enforcement, help us with this ankle monitoring company. And maybe things could get back to how they were years ago. So I thank you guys for
Well, have your
having us.
clerk coordinate that meeting and just invite us, please. I don't know if there are any sunshine laws we'd have to consider, but invite us and I know we'll have representation there.
Thank you.
Okay.
We appreciate
Thank you.
Thank y'all very
All right,
much.
you're welcome.
Ms. Curran, any online comment?
No, sir.
Next item.
Next up is the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation.
When you guys are ready, introduce yourselves, who's part of the presentation, and you guys can get started when you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Melanie Talia, President and CEO at the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation. To my right is Elizabeth Bowe, and I'll let each of the attendees introduce themselves.
Kevin White, Program Director, New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation.
Alex Kalenda, Project Manager, New Orleans Police and Justice.
And Elizabeth Bowe, Board Chair. Thank you for having us this morning, council members. Melanie's going to run through our PowerPoint briefly, and we know you all will have questions. A couple of highlight items we just want to cover today. 10 years ago, when the Police and Justice Foundation took on the assistance in the recruiting area, we never dreamed that we would still be doing it these many years later. We know there's been discussion of transitioning it back to NOPD or using an outside company, and we are more than willing to help with looking into how that could work and how we could help in the process. There are two components of recruiting, and it's important to acknowledge the difference. There's marketing, which is generating applications, and then there's actual hiring, which is fostering an applicant through the process of taking the civil service exam and eventually becoming a new hire. The cooperative endeavor agreement that we have with the city, the funds are almost entirely used for the marketing portion of that process. A year ago, we did hire 2 new recruiters to help with the process, so they are doing more in the hiring stage. But those 2 employees could be transitioned back to NOPD at some point and turned over to the NOPD payroll. But we just want to stress the difference, and Melanie will cover all that as she walks through.
Thank you.
So to begin with, these are the 7 obligations of the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation pursuant to our cooperative endeavor agreement, and I'll touch on each of these briefly. But first, here is a visual of the obligations of the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation pursuant to the CEA. NOPJF, the foundation that is responsible for the top of the funnel, which you see in red, and a small portion of the lavender portion of the funnel, which is the conversion of applicants to test takers for the New Orleans Police Department. So first, our first obligation is the website. When we started this process approximately 10 years ago, the process to join NOPD was a paper process. We promptly took that paper process to one that is digital, created joinnopd.org, a website. That website is now the responsibility of the city of New Orleans. We do continue to monitor the site and assist in the city's IT department as needed on website improvements and problems. The Police and Justice Foundation is responsible for advertising and for driving qualified candidates to the joinnopd.org website. We do that through a variety of ways, including active outreach, as well as passive marketing and behavioral targeted displays. Active outreach might include military support sites, such as I just forgot the name of the publication. Veterans Affairs issues, regional law enforcement support sites such as IACP, and employment resources such as job boards. And then passive marketing, NOPD has on occasion attended job fairs, as well as some other overarching, not quite so targeted, but overarching advertisements to persons who might be interested in joining the New Orleans Police Department. And pursuant to the consent decree, NOPD is supposed to target bilingual applicants, and there is a preference per the NOPD at the time of the CEA, college educated, military, and of course, qualified residents of New Orleans. At this point in time, 24% of our applicants are bilingual. 61% do have college education, 22% have military service, and 38% are qualified residents of New Orleans. Not listed here is that approximately 50% of our applicants are from the state of Louisiana. These are the advertising results generated by the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation ads from August 1 to April 30th. As a reminder, that date coincides with the dates of our CEA. The CEA begins August 1 and it ends July 31. So as of this date, the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation has produced approximately just under 10 million impressions. We've had more than 123 visitors to the website. And at the time of the creation of our PowerPoint, about 2,300 completed civil service applications. As of today, that number has actually gone to about 2,500. We, of course, have over the course of our CEA developed marketing materials that would be digital as well as traditional media. Background investigations. There was a time when NOPD's background investigation unit was not in a place to process applicants efficiently and effectively. At that time, in partnership with NOPD, the Police and Justice Foundation did outsource that project. Since that time, NOPD's background investigation unit is, in fact, quite capable of processing applicants efficiently and effectively. So we no longer have that outsourced contract, and all of that has been brought in-house. Direct recruitment. This, of course, is direct contact with applicants, candidates for the New Orleans Police Department to encourage them to begin the process. Once they have applied, they need to be encouraged to take the civil service exam. Historically, that function has been performed by NOPD recruiters in partnership with NOPD last year at their request. We did hire, we being the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation, we did hire 2 staff persons on our payroll, funded with funds from the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement to assist with the recruiting effort. National testing. Earlier this year, a transportability study was performed to determine if we could change the then civil service exam. That transportability study was successful. We have a new civil service exam in place, and national testing officially kicked off May 1. And sort of a catch-all, any general related support activities that the police department might request of us. And if it's in our budget and we can go ahead and perform those functions, we are happy to do so. And that, again, is a quick recap of the 7 primary obligations of the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation pursuant to the CEA. And once again, the visual with NOPJF being responsible for the top of the funnel and having some responsibility for the lavender portion of the funnel, converting applicants to test takers. We do have here some historic data, applications, test takers, and hires. Keep in mind the 2023 projected is a trend line that is based upon the performance of the first 4 months of this year. And of course, it could change. Again, some historic data, applicants, test takers, conversion rates by year, including test to hire rate. And again, 2023 projected is a trend line. So those numbers could change, but they are currently based upon the performance of the first 4 months of 2023. And a budget to date, beginning April 1 and ending 4/30 of 2023 of expenditures by the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation on this effort. I'll note one line item, which would be the second item, Google Ads. The New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation contributes $120,000 in Google AdWords advertising to the campaign. And to date, we have contributed $54,000 in the Google AdWords category. I'll also note on the right-hand side, you'll see in red in parentheses, a 94,500. When the council awarded an additional $400,000 to the cooperative endeavor agreement, approximately $100,000 was set aside for national testing. 5,500 was used to pay for the transportability study. We will not need, as of today, 94,500 to cover the cost of national testing. So we have set those monies on the side in reserve to discuss what, if anything, we might need those funds for.
And that's out of the money that the council gave you.
That is correct. Yes, yes, Chairman Thomas, that is correct. The CEA was $500,000 and the council added an additional 400,000. 100,000 approximately was set aside for national testing. 200,000 intended to cover the costs of the 2 recruiters that are currently working at NOPD's recruiting office. And then there was $100,000 for other projects that may come up.
So is there any consideration of sending that money back or looking to reprogram it?
Right now, because national testing is only just kicked off on May 1st, that is yet to be determined. So those monies are set aside, whether they are refunded or reprogrammed is up for discussion, of course, with the superintendent and with the council.
Okay, all right, thank you. Guys, finish your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember King, then Councilmember Harris.
Still morning. Good morning. Good morning. I have a very direct applicant and a direct question. What is the efforts being done to target and recruit specifically in historical Black college universities throughout the city, throughout the state? And how much money is being used to do that recruiting and what is being done to do that recruiting?
I don't have a dollar amount specifically dedicated to any particular effort. I can tell you to date, approximately 398,000 of the total 900 has been spent on advertising in general, with an additional 54,000 contributed by the Police Foundation for a total of approximately $450,000 in advertising. I don't have a specific line item budget with me today.
Okay, do you know what type of efforts are being done? Because I was told that the efforts were not good. It could be better to target these students in and coming out of, I think the 3 in New Orleans, 2 in Baton Rouge, I think maybe 1 in Shreveport, these 6 HBCUs in the state of Louisiana. We could do a better job of recruiting those students and seeing how half of them are within an hour of this NOPD.
So we have attended some functions at some of the universities across the state. We don't put a lot of effort in job fairs, I'll tell you that. Historically, the return on investment of job fairs has been 0. So much so that we don't even get sufficient leads to make the investment in the job fair financially worthwhile. But we do target digitally across the state. As a, for instance, if someone comes, if there's a big event in New Orleans, for instance, Jazz Fest, then we can geo-target that part of the city and we can hit those people. So we do more things digitally than we do the old-fashioned way. We were in working with Lieutenant Merrick's, who is an HBCU graduate on an HBCU program. Since his not being in recruiting, I don't know if he's on sick leave or if he's been transferred. I'm going to defer to Mr. White to finish that for me.
I believe he's out on leave at the moment, is my understanding.
Okay, so we have, of course, YU Classic coming up, which is a big draw for students. Essence, yes, to some degree, Essence, but I'm talking about like kids, and not kids, but you know, that college age. If we can make I'm not saying you aren't, a more of an effort to really hone in on those students coming out of college, who are down in the city, who are looking for a job and who want to live in this city. If you can do that, that'd be great.
Absolutely. And the way that we usually do that, that's not to say there's not room for improvement, but the way we usually do that is digitally. So if we, for instance, at Essence Fest, if we focus on the geo target of the Superdome or the convention center, where there is a large number of people gathered, then digitally on their cell phones and on their social media feeds, they will start to see join NOPD advertisements. Now, I will tell you, Not everyone in the room here will necessarily see it on their social media feed. They are targeted to a degree. So if you are outside of the target population that we happen to be interested in, then you may not see it on your social media feed.
So this is a suggestion. It may be too old school, but if there is an event, can we get a tent or a table set up saying NOPD is hiring, and we go put that right in the smack dab in the middle of the Fire Classic parade route? Just throwing an idea out that people can't miss it physically.
Absolutely, we can absolutely do that. Ideally, there would be, if the city could find it for us to be able to do that without an expense, and then we could put monies, I would think we would need handouts or something that's
Yeah.
more traditional, then absolutely. You know, sometimes job fairs can be expensive, and I understand that it's an industry like any other, but to spend a couple of $3,000 on a table and to take people out of the office and send them to a job fair only to come away without any applications or any leads is really something that we have to look at. So we always weigh the return on investment for everything that we do. And we are, of course, always flexible. If something's not successful, then we're going to go back and do something else or try something new. And what's not successful today may very well be successful tomorrow. So we always have to keep an eye on those things and be flexible and ready to change.
Thank you.
Member Harris.
I want to go back to return on investment. So according to, and your slides aren't numbered, and I can't really see, but you spent about $773,000 since the CEA was executed.
That's correct.
And you're expected to yield a projected yield of 73 recruits. Was that right?
So I would defer to, well, that is the trend line as we have predicted it.
Yeah.
But I would defer to the NOPD on the hiring piece, as we're at the front end of the funnel, pushing applicants into the top of the funnel and helping to a degree with the conversion of applicants to test takers. But once that stage ends, it is the responsibility of the police department to push everyone, background investigations and get them into the account.
I'm just going off of the information on your slides. So $773,000 spent since the CEA, with the next slide, projected yield in 2023 of 73 hires.
Correct.
So that's about $100,000 per hire that you're spending to yield 73 recruits.
10,000.
10,000, okay. 10,000, okay, sorry.
That's okay. Good.
I'm a lawyer and lawyers don't do math. So $10,000 per recruit, is that typical? Do you have any data to say whether or not that's typical?
I do not have any comparison data, no.
Does anyone up here?
Historically, it's not cost that much. It's an incredibly competitive environment, as I'm sure you're aware. We're spending more now than we have in the past. With that being said, there's a high level of interest in the NOPD. I think we will be able to convert hopefully a significant number of applicants into hires. But that requires the team to work together and do more than we've done in the past, recent past anyway, to get us back to where we were pre-pandemic.
What does that mean for the team to work together?
Well, this is a cooperative undertaking with NOPD, so we can put people into the pipeline and we have to work with NOPD then to result in ideally more than 77 hires. And that number fluctuates. Like for right now, it's fairly low because we just started a class and we're going to probably have a bit of a lull while they process people for the next class. You'll see that number probably jump again around the point where the people who are currently in background transform into hires. No one's been hired since the April class began. Several people have been onboarded, but the class will start, their hire date, as we're tracking on the projection, will be when they set foot in the classroom, that day. And there's a couple different ways we can measure that. If we ran the numbers by onboarding dates, then you'd have a different projection for this year. But not everyone who's onboarded makes it into the classroom. So in the interest of being accurate, we report on hires. I would expect that number to jump. I would hope that number could jump. And historically, we've been able to do more with those numbers than we are currently, but then I think we will do down the road.
Okay, I still want to go back to the $10,000 per hire, assuming that we actually yield 73. Can you pull any comparative data from any other police agencies on recruitment? and provide that to us in the future?
Oh.
That would be helpful, just for us to see. You talk about return on investment, you talk about money spent. We certainly don't want to spend $10,000. I mean, that number could actually, if we get half of that, that means we're spending $20,000 to yield half of what you're projecting here. And that just seems like a lot of money for recruitment spend.
Well, and we might break it down at some point as well, advertising versus program expenses versus other. So your program expenses are going to, those are sort of going to remain static, not quite, but sort of. So that approximately $187,000 in program expenses, hardware, software, things of that nature.
Okay, yeah, no, I'd like to see a breakdown because again, this is money that I don't want to throw good money after bad, especially if we could incentivize these recruits with a payment rather than, you know, spending $10,000 on impressions. The question about working together, I saw the Cleveland ad, and everywhere else is Cleveland. Is that the ad that you all produced?
We did produce that ad, yes.
Did you run it by any sort of NOPD focus group to see if that would make a good impression, a bad impression?
Once the ad was produced, we turned it over to the New Orleans Police Department. We did not post it. We did not take it down.
No, that's not my question. In producing that and coming up with the concept of, you know, folks dancing around this police officer, did anybody focus group to make sure that that would actually form a favorable impression of NOPD and yield recruits? Did you run it by any current police officers to say, okay, this is the concept that we're going for through storyboards, whatever, before it was produced, to see if this was going to be appealing to someone who's currently on the force?
So we did not do a specific focus group.
Okay.
We did not produce it unilaterally. As that concept was being developed, it was being developed in partnership with people at the New Orleans Police Department. That was the prior administration. The concept came into being somewhere around the fall of last year. And then video production actually got underway, I guess, around the December date.
And then once it was edited and ready to go, again, did you preview it for anybody at NOPD to say, oh, how does this feel to you? You know, this is like advertising 101, right? You do a focus group to figure out what's appealing to recruits. You produce something, and then it's possible that you edit it based on an unfavorable or favorable impression. Did you run this ad once it was produced by anyone at NOPD or any current deputies, I would say, the people who you're attracting to NOPD?
Once the ad was produced, it was provided to the New Orleans Police Department. We did not then instruct or ask. We were not involved in another focus group type situation. We turned it over to the New Orleans Police Department, and then it was posted, and then it was taken down.
So I guess the answer to my question is, once it was produced, nobody on your side ran it by any focus group deputies to see if this hit, basically.
We did not. We provided it to the New Orleans Police Department.
I mean, that's a problem, right? I think that anytime that you produce something that is targeting a particular segment, that you need to run it by the segment that you are targeting. I mean, again, I worked in college. I wasn't in admissions, but I worked at Loyola, and we would run by advertising to our current freshmen to see if this would be appealing to the freshmen coming in, because they are the person that we are trying to target. And again, as you talk about collaboration, as you're talking about spending $10,000 per recruit, maybe you're going to yield 73, maybe you're not. You have got to collaborate with NOPD, especially the rank and file, to make sure that this is appealing to them. I saw that Cleveland ad. Listen, I'm from Ohio. I was like, what is going on? It was just so bad and bizarre. And, you know, if I were looking at the ad, I just didn't understand it. And I don't know that anybody would be attracted to NOPD because of it. How much did you spend on that advertisement?
Do you remember the price of the ad, Kevin?
It was approximately $27,000.
$27,000. Again, I think having some input from new recruits, the new classes, the commanders, the captains, to say, is this something that is going to be appealing to the people we're trying to attract is necessary if we're going to turn this trend around.
So the ad was actually produced based on feedback from the current academy classes about a culture shock aspect to working in New Orleans.
Okay.
And a loss of outside applicants who came into the city not knowing what to expect and not knowing what to expect from the department. And we're overwhelmed and therefore, we're less likely to stay potentially.
Yeah, I live in New Orleans. I'm not from here, as people know.
Right.
But there is a culture shock coming here, but that ad was just, I don't know that it encapsulated that culture shock or.
I will just say that subsequent to the production and airing of the ad, we've tightened up our marketing procedures, and we are engaging to work more closely with NOPD on those type of things. We've also brought on an outside firm to give us some, outside of the CEA funds, on our own funds, to give us some recommendations as to how we can proceed better on a marketing basis.
Okay, are you guys advertising on a national basis? Yes. And you're advertising on a regional basis? I've seen one billboard, I think, as we come from the West Bank into New Orleans. But I will tell you that I've seen more billboards in Jefferson Parish advertising for Jefferson Parish police force than I've seen for New Orleans advertising for New Orleans. And I get that billboards aren't the most attractive thing. It's more passive advertising. But if we're talking about return on investment and seeing and reminding people, they are important to some extent. So how many billboards do we have that you all have funded?
Under this current CEA, we have not funded billboards. Under the last CEA, we did run billboards for approximately 6 weeks, from mid-June all the way through the end of July, in particular to catch the Essence Fest crowd that might be driving in from Texas or Florida. So those billboards ran across the Mississippi Gulf Coast. In the current CEA, we have not covered the cost of billboards, but we did work with the superintendent's office to post 23 billboards across the city of New Orleans.
Okay.
The cost for that was 60,000. That did not come out of the CEA.
Right.
We're trying to figure out a way to pay for those outside. We're not going to pay for those CEA.
Okay.
And there were some locations in Jefferson Parish and on the expressway.
Right. I mean, you're advertising to yourself if you're in New Orleans, but maybe you should go to Jefferson and some other jurisdictions. On lateral focus, and I'm going to ask Superintendent Woodfork about this too. Are we targeting laterals at all? Are you targeting laterals at all with this advertising?
Our cooperative endeavor agreement does not cover laterals, and we have not been asked to engage in lateral advertising or recruitment.
Okay. On the civil service and removing barriers, I'm glad to hear that May 1 people can test remotely. That's just for the civil service exam, correct?
That's correct.
And what about the physical exam? They still have to come into New Orleans to do the physical exam?
They still have to come into New Orleans, but we would like to see that overhauled and perhaps remote physical agility introduced into the process.
Yeah, I mean, everything is remote right now, and that shouldn't be a big barrier. So I would encourage y'all to focus on figuring out that. And what other incentives are you all hearing that officers and recruits would find meaningful? Are you hearing any feedback from the funnel of, okay, this is why I've dropped out? I mean, that was important in recruiting, is like figuring out why someone has dropped out of the funnel.
Kevin, I'm going to defer to you on that.
Yeah, so we routinely speak with the incoming classes to assess their recruiting experience. And we do collect feedback from them. We're very.
But that's after the yield. That's after the incoming recruiting class. That's after you've yielded that class. I'm talking about the people at the top of the funnel who drop out midway. Are you talking to those people who have dropped out of the funnel?
We routinely speak with people who dropped out of the funnel as well.
And what are they saying?
A lot of it has to do with the cost of coming to New Orleans, which is why we continue to try to move things remote or online. Some of them do receive competing job offers more quickly. So that's something that we are constantly focused on, being fast, being responsive. But we win a lot over other departments by basically providing better customer services. People in the academy right now that apply to the NYPD or the Chicago Police Department, and they're here instead. And we often win because we take better care of people when they come here to do that. So that's a constant source of an advantage that other departments, larger departments, struggle to recapture, and it's sort of a unique advantage for us.
Do you go back through the top of the funnel people who have dropped out to retarget them?
Yes.
To re-engage them?
That's a great thing to bring up at the moment, because with the new civil service exam, anyone who has failed the old civil service exam is eligible to retest. Anyone that's interested in doing that absolutely should reapply. We're reaching out to all those people now. People occasionally reapply on their own, And there's outreach throughout the process, when people drop out to try and bring them back into the funnel. It tends to be more periodic. Part of what we're looking at is that a hot application on the desk that just came in that day is worth an awful lot of money,
Yep.
right? So as much as, and I think Councilmember King mentioned going to job fairs and things like that, if you have about 2,500 applications so far, it's good to go to job fairs and see if someone else is out there potentially, but you want to work on the 2,500 that are on your desk of people who have gone through, clicked on the website, filled out the full application, indicated that they want to be part of this.
What about people who have partially filled out an application? Do you ever go back and figure out what the issue is or retarget your efforts to the people who have partially completed the application?
There's a screening form on the website, sort of a pre-screening form that encourages you to reflect a little bit on what you're going to be asked down the road. And if, you have things in your background that are probably not going to work out, then just think about how much you want to invest in this effort. And all of the screening form submissions are tabulated and periodically reviewed.
Do you have a way to see if there's a point in which somebody stops filling out the form,
The application
the
itself,
application?
I do not have insight into because it's hosted on a separate platform called NeoGov that's managed by Civil Service. NeoGov has relatively limited ability to track through Google Analytics. And so actually what we're seeing is, people clicking the apply now button on Join NOPD after they submit that form. And from there, we kind of lose who actually filled out.
You
the
don't have
application.
visibility, yeah.
And that tends to be,
Yeah.
depending on the application source, 1 out of every 4 people or so. About 8,000 people have clicked apply so far over this CEA period. And we have about 2,500 applications. So there's an awful lot of people, along the way who got really close. It's a shopping funnel, almost like Amazon, right? So the more.
It's in the
streamlined we
basket,
make it-
right? Yeah. But that's my point is like, can you figure out who's in the basket? And you're saying with the civil service software, you can't figure out who has NOPD in their basket to put it to your Amazon.
Not
analogy.
not as efficiently as we ideally could if everything was on the same platform. This is a discussion that we are having with civil service, with NOPD about platform integrations and things like that. This is just a constant work in progress. We use Salesforce to manage the applications. Civil service uses NeoGov to track the applications.
Salesforce is a better platform. I mean, it just is.
Uh,
And you can see where people stop and say, okay, this is a problem at 3/4 of the application through. Maybe we do something different with this application.
we don't use NeoGov, but we have been very happy with Salesforce
Yep.
for what we've used it for.
Okay,
With that being said, one of the campaigns we have is an active retargeting campaign for people who have visited the site and then left without completing the apply now click. So, I mean, this is a constant process of refinement and honing and going back to people. And we know that not everyone wants to do this, and we are looking for people that want to be police officers, but more importantly, want to be police officers in New Orleans specifically. And those are the people that we're going after and targeting. To Councilmember King's point earlier, Salesforce also allows us to go back and organize lists by someone with a college education who's applied in New Orleans, who comes from a community that we're looking for, bilingual speaker, something like that, military background, and prioritize outreach and phone calls to those specific applicants, because 2,500 applications with 5 recruiters is an awful lot to go through.
Yep.
So it's a, there's always room for improvement, but we have been able to produce results that I have not been able to buy from other people.
all right, thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
I've got far fewer questions than that. Well, I'm not from Ohio, so I don't have to deal with all the Ohio memes that my kids were teaching me about the Ohio memes. So I'll talk to you later about that. I appreciate that you guys are considering getting out of the recruitment business. I think that it is very difficult to kind of have a full responsibility for recruitment when they're 2 different organisms, both working on it on either side of a wall and trying to sync up properly. And I think it's part of the reason why, as y'all know, the council is hiring someone to do an audit. And it's just, generally speaking, not so much to be a gotcha, but more to be looking over this 10-year period and even further, where were the successes and failures with recruitment in general? Because something we get constantly from individuals, whether they be on the street or in the business community, is if there's so many different companies that just do this, why are we doing it? And if it's something that we look at objectively with a third party coming in and doing an audit and they can find that it's something that's worth us continuing to do, let's figure out for a way to make it work. But let's also put on the table that maybe it is something that we should outsource to a group just to do on our behalf. I can tell you as someone who works with law firms who both get calls on a daily basis to either headhunt existing lawyers or sell a law firm on lawyers looking for a job, that the market for finding people in employment has gotten increasingly aggressive, in particular with law enforcement, because as you know, there's a supply and demand issue in that there are more officers in demand than there are on the pipeline to fill positions. And through no fault of yours or even necessarily NOPD, that market has aggressively evolved to the point where I've talked to people who said police officers are kind of up there with nurses at this point, where if you are in a department and you're unhappy and you call the right person, they'll find you a higher paying job at a different department. And if we're not using those tools to aggressively ourselves recruit those individuals across the country who are looking to make a move, we're missing an opportunity. And so I just want to kind of get your renewed commitment as we try to figure out what we're going to do with recruiting. I know that I think there's a review right now going on, the 2 responses we got to the original proposal for an RFP for recruitment auditing. We should have someone selected and up for vote in 2 weeks for the council meeting. When that person is selected, I'd appreciate y'all working with them to figure out what we should do going forward. So that's all I have.
Yeah, absolutely. You have 100% our commitment and our cooperation. As Ms. Bowe said in the beginning, we never dreamed we'd be in this for 10 years. And over the course of our 10 years, we have all met with and discussed with organizations to whom these efforts, be they in whole or in part, could be outsourced to. And what would that look like and how much would that cost? So we have continuously gathered that sort of data in anticipation of turning this over to the city and to the New Orleans Police Department or to some other organization that exists to do this work.
Okay, thank you. Councilman.
Thank you guys. Councilmember Green.
I appreciate the fact that you all are here and that you are working in a very difficult area. I'm a bit disappointed because one of the first things early that I was asked to vote on was to expend taxpayers' dollars on 3 important areas. One was hiring people through the foundation who were going to follow up on every application. Also, the second thing was working to make sure that we could have remote approvals of physical exams and also remote testing. It doesn't sound like we're there on either one of those in terms of the total follow-up that we were going to have. And I want to get clarity on what you envisioned relative to following up with applications. I understood that we were going to get a phone call, for example, to persons who applied to find out what happened in the process. And I'm not necessarily assessing blame. I'm assessing a bit of disappointment just because I thought that we were going to have that in place. Is there a disconnect between what you do and the ability to follow up on applications by phone, by email, or other forms of communication?
Follow-up of applications
Yes.
is distributed to recruiters who are both working for NOPJF as well as recruiters who are working for the New Orleans Police Department. So that obligation is distributed amongst all those people, which I think now is 5, which is now 5, 3 on the New Orleans, on the NOPD side and 2 on our side. So our 2 personnel have been in place. They were hired mid to late August of last year. So about a year now, they have been assisting NOPD with exactly that process of contacting applicants and encouraging them and shepherding them through the process to the civil service exam.
So give me the number on applicants again. How many applicants have there been, for example, in that period? And I know it's in here, but just give me, because I want to ask you a question as to how it works. Yes.
For the CEA period to date, we've had about 2,500 applications.
So you divide up the follow-up with the police department, and how do you determine the follow-up with those applications?
The assignment of applications to recruiters is conducted by the New Orleans Police Department. We, the Police and Justice Foundation, do not play a role in how those opportunities are assigned.
I'm gonna ask the chief of police when she comes up, so I'm gonna get more clarity. But the Police and Justice Foundation does not follow up with the applicants who
No,
turned in
we do. When the applications come in,
the 2,500
and when those applications are then assigned to recruiters for follow-up,
recruiters within Police and Justice Foundation, or
all
also the
recruiters.
police.
Yes, all recruiters.
So we're
We
talking
are not
about
involved
5.
in the assignment process. So those applications come in and they are then distributed by the recruitment staff of the New Orleans Police Department to the 5 recruiters. Included in that number of 5 are the 2 personnel that we hired with the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement funds.
Okay. Based on what you've done, what have you seen in terms of applications? Why we haven't had more go through the process to become police officers?
So I think that goes to some of the comments Mr. White made earlier.
Just a general, what?
Well,
I mean, for example, there's pay, there's the cost of relocation, there's taking the civil service exam in another city. Now we say that we're gonna solve that problem. There's taking the physical exam. I am asking kind of a general question as to how we can improve that by asking you that.
Sure. So currently, the target is to convert 1 out of every 4 applicants into someone who takes the test. Some will pass, some will fail. Then they'll move through the background investigation process. Some will pass, some will fail. Ultimately, out the end will come the number of hires that we need.
Has the 1 out of 4 been working? So that would
One
be
out-
600, that would be 600 applicants to have taken the test.
Right, so the 1 out of every 4, we were very close at the end of March, about 24.9% conversion rate going this year so far. We put in an awful lot of applications in April, 450. And in April, we did not quite, we're working on scaling that to the point where we can do that with 450 applications. But with that being said, the conversion rate this year has substantially improved and is hovering around 20% right now. We're seeing strong work this month. So I think there's
Conversion to test takers.
conversion to test taker.
Okay.
After that,
It's also for the public to understand.
Sure, yeah.
Myself.
So after the conversion to test taker, the applicant is handed off to the background investigator, and that's sort of the end of the involvement of the recruiter. Now, with that being said, if we have trouble reaching the person or something, the recruiter often at that point has a relationship with them, can text them, can call them, and they can help. But the recruiters are focused on the top of that funnel there, taking those applications, 2,500 applications, and converting it into test takers. And that's been a significant drop off for us, and it's a significant drop off for everybody. But it's one of those areas where a very small improvement, just a couple percent, could have a large impact on the back end. And it's not got anything to do with changing standards, lowering standards, anything like that. It's just finding the people that applied and encouraging them to continue through the process. So that's what the recruiters are primarily focused on. And that's largely where our efforts have been focused as well. Now, with that being said, I know someone earlier, maybe Councilmember Morel, talked about working on both sides of a wall with NOPD. We communicate daily. We text each other. We call each other. We have meetings weekly. The relationship with NOPD, especially over the last few months, has been hand in glove to solve some of these problems, and with civil service as well. You know, there's been things in the past that have been sacred cows, and those are gone. I mean, anything that needs to happen, we can bring up with them and get a response. Now, do we always agree? No, not always, but we always talk. We hash things out. We revisit them down the road. We look for places to improve. Our recruiters work out of their office. Alex is there almost all the time. I'm there usually at least for the weekly meeting, if not more often. So it's a very close relationship. Now, ultimately, we contribute that top part of that funnel, but the working relationship is, I would say, pretty strong right now.
Do you see more enthusiasm amongst applicants?
I see I see an interest in the New Orleans Police Department that had sometimes ebbed and sometimes flowed, but I see an interest now that has not always been present in the last year or two. And I think that there's a very good chance that this is a very different year. And that's, you know, in no small part to new energy in the recruiting office brought by some changes that was made on the NOPD side and by a renewed commitment. I mean, the focus of this organization too, you know, certainly doesn't hurt to make it a priority.
That was a good headline statement.
and I want the media to jump on that. You said that there's more enthusiasm. Well, that's my word, enthusiasm, but there's more interest.
We're seeing a lot of traffic on the site. We're seeing a lot of people apply. We're seeing a lot of conversions and we're seeing a lot of people making calls, returning calls. The performance in building the class that launched in April was frankly not something I don't think I've ever seen since I've been working on this project since 2016 or so. So, I mean, it was just really an all-out effort to put together a class, a strong class. They're making their way through the academy. And I think, there'll be another very strong class in July. The pipeline is robust and we're seeing real efforts. I mean, the average processing time was something like 19 days in March. And that's just unheard of. And I think we got good applicants out of it.
And I want to thank you for those comments, and I want to thank the New Orleans Police Department for the work that it's doing right now. Sometimes what the work is being done doesn't get the recognition that takes place, but they're making good arrests, constitutional arrests. They're responding very quickly to calls that reflect calls where people or citizens are imperiled. I think that people are seeing that. We've seen arrests. I hate to see the fact that we've had murders, but we've seen arrests that have taken place right now. We saw the police make 3,600 arrests last year, including 1,800 for violent felonies. I'm using this as a commercial. You all are here and the police are here to recruit for the New Orleans Police Department. Join NOPD.org. It's a very noble profession, and it also has a very important role in making our citizens safer, which it is doing. Just imagine if they weren't doing the job that they're doing right now. So I want to encourage that. I also want to encourage those other aspects of that we talked about functioning better. The physical exams being taken outside of the city. I'd like to see us have a report on that happening between you and the New Orleans Police Department. And also I'd like to have within a month the results of how many people are now taking the test online in other cities. It's important for the recruiting process. And I'll end with this last thing. Yes, Councilman Thomas, I'm actually going to end, and I'm going to say that it's going to really be the end after I finish.
You're a man of your word.
Oh, wait a minute.
A word.
I didn't say all that. Too many people out there, especially in the areas of those who are committing crimes, think that we continually use the shortage of police manpower and woman power, and that means that things aren't getting done. I want to warn them that arrests are being made, that prosecutions are being made, that the New Orleans Police Department is working with the federal government, with the violent offender warrant squads, with the FBI, with ATF and other agencies. And if you think that because there's a shortage of police officers, that means you can do any crime and get away with it, certainly some of the arrests that you've seen lately, the involvement of the federal government in some of the prosecutions should send you a different message. This city council has gone out of its way to make money available to programs that help youth, that help adults, that provide for assistance in a variety of ways. And there have never been more jobs than there are now in our city of New Orleans. I just want to encourage the public that no matter what you hear at these presentations, especially those who are choosing to do the wrong thing, recognize that there are still people who are out there working hard to make sure our citizens are safer every day. That involves the New Orleans Police Department, this city council, this administration, and the like. Let's do what we can to cut down on this criminal activity and do something else more productive in a city that's growing right now. But thank you all, and I look forward to those follow-up presentations. I thank you all. I thank the New Orleans Police Department and the city council for the outstanding support that is provided, especially at budget time. Thank you.
Councilman? Okay.
Furthermore, no. Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Thank you. So I have a specific request from the foundation. We are now in May, and I believe schools may start opening around August, September. So that'll give us 3 to 4 months to prepare for this. There are 7 HBCUs in the state, 3 in New Orleans, 2 in Baton Rouge, and 2 in North, 2, sorry, 2, that makes 7. 3, 2, and 2, and 2 in North Louisiana. So can we get with those school leaders and set up a table, a desk, at the beginning of school in the union on the cafeteria. See, excuse me, see what kind of interest we can get. And if it takes a couple of months for the recruitment process. So if we could get seniors who are about to graduate next in 2024, spring 2024, and if we can get them on board in this fall semester, that may be an entire new crop of people that we couldn't potentially tap into, or we haven't tapped into in the future. And could we get a report? Is it October, November, with a budget to come back? Can we get a report on the numbers by October for the yearly budget meeting? Can we get us a report on how many schools were visited, what was done, and how many people actually applied? Applied from these 7 universities.
Councilmember King, we would be happy to do so. The current cooperative endeavor agreement does end July 31.
Oh, well,
So all of those, the suggestions and the plans certainly would lend themselves
it's
to
a
the
moot-
next
it's a moot
cooperative
point then.
endeavor agreement. And should there be one in place, we would be happy to accommodate that. Yes.
So there's one in place that would be an ask from the council. We can get those results. Assuming there's one in place, we get those results in the next October budget meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other council members? First of all, thank you, guys, as always, but especially for the service of the foundation. It's expanded over the years from what its original mission was into this area, like we're talking about recruiting and retention. Know that recruiting and retention is going to be the centerpiece of every discussion we have, but anything that has anything to do with the police department and their ranks. Labor was a question earlier when we talked to juvenile court. It was a question when we talked to criminal court about monitoring and having someone to deal with the monitoring, given that issue. So I would hope that all of the different components that have a relationship with NOPD would be ready to address what are they doing to make sure we have more labor, more man and woman power on the police department. The cooperative endeavor agreement, these 7 areas, if you guys could rate those 7 areas, especially after 10 years of an agreement, which areas are you good at? Which ones would you say, especially that you want to get out of recruiting, you want to get out of that piece? You're looking forward to getting out of that. Which areas, what are your strengths? What is the foundation good at? And where have you added value?
Our digital advertising, there's some traditional media in there, but the digital advertising has produced a significant number of applications, as many as 7,450 in 1 year. I think that we have performed well in that market.
And that would be on the website, right?
The website?
You said.
Oh, you want me to take 1, 2, 3, 4 and move them around?
No, yeah, no, I know. No, so I just didn't see the word digital.
Oh, I think we are most effective at advertising, national and digital. Well, that would be it. Advertising, I
Okay.
think, would be our
Okay.
number 1.
Okay.
And perhaps something that's not listed here that I think we do a very good job of, and we really is Mr. White and now Mr. Kalenda, is you always need someone sort of to act as a manager.
Right.
And so we monitor the website, and if there's a problem with the website, we notify city IT. We're always looking at the marketing and the advertisements. If an ad is doing well somewhere or not doing well, then immediately we can pull it and push it to somewhere else. So you sort of an overarching, keeping an eye on everything that's involved in the process. And obviously our uniformed officers have a lot of duties that go beyond this effort. So in the event something's come up that perhaps they might not be aware of because they have been on the street for 12 hours or they have been pulled for another shift for some other reason, that we can get involved or we can try to help, we can work with the civilian staff. I think that's a big part of what we bring to this whole process, is just an overarching, keeping an eye on everything and being able and willing and available to help whenever help is needed, whether it's Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, or it's nights, weekends, and holidays.
Councilmember Harris, I think was very good and very thorough. She actually asked a lot of the questions and got responses to a lot of the issues, as well as Councilmember King. I think that people were concerned about, but she talked specifically about standards of recruiting. You know, there are law enforcement foundations and organizations that have principles of recruiting from PERF to international police chiefs. There are certain 5 or 6 standards that they use when you talk about recruiting, retention, as well as other law enforcement issues. Do y'all ever use any of those recommendations that come from PERF or the other police foundations when you're looking at recruitment and retention, or especially working with NOPD? Because those standards are universal.
We do routinely have discussions with national law enforcement agencies such as IACP and PERF, as well as I many times attend the IACP conference. As far as police foundations, absolutely. I have a robust relationship with police foundations across the country. There are about 200 of us, maybe a little more than that. Not many of them are very small, and some of them are strictly voluntary. But those that are larger and that are involved in recruiting, we do have discussions with. And we also keep in touch with other law enforcement agencies. I think Metro PD in Washington, D.C. would probably be at the top of that list. And as we travel around the country, whether it's professionally or personally, we do engage in some of those conversations to find out what's working for other people.
And then, the last thing I'm going to be consistent with, especially at these quarterly meetings with every agency that's part of the criminal justice system, because I'll go back to the first time we got together when there was an issue about coordination and communication. It seemed like there were different silos or different parts of the criminal justice system that were operating in their area, but not much coordination and communication within the system in general. So how would you rate that level of coordination, cooperation, and communication now?
Our relationship with the New Orleans Police Department now is as good as it's ever been. We have Mr. Kalenda and Mr. White have weekly meetings every Monday with Lieutenant Powell. Recruit stat is getting ready to kick off under the leadership of Deputy Chief Johnette Williams. I routinely talk to Chief Landry. Sometimes the superintendent is on the phone call in our conversations. As Mr. White noted, Mr. Kalenda reports for duty almost daily to the office at 1515 Poitras, where recruiting is located. The 2 staff persons we hired with the cooperative endeavor agreement monies, they report for duty and they work side by side with the New Orleans Police Department recruiters. So I think that our relationship is very good and continues to grow and improve every day. Well,
along with recruitment and retention, I'm going to continue to ask that question because all I know is what worked, and we have a roadmap. When crime was cut 63%, double the national average in this town. When the murder rate went from 424 to 159, there was major cooperation amongst every agency within the system. I just don't understand why there are so many question marks when we come before these public bodies about stuff that should be worked out, or relationships that should be working to resolve them before they get to these public meetings. It would seem to me like every agency ought to come, well, we got together last week and we answered that question. Or, well, we got together this week and we figured out this is how you do it within the system. But it seems to me every time we have these meetings, especially about crime, which is the number one issue in our community, we're still asking questions of the system that it would seem to me like the system should have worked out amongst themselves. I believe the DA bone is connected to the police department bone, is connected to the criminal justice bone, is connected to the juvenile bone, and all of those bones make up a skeleton that's functional. But it just seems like something went awry over the last couple of decades, and we're all trying to figure out how everybody whose mission should be the same to get on the same page again.
Well, I can tell you as it relates to recruitment, our mission and that of the New Orleans Police Department are definitely aligned.
Well, I don't think anything ought to happen with the police department or for the police department where the police department isn't the foundation of it or helping direct it. I don't see where somebody should be sent in to save a system, and that part of the system isn't principled in how you set up those commandments that it should live by. And I just see some areas where we still have a long way to go when you talk about cooperation and coordination. And in many cases, respect for individual agencies, but I appreciate what you guys do. Anything y'all want to add before we close out?
I'd just like to express our gratitude, not only to you, but also to
Interim Chief Woodfork and the department, and especially the recruiting team. We're so grateful for everything they do to work closely with us, and we want to thank them.
Well, y'all are a valuable part of the system, and I think y'all took on a task to help. And, you know, maybe over time we found out maybe how you help the other areas where you guys can use your time and your talent. But everybody who wants to take on this issue we have with crime, especially violent crime in our community, everybody's gonna have to operate at their highest level of efficiency. Not 70%, not 80%, given the crime, not even 99%, probably 110%. And we need y'all at y'all best, working as part of this whole criminal justice system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any online comments? No online comments. Next item on the agenda.
Next item is a presentation from the New Orleans Police Department.
Once you guys are settled, Chief Woodfork, if you could identify everybody with you. And then as soon as you're ready, start your presentation. And thank you guys for coming. And to everyone who's been here, guys, sorry, we hate to belabor this meeting. We know everybody has jobs and work to do, but there are a lot of important questions and answers that we're trying to get to for the public. Chief Woodfork.
Good morning. I have here with me today, members of my staff, Captain Raven Baptiste, my Chief of Staff, Stephanie Landry, and of course, Lieutenant Nicole Powell, who is also on my staff, but now is overseeing recruitment.
Whenever you're ready.
And thank you again for allowing me to give you the status or update on the New Orleans Police Department. Guided by my strategic crime plan, the NOPD continues to focus on reducing violent crime, recruitment and retention, community engagement, and substantial consent decree compliance. And these are all areas which I believe are important, not only to NOPD, but the entire community. This year, we have seen considerable progress in these areas, but we do know that there is a lot more work to be done. Violent crime has decreased by 17% in 2023 compared to the same period in 2022, including decreases in homicide, non-fatal shootings, armed robberies, and carjacking. This year, there have been, as of today, 84 murders compared to 100 murders during the same period in 2022, resulting in a 16% decrease. The year-to-date murder clearance rate for 2023 is 45.8%, and our murder solve rate is 49.4%. We know that in the perpetration of most of our violent crimes, there are firearms that are being used. And as I stated previously, we are collaborating with our federal and state partners by sharing intelligence data to solve crimes, target the most violent offenders, and getting firearms off the street. So far this year, we've seized a total of 1,083 guns and made 669 arrests involving illegal firearms, representing an 18% and a 76% increase respectively compared to the same period in 2022. We continue our collaborative effort with our state and federal partners, LSP, ATF, FBI, DEA, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Marshal Service and Secret Service in strategic deployments based on the collection of intelligence and analytical data. The goal of our collaborations is to disrupt violent crime in the city of New Orleans. And so these deployments have yielded some really good results with 40 narcotics arrests, 83 weapons seized, 96 felony arrests, 23 misdemeanor arrests, 16 property crime arrests, 23 felons in possession of a firearms arrest, and 8 fugitive warrants arrests across the city so far. Our district commanders continue to use data-driven analysis to deploy in areas which are considered hotspots, and these hotspots are indicated on the maps in red. We've also reached out to LSP to request additional patrols on the I-10 corridor from the I-610 all the way out to Mishu to provide a more robust presence to address interstate shootings and additional highway enforcement. And in addition to that, with summertime fast approaching, I've also requested an earlier start to Operation Golden Eagle 3.0, which is a collaboration with LSP, ATF, the FBI, probation and parole, and Homeland Security to provide support to our district officers. Another summertime initiative is Operation Morning Star, which is a collaborative between the U.S. Marshal Service and NOPD VALS to remove wanted violent offenders off the streets of our city. And we are currently in the process of finalizing mutual aid agreements with our local universities, LSU, SUNO, and Tulane, most of whom have former NOPD brass as their leadership. The agreements will enable us to collaborate with our local partners to expand coverage along corridors patrolled by those university police officers who can manage certain calls for service, which adds to burden reduction for district officers. And on our last presentation, we talked about Mardi Gras and just wanted to give you a little bit more in-depth information about Mardi Gras. And as reported in the budget committee recently, our Mardi Gras spending for 2023 was $2.7 million, which is a $1.3 million increase compared to 2022. And this increase is due in part to the city forging a partnership with the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office and several outside state law enforcement agencies. And these agencies provided additional officers who assisted NOPD with crowd control along the traditional parade routes for Carnival Cruise this year. And the NOPD received assistance from approximately 50 to 75 additional officers for the weekday parades and 100 or more for the weekend parades. And all the officers who worked during this time were paid at least $50 per hour and $75 per hour on Mardi Gras Day. And other than the incident that happened during the Bacchus Parade, I think we had a pretty successful Mardi Gras. And on our recruitment and retention side, which is a huge part of my strategic plan and a huge effort by the department. Recruitment and retention, continue to remain a top priority for us. And once again, I'd like to thank Mayor Cantrell and the council and the Civil Service Commission and the CAO's office for your support in this effort with the passage of the recruitment and retention package. On March 31st, our officers began to receive the $5,000 to $20,000 in retention pay based on their years of service. And the next group of retention payments are scheduled for June 30th, which is consistent with the current pay policy for processing retention pay on a quarterly basis. We continue our marketing efforts promoting that lateral transfers and reinstated officers hired between July 24, 2022 and October 21st, 2024 will receive 4 retention payments of $5,000 each at the completion of 9 months, 2 years, 3 years, and 4 years of service. And so far this year, we reinstated 5 former officers with 3 more that are currently in the background process, the phase of recruitment. And we're seeing very positive results in our recruiting effort. As of today, we have more recruits than the total number of recruits last year. In March, class 196 graduated with 11 recruits. And on January 31st, class 197 began with 18 recruits, and they are scheduled to graduate July 14th. And on April 10th, we welcome class 198 with 20 recruits. And we are preparing for class 199 with 3 recruits hired and 9 in psychological and medical and 18 in the background phase. And the start date for that class is July 24th. And this is truly the result of having the foresight to put new leadership there, and that's Lieutenant Nicole Powell. And I assigned her there because she is laser focused with her approach to all our recruitment efforts, and she is doing close and effective supervision over this unit like I haven't seen before. So kudos to her. She's doing an excellent job. Thank you, Lieutenant Powell. And to further our recruitment efforts, we're also doing some advertisement pieces with the I Support NOPD lawn signs, banners, and the 23 digital vinyl billboards placed throughout the metropolitan area. And in addition, we're promoting the new retention pay, which has yielded a slight decline in separation of officers compared to the same time last year. And with only 20 resignations in 2023 versus 46 resignations last year in 2022. And we're working with civil service to restore the police cadet position to create a pipeline to the police recruit position. And effective May 1st, with the assistance of civil service, we began remote testing for out-of-state applicants. In this summer, we're going to, with civil service, we'll administer a sergeant's exam. And we're also in discussion with civil service and doing a job study with regards to the possibility of administering a police majors exam. And we're working on partnering with our local universities with criminal justice programs for recruiting opportunities. So far, we participated in events at Southern University at New Orleans and Delgado, and we plan to attend an upcoming event at Tulane University. And also in an effort to provide additional civilian staffing support, we have added 102 new positions, with emphasis being placed in areas that allow for burden reduction, such as police intake specialists, for our alternative police response unit, crime lab analysts, social workers, and other administrative positions. And today we've hired a total of 74 new civilians, including 23 police intake specialists and 13 investigative specialists. And we continue to remain engaged in the community, and we think our youth are right now a priority to stay engaged with. So we continue to connect with city agencies and our community partners to create strong presence throughout the city and engage citizens. And this year we kicked off our first ever Junior Citizens Police Academy in partnership with the New Orleans Recreation Department and Mr. Larry Barabino. NOPD, with other criminal justice partners, conducted a 6-week internship program for youth between the ages of 16 and 17, where participants learned about community policing, patrol duties, innovative technology used by the NOPD Crime Lab, and much, much more. The participants received a small stipend, which was funded by NORD. I'm excited to say that last Tuesday on the 2nd, we actually graduated 22 of those participants. In the summer, we will continue to engage our city's youth with the return of midnight basketball and gaming labs at various NORD facilities beginning June 1st. And midnight basketball is an 8-week summer initiative for the entire family. We want the entire family to be a part of this. And we have 20 teams signed up so far to participate, and it's free and open to the public to attend. And for the non-ballers, those who don't participate in the actual basketball games, there's a gaming lab set up to offer our youth a wonderful way to play and learn while exposing them to the growing STEM field. And that's with science, technology, engineering, and math. The games will begin with our kickoff at an event at Suno on June 1st, and everyone is welcome to attend. And it is an important part of our plan to ensure youth are engaged in fun activities. However, we are committed to ensuring curfews are enforced during the summer months. We're in the process of finalizing our approach to curfew violators this summer, and this information is going to be published via our media outlets to advise the public the parameters of how curfew will operate this summer. Our current strength of commissioned officers is 916. We have 267 civilian employees, and we have 38 recruits for a total of 1,221 total workforce. We have lost 30 commissioned personnel year to date compared to 61 at the same time in 2022. So we have cut that number in half as far as separations are concerned. And under my leadership, I have refocused our efforts in achieving compliance with the consent decree and moving our department to the next phase of the consent decree. As required in paragraphs 433 and 434 of the consent decree. Last month, we held meetings in each of the 8 police districts to update citizens of New Orleans on the NOPD and the status of the department's compliance with the consent decree as we see it. Our team continues to publish our audits and reports online regarding consent decree compliance, and we welcome the public to examine this data and view a video presentation online by visiting NOLA.gov/NOPD/consent-decree/. This police department continues to be committed to creating a safer New Orleans. Our goal is to reduce violent crime in our city and provide a quality of life that citizens and visitors of New Orleans expect and they truly deserve. And I really, really appreciate your time listening to our presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate your work and I appreciate your presentation. Can you talk to me about lateral? I know you're recruiting laterals. Is there, and we talked about this previously, an abbreviated academy for laterals? Is that a possibility so that they don't have to go through the normal academy and the length of the academy?
There is an abbreviated academy for laterals. It's 10 weeks. It's 10 weeks for the laterals.
And what is the normal academy?
27 weeks.
Oh, great. That's good to hear. Cause we had talked about it, but I didn't know it was abbreviated.
Yes.
I would love your take on the Cleveland advertisement.
Well, when I first viewed the commercial, I took some thought to like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Everywhere else is Cleveland. My first thought, well, it could be an insult because if I was from Cleveland, I probably would like, what does that mean? Like, we're not fun. I just didn't, I thought it was a little risque. I knew New Orleanians knew what the dancing and the Mardi Gras theme was, but I just didn't think that maybe anybody else would probably understand or catch where we were trying to go as far as recruiting. It just wasn't a great recruiting video for me. And I expressed that to Melanie Talia, and I was told that, well, it wasn't for me to like, it was for 21 to 34-year-olds to like. And I was like, okay, I know I'm a little old, but I just didn't think it was a great recruitment ad.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were here for the questioning of that. I do think that they need to, if they're going to produce any ads in the future, need to reach out to new recruits or people in the pipeline to make sure that the ad is actually targeted to them and makes sense, and people who are in positions of power within NOPD. So hopefully there will be more collaboration on messaging, because you all are the front lines and you know what recruits look for and what retains folks as well.
Right, and I asked, when was this video made? Was it prior to me being appointed? Who discussed this? Who, who produce this? I mean, whose idea was it? Was it discussed?
Right.
And I just really couldn't get I don't know if it was done before me or it was discussed but I just, it wasn't an ad that I was fond of, and that's just in being honest and transparent.
No, I appreciate the honesty. On the allotment of new hires and new recruits, I assume you're looking at districts that are hot right now as far as allocating new recruits, or are you doing it per rata?
Well, we looked at it, and my thing is, I think take the 7th district, for instance, it's definitely a bigger area, one of the biggest district that we have, as far as land mass is concerned. And of course, there have to be more officers in that district. So that is the way we're gonna be, deploying those new recruits who we have to send out into the district. It's gonna be based on, where the crime is going on. And because the 7th district is a hot spot, and it's, there are a lot of areas out there that we, have to address, and it's a large district. We're gonna be putting most of our new recruits in those areas. We're gonna put them where we need them, and 7th district is an example of probably where a good number of those recruits will be.
Okay. And I want to just highlight something for my colleagues, and I know you're aware of this. I was in a meeting in the 6th district with the DA's office, Captain Gillard, some of his folks. There was no AC. It was hot.
Yes.
And I immediately went to property management and said, what are you doing about the AC here? And, supply chains, blah, blah, blah. But the conditions in various buildings are not what they should be. And as we're talking about retaining police officers, retaining civilians, we need to make sure as a city that we're taking care of the building, the physical infrastructure in which you all need to work. And so again, I will press property management as much as I can to make sure that the AC is working in the 6th district. I was talking to Commander Nolan in the 2nd district. The streets around the police headquarters station are horrible. She said that she's losing cars because they're bottoming out on the streets. And so we did a ride along with the Sewer and Water Board to try to take care of some of those bigger potholes. But again, I think as a city, we need to make sure that the areas around the stations themselves need to be the best that they can be so that you all can do the jobs that you need to do and not be hindered by the physical aspects of the headquarters and streets around you. So I just want to give you a heads up and really thank your folks for bearing with us as we try to take care of them and get improvements to the stations and to the streets.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that, and all the volunteer efforts that the blue team had offered, and the improvements that they've made to the different stations. Our community partners are, our biggest supporters, and we really appreciate them, and we really appreciate the council and all the efforts that you guys are making to make those things happen as far as the AC units and the areas in and around the station. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. On the 74 civilians, I think that's fantastic. I hope we can hire up more. And then I just want to quote you on the non-ballers. Hopefully we can get some midnight basketball at AL Davis Park because I know that the kids around that park really could use some activities.
Yes.
And so as a non-baller myself, I'm happy to participate and go and at least cheer folks on. So thank you for all that you're doing.
Right. I'll be on the sidelines with you. I tried 10 times and couldn't get one basket. So yeah, I'm going to be on the sidelines, but also going to be making it, if it's not at a particular park or in a particular area, provide transportation for kids who want to come to the different locations. We'll have our NOPD bus at a specific location. We'll make the announcement, and where we're able to pick those kids up and actually bring them over to whatever center that we are doing the basketball in that particular night. So we don't want to leave anyone out. So that was a solution to making sure everybody's included, but it's going to be at several different places. So I'm sure we'll get around to a lot of areas and a lot of kids in the city. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Woodson Gymnasium was one of the original sites for the first midnight basketball, in an agreement that was worked out with the NOPD, the city, and the school system. So that was some time ago. Councilmember King.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chief and company. First, I think you're doing a good job. You give your honest opinion about the video. So I'm gonna give you my honest opinion about the job I think that you and the men and women of NOPD are doing. I think you're doing a good job. Hats off to you all with a quick apprehension and the Mandinas shooter. That was excellent police work. There was a recent shooting in the 7th Ward area around a Rampart, St. Bernard area. You all jumped on that real fast. We had some online discussion about making that area safer. So again, thank you for that and all the improvements that I personally see happening with NOPD. I want to ask about these civilian hires. Is there any thought about, with no, maybe too late now, but with the recent high school graduates, getting some of those kids, 18, 19-year-olds, 17-year-olds who finishing high school, get them in the NOPD pipeline as civilians. And in 2 to 3 years, whenever they're ready for the academy, they have experience and knowledge of how NOPD operates.
That's our thought with the police cadet program. You know, they do that program, of course, they're be doing a lot of clerical things, you know, assisting in different offices and different units. Not actually doing any active police work or anything like that, but learning what we do. And hopefully through the cadet program, they'll see whether they want to go to the civilian side or actually become a police recruit. So that's our hope, that that program is gonna you know, garner some police recruits and also some civilian hires through it. And right now we've asked some of the candidates that actually graduated from the Junior Citizens Academy, because they're right at that age, getting ready to graduate from high school. The salary is pretty good for someone who's just, you know, graduating from high school. So hopefully with the salary and the experience and the possibility of starting a career at a very young age, we'll garner a lot of participants and hopefully get civilian hires as well as recruit hires.
Well, if I could just make that suggestion in the fall semester, like when you enter, if you maybe enter some of the high schools and say, look, you're a senior, you'll be finished high school in 5-6 months, consider civilian work with an OPD, and maybe in 2 years you'll be ready to be a officer.
Yeah, we started already. We went to Warren Eastern High School. We contacted principal there, and they allowed us to come over and give our presentation to juniors and seniors there. So we can possibly garner some applicants for our program. And we are continuing to go to different high schools or different places where we can attract those 16, 17, 18-year-olds who are getting ready to graduate from high school, and they can feed right into the cadet program, start a career. They may not be ready for college. They may want to just take a year off or see if they want to become a part of the NOPD. So that's the goal. We're visiting different schools throughout the year, this upcoming school year, to try to garner some applicants for that program.
Okay, well, as my auntie would say, you on the ball. Let me ask about like some crime reduction strategies. So this is a pet peeve of mine. I'm seeing it more and more often, just becoming more brazen in the city. The lack of license plates.
Yes.
In the city, whether it's no license plates at all, and an expired temp tag. It's one of those two, and I see them multiple times a day, along with illegal tents. So it's like a combination of, I got this legally tented vehicle with no license plate. To me, that's just red flags of something is afoot with this vehicle. And usually maybe a Kia or a Hyundai. So are there any efforts to step up the traffic enforcement? I'm not saying, you know, stop the soccer mom and the camera on the caravan because he has a dim headlight, but looking at, okay, this is a car that has no license plate, maybe no insurance because you have no license plate, maybe stolen, legal tent, you're trying to hide something. Are there any efforts to pick up enforcement on that area?
I share in your frustration as far as the traffic violations. They are really, I have to say, worse than I've ever seen them before. So yes, there is. Like I mentioned in the presentation, we have asked LSP to assist us in highway enforcement. So this summer, so highway enforcement means stopping those vehicles that have those temp tags or no tags or illegal tent. And that, along with our traffic unit, getting back to doing some enforcement, making more frequent checkpoints, actually putting those car cameras in strategic areas where we're seeing an increase in that, and also them actually getting back out in the field and making some traffic stops and actually arrests. And also I have tasked the district captains and their officers in a more robust, meaningful traffic enforcement in each district. Dedicate someone in your district. Let me know how you're going to do it. I've tasked the captains with that. I want to know, what are you going to do about traffic enforcement in your district? So everyone, the whole department is being tasked with a more robust traffic enforcement effort, especially this summer with kids being out of school and a lot going on. So definitely, and once the department, and I'm confident that we will get our numbers back up as far as manpower, to increase the numbers in our traffic section, in our traffic division, to make that, to have that more robust traffic enforcement with the traffic unit, with our traffic division. So yes, we are doing some things to make sure that we are addressing all these traffic, whether they be minor to someone or not. And that's also ways to actually apprehend some of those people who are wanted for violent crimes in during a traffic stop. So yes, we do have efforts in place. There have been instructions on what to do as far as traffic enforcement is concerned in the districts, on the highways. We also have overtime that is being worked on the highways where they're strategically placed in different areas along the interstate. And if they see those violations, that is a part of the overtime to make those stops, to do that traffic enforcement. So we can get those people who are violating with the no license plates, the expired license plates, the dark tent, what have you. And so, yes, we are actually doing some more traffic enforcement efforts.
And just if you can pay attention to this spot. So Captain Watson of the 4th District sent a report out. They did some traffic stops and did a great job.
Yes.
In the hot spot. Something to keep in the back of your mind. So in Bell Chase, they're doing the construction of a new Bell Chase Bridge, and they're indefinitely closing the Bell Chase Tunnel. There's only 2 ways into Bell Chase, one through Gretna, one through Algiers.
Right.
So it's going to be a lot of traffic, an increase in traffic coming to and from Bell Chase through Algiers on the Gulf. And those out of town, out of parish residents show little respect to our highways, especially on the Gulf. So if we can just pay attention to that area, along the Gulf, as you get closer to the Woodland Bridge, getting closer to Plaquemines Parish, just to make sure that, and send a message to those individuals, you just can't use Algiers and the Gulf as your raceway to get to and from work or to and from school. So we are anticipating additional traffic. Just to keep that in the back of your mind and maybe do some strategic enforcement in that area.
I agree. And, I have also instructed the district captains to look at where they're having the most accidents in their district. We look at the data and that's where you should be doing a lot of enforcement. There should be a lot of deployments in those areas. And we do it throughout the city. We look at the data, see where we're having our most traffic accidents, and we set up a checkpoint here and there in that area, because that's where your violators are. That's where we can pick up our most violations. So you have a great point, people coming in and out of the parish. So we will look at it. I'll speak with Chief Gantier and Captain Watson about it, and we'll see what we can do with that.
Councilmember Green. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Good to see you. First, I'd like to applaud the NOPD on the civilian hires. We asked as a council that civilians be a part of the growth of the police department. The funding was provided, the administration asked for it, so it wouldn't be working if the hires weren't taking place. So I do want to commend you on that.
Thank you. We understand that, today's policing calls for civilianization and, it's important, that we pay attention to the trends going on around the country. And we have embraced, civilianization, and I think we're doing, a great job at hiring, our civilian corps.
Yes, very appreciative of those civilians who want to help too.
Thank you.
They're not only working, but they
They are helping.
want to
yes.
helping. I appreciate that. You glossed over it because of your professional position and you see it every day. But can you share again with the public the good news relative to the recruits and the comparison to last year? And yes, I'm looking at a member of the media who I want to pick that up. That is great news about the academy, the numbers of officers compared to the past.
Right, I think, of course, under the leadership of Lieutenant Powell and the whole recruitment division are doing an excellent job. We have held the recruiters and officers assigned there very accountable, deadlines, dates. She's made a number of changes, which is holding the recruiters and the officers that are assigned there more accountable. And that's why it's such a the pace is moving so much faster than it was. And that's why I wanted to put new leadership there, because it's about accountability. And like I said, from the very beginning, we have to put people in places where their strong suit is. And I think that Lieutenant Powell is very strong in being very detailed. Her supervision is probably second to none. So I think she was she's a great asset to my staff, and also she has been to the recruitment division. So I think we are doing great. We have those numbers. We have done more than what was done last year. It was only 28 recruits hired last year. We're at 38 currently, and we're looking to get to at least. We said we wanted 50 initially, but I think we're gonna outdo ourselves in the next couple of months. So, which is a great thing. The more qualified stars that we can hire as recruits and civilians, the better for the police department, better for our city, better for public safety.
You also glossed over, because you see it every day, and I guess you know the work that you're doing, but the fact that resignations have been cut in half, basically. Could you talk about that and why you see that happening? That's a good news story that I hope will be jumped on, just as it's been jumped on for years, that we were losing so many officers. Now it looks like during the first trimester of this year, we've cut those number of resignations in half. Could you talk about that?
Absolutely. I think the administration as a whole had the foresight to listen to officers and what their complaints were and why they were leaving the job or leaving the profession, and looking over the forms that they have to fill, their exit interviews, to see why people were leaving, and the mayor going out to roll calls and listening to the officers and answering their call. Promises made, promises kept, equipment, vehicles, computers, better working conditions as far as stations are concerned, as Councilmember Harris mentioned. All those different, the retention bonuses. They made good on all those promises with the support of the council and the mayor's administration. And so I think the promises made by myself, looking at different things as far as a disciplinary matrix, just different, a whole lot of different things that we promised that the officers asked us about. We made good on those promises. And so people are seeing the change. They're seeing the department as being more fair as it comes to PIB and disciplinary investigations of that sort. So I think people are seeing the change. There have been, like I said, 5 officers who came back, and that's at an effort by our command staff and our deputy chiefs calling out to those people who have recently left, and got at least 8 people interested in revisiting coming back to the department. So I think we're doing a great job overall. Everyone is doing their part, holding people accountable. And I think that is why we have been successful so far.
So the number of officers in the potential officers in the academy is up.
Yes.
Resignations are down.
Yes.
And we've gotten at least 5 officers to return to the police force, the New Orleans Police Department, after having left.
Yes, and 3 more in the pipeline. They're just finishing up their background.
I see tomorrow's headline right now. That should be the case. We've emphasized so much, unfortunately, the negative, the reduced response times and things like that. The officers who are leaving, now we have a story in the first trimester that's a very good story, and I appreciate that. And I hope that it'll be given the amount of attention that it would be given, that if it were the opposite. So thank you for your work.
And to add to that, not only are we beefing up our department, we are solving crime. You know, just today, there were 3 arrests and 2 different homicides. And we continue, our homicide unit and our detectives continue to work on those investigations. They keep working very, very hard to solve those incidents and all other violent crimes too, not just homicides, but carjackings. We're working hard. We're holding folks accountable. People are working like they have never had before. I see the commitment. They're now commitment because they are a part of a department that is fair, that is listening to them, that is answering their questions or their concerns. So I think we're creating a great environment here, a great workplace, and I am confident that we're gonna build our strength back up to over that 1,200 that we talked about where we need to be. So I'm really happy with the results we're getting from the things that we're doing, and we appreciate all y'all support.
Can you talk about carjackings? Because carjackings are down again. I mean, a good story. Carjacking, man, I've been carjacked. Terrible. Terrible. Somebody's willing to use a gun to take a car, which seems so foolish. But at the end of the day, carjackings are down, but one of the reasons I think is because there's been cooperation between the NOPD and the federal government, and also the DA's office. If you can talk about that. And as you talk about that, I'd like you to be talking about it to give a message to those who are still driving around looking to carjack, that this is a federal offense, that you can be sentenced to decades in prison for carjacking if you're an adult, if it fits certain patterns. But could you talk about that, the work that you've done and working with the federal government to reduce the number of carjackings?
Absolutely. U.S. Attorney Dwayne Evans and of course our DA are working with us every day. Talk to Jason often about collaborating on different cases and getting the best evidence and making sure we have everything that we need to prosecute someone. And if you've seen the news stories as of late, DA Williams has done some press conferences and the results are there. Our collaborative efforts, those convictions, and they are accepting a whole lot more cases federally, but U.S. Attorney Evans is doing, accepting those cases that they can. So it's definitely a collaboration. We even are partnering with our the surrounding areas, Jefferson Parish, St. Tammany, because criminals are crossing those lines. They're going to JP, St. Tammany, different. So we are in partnership with all of those people. I spoke with Police Chief from Kenner recently, and we're going to start collaborating so we can make sure that we are communicating and letting the criminals know in this city and in the metro area, we're not going to stop until you all are behind bars and we have stopped the criminal behavior, the violent behavior that has been going on in New Orleans and in the metro area. So it is definitely a collaborative effort, and I would be remiss in not mentioning the U.S. Attorney's Office and also DA Jason Williams and his team to get those convictions. So we are definitely always working together. We have a great relationship, a good communication with the different sheriff's departments and also the U.S. Attorney and the DA's office. So, and that's what's making this work. That's what's making us help us with those arrests and getting the convictions on those violent offenders.
Thank you. I appreciate your work. I appreciate your working with the district attorney and also the federal government. And again, I'm being redundant, but I don't want to see people go to jail. At the end of the day, carjacking and armed carjacking is a potentially federal offense. And you can get sentenced to a significant number of years for that.
Absolutely.
I just want to encourage whoever's thinking about doing that to just stop right in your tracks, because it's a stupid thing to do. And at the end of the day, you imperil lives over a car. I mean, at the end of the day, you over a car. But I do want to say that I appreciate your work. The businesses of Claiborne Avenue thank the New Orleans Police Department for giving them an opportunity on Sundays to do business, to have people park in front of their businesses, to have people not doing business that conflicts with theirs, that they pay money for the permits and the insurance and the maintenance of their buildings. It's a job well done by the New Orleans Police Department that hasn't gotten a lot of attention because it hasn't been wrong. It's been right, everything that you've done there. I appreciate your work. And it was an initiative where you listened to the businesses, especially the African-American businesses along St. Bernard Avenue, along Claiborne Avenue, from especially St. Bernard to Orleans, heard their concerns and it's worked. So I want to ask you to thank those officers who've been engaged in those patrols. It's already made a difference.
Thank you. And you know, it's not, I want to say this, that it's not an effort to ruin anyone's fun or ruin the culture. We just want to do it in a safe way. We want to do it in the right way. We want to be respectful of all the business owners and also the residents who live in those areas, who pay taxes, and they have been living there for years. So we have to be respectful of that. And that's why we continue. And even, you know, we've been told that they're, you know, driving over the playground area at Hunter's Field, and that's for our kids. You know, we don't want them to ruin the park area. So we're going to continue to be out there. And it's an effort to create a quality of life, to make a safe environment. And we ask everyone who is a part of the culture just to understand that, and let's, you know, celebrate the culture in that way, and let's everybody follow the rules, and we can all, you know, enjoy this city if we all work together and understand that it's about being respectful to the business owners and also being respectful to the people who live in that community.
The culture of New Orleans is celebration. It's not calamity. It's not using intimidation to have a good time. It's not finding a way to be uncooperative with the general public and the population. It's to have a good time and enjoy our city. That's part of the culture. But I think that some people confuse that with calamity. You don't have to have calamity at events to have a good time. And what we were seeing under Claiborne Avenue, especially on Sundays with the donuts and the injuries to others and the injuries to business, was just unacceptable. So thank you for the New Orleans Police Department taking that on as an initiative. It's worked, and it's worked very well.
Thank you. And again, we're going to continue to remain out in those areas. And then to go back on something that you said previously, we want those folks out there who are committing these violent crimes, carjackings, shootings, murders. We will not stop until we bring you to justice. And I'm sure I'm gonna speak for the entire law enforcement community, and that's including the DA's office, the U.S. Attorney, the courts. We will not stop until we bring those bad actors who are committing these violent crimes in our city and ruining the quality of life in New Orleans and not celebrating this beautiful cultural city that we are. You don't want to be a part of that, and you're going to continue to do those violent crimes. We will not stop until we bring you to justice.
Thank you. And just a note as I close, I want to note that on last Sunday, while the public was enjoying the Jazz Fest, as they should have been, or enjoying television or whatever they were doing. Unfortunately, there were 4 juveniles who were driving the city who had already carjacked somebody the night before and used that vehicle to try to get someone else, to try to get another vehicle. And they went up to a person who was escorting his mother into his house and got out of the car in a threatening manner, armed, and that particular civilian fought back. He had a weapon and he fought back. But what doesn't go mentioned very often is that the police got a call saying shots fired because residents heard multiple shots fired. Multiple calls came in. Within 2 minutes, the first police officer was on the site. And they were able to, because they were in coordinated fashion, responding as they should to violent crimes. I'm tired of hearing people say online too, oh, the police, you have to wait a long time for them to show up. Well, they may not be able to show up because they're at the corner of such and such where they've been hearing gunshots, but they responded in a very timely manner. Members of the 3rd District Office responded, and they were able to apprehend 4 juveniles who had proven themselves to be dangerous without incident, 2 of whom were injured by gunfire and they escorted them to the hospital. I just want to say that many times police officers, and I've seen it in the time that I've been a council member, more than I thought happens, responds to the call of shots fired without hesitation. Responds and gets there within 5 minutes of most times when there's a call for that sort of response. And I just want to thank the officers of the 3rd District who were able to apprehend 4 dangerous juveniles after hearing of multiple gunshots and were able to get them to the hospital for that help that they needed. And also were able to get them to a place which is better for them than being on the street trying to carjack individuals as they found out, unfortunately. So many times we don't think about the work that goes on involving the police department. I do more as a council member now because I've asked to be alerted when there are crimes and people call me and say, you need to be here, you need to be there. And I've seen you at multiple crimes. I don't pretend to be a detective, but when I go into a community such as I did on last Sunday and talk to the people in that community who say how appreciative they are, that they feel safer now because the police responded in a timely manner, spent the time during the investigation. There was also a crash of a vehicle involved. I'm just appreciative more of your work, and that's why I'm motivated to work to see whatever we have to do to enhance law enforcement in our community. But I do want to thank everyone who's at the table and the officers, the civilians, and those who support the New Orleans Police Department, because you are in fact helping to keep us safer, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I just want to say, we couldn't respond to that call without our community partners, and that's people in the community. Those community members who stood up and called the police and say, hey, there was a carjacking, there was a shooting. So again, like I said, the community is probably our biggest asset, our biggest partners, our best partners. And we appreciate them giving us the information, calling into Crime Stoppers with the tips, all those things, because that is another tool in our tool belt, and they're the biggest tool because they give us the information that we need to apprehend the violent offenders and who are perpetrating these crimes. And so I can't thank them enough, and thank you for your support always.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, council member. Recruitment and retention.
Yes.
You as well as Chief Ferguson, when he was here, have consistently said, you're not going to use the numbers as an excuse. You're going to work with what you have. And given what I've heard from the public and what I've seen from you, you have maximized your resources to a level where you're being commended not only by council members up here, but you're being commended by the public. But as you take a look at historical application of police departments, especially New Orleans and its size, some of those old studies that recommended 2,000 at one time, some of those studies that said for a city our size, when we had 1,600 officers, we actually had too many, to that number of about 1,654 in the late 90s to 2000 to what we have now. How many officers would Chief Michelle Woodfork be comfortable with? So if you could say, especially given the trend for recruiting, some of the efforts there, you would be happy with your policing plan, your proactive policing plan, constitutional policing plan. You would be happy with what number?
I would be happy with about 1,200 officers.
I thought that was a number I had in my head.
I'd be happy with 1,200 officers. And again, we don't have that number at this time. So of course, we have to be creative on how we deploy our officers, and also the strategic operations that we come up with to address the violent crime in our city. So we have some great leaders, and we put our heads together and we come up with different strategies and deployments so we can curtail the violent crime that's going on. And we have to work with what we have. We don't have 1,200 right now. We have 916. And I think we are have done a great job in our deployment strategies and how we're using that 916 officers.
First of all, I want to commend your 5th District Commander as well as 7th District Commander. They've been really, really proactive, really good to work with, accessible in the community. And Lieutenant Powell, correct? Is that Lieutenant? Lieutenant Powell, sometimes we think there's three of her. You know, there isn't an event anywhere in the community
She's
or
there.
where really she's not there. I don't know how she does it. So, but I want you to know, we notice that and the community appreciates it. And I know that it's helped to make a difference. The most violent offenders, most cities, even this one, when it was effective, they knew who the most violent offenders were. They targeted the most violent offenders and they got them off the street. Whenever there's been a precipitous reduction in crime, it's been when those people are removed from the public. Without giving up any of the secrets of what you guys are doing, what are we doing to target that group that in New Orleans, we know that they're responsible for a lot of the violence in our street?
Right, and not giving too much information. Just know that we are addressing those violent offenders, those who are wanted, those who are out there in the community continuing to commit those violent crimes. We are working in collaboration with all our local, state, and federal partners. And also, it's important that the public knows that we're doing it in a constitutional way. We are holding our officers accountable for 21st century constitutional policing. We want to get, not just get an arrest, we want to make sure it's a good arrest. We want to make sure that the information that we get is put in a thorough report. And so we can present those reports to the DA's office and get a conviction on these things. So we are working on every aspect of it, not just the arrest, you know, the arrest, the evidence, the information, and also working with the DA's office and District Attorney Jason Williams, and making sure we have secured everything that we need to get a great conviction on these violent offenders. So that's what we're doing.
Kudos to you in terms of the solve rate. It's noticeable. Like Councilmember Green said, in the last couple of months, whenever there's a major incident of violence, someone has been apprehended. The public really appreciates that, and to moving up the solve rate to 49.4%. The national solve rate is about 60%. What is it that you need within the criminal justice system or within your own department? What are some of the things that have to happen to increase that solve rate? Because we all know the national standard says solve rates help deter overall crime, especially violent crime. What else do you need within your department or within the system to even get that number up closer to the national average?
Again, just like any other department around the country, of course, we need more people. You know, we're gonna have to keep working to beef up our manpower. That is a huge part of the puzzle. You know, we can do more things with more people. Right now, we're doing the same things that we need to do. If we had those extra bodies, you know, we're trying to do that same work with just a smaller number of people. So I think if you know, our manpower was at a certain number at that 1,200, we can do an even better job. You know, I think we're doing a great job with the numbers that we have. I will not allow anyone that works for the New Orleans Police Department to use manpower as an excuse not to do the job that we're sworn to do. And so we're doing what we can and what we need to do with the 916 that we have. But I'm sure if our manpower was up to 1,200, man, we could do an even better job.
Thank you for that. First name Halle, last name Luya. No excuses. You are doing the best you can with what you have. I mentioned earlier, after a year and 4 months, the first thing I heard at the first Criminal Justice Committee meeting and when we met about violent crime was communication and coordination or lack thereof. I think you and the district attorney have highlighted what the model ought to be for coordination, collaboration, and communication. I don't know that the rest of the criminal justice system has adopted that model, but if you could sit here now, and you weren't here before, but a year and 4 months later, talk to me about the level of coordination and communication. Are you comfortable with it within the system? The model that you and the DA using, is that starting to permeate throughout the rest of the criminal justice system? What do we need to do to have that collaborative effort be more effective because it yields the best results.
We need to have all stakeholders involved in that. It's from the police department, the DA's office, and the courts. Definitely, we're on a good path to it, though. We are collaborating. I'll meet with the CDC judges on tomorrow in criminal district court. So we are continuing to keep the lines of communications open. You know, they know they can call me at any hour of the day if we need to communicate about something. And they have extended me that same, courtesy or whatever. So we are a work in progress. I think everybody is starting to come on board. Some areas were a little slow to it, but now we all, I think, agree and understand that communication is the key. And we're going to continue to build those relationships stronger, those partnerships stronger. And I think that combats all violent crime and all criminals once we are all on one accord and we're communicating daily, minute by minute on these violent offenders. I think the criminals won't have a chance. Those violent offenders won't have a chance here in the city. So it's just constant talking about things, working things out and seeing where one falls short, the other needs to pick up somewhere, or if somebody is not communicating well, we can talk about it, or we can get together and say, hey, what do we need to do to address this? Always communicating is going to be the most important thing that we can do with all the stakeholders involved.
And then lastly, I'm going to continue to, as I said, to belabor this. You have 900 plus officers. What's the exact number, Commission?
It's 916 today, year to date.
900.
Commission.
906. But within the boundaries of this parish, you have another post certified or certified in law enforcement, maybe another 1,000 people that work for different agencies who wear a badge and have a gun. Is there an effort to coordinate that? Maybe they're not sworn under the authority of the superintendent of the NOPD,
Right.
but that there's a strategy that they play a role in the function within the agencies where they operate, especially in terms of our crime reduction strategy.
In fact, I've had a brief conversation about speaking with the constable's office, and I'm talking about how they can assist and help us. So those are in the very, very early stages, but we have been discussing the possibility of them assisting us in some way as far as burden reduction, maybe for the officers on patrol. We just haven't decided just yet what they can actually do, but they are commissioned. And so we are gonna meet and discuss what their role could really be and see legally what they can do as far as assisting the New Orleans Police Department in the city on the public safety arena.
And Chief, lastly for you to share, I've heard our district attorney say what constitutional prosecution is. What is proactive constitutional policing? So the public will know what you mean when they say that about the methods and the standards you're using now.
Constitutional policing on the
Proactive.
active constitutional policing on our part is actually going out there and doing proactive work prior to these crimes happening or prior to these offenders continuing to offend, but do it in a constitutional way, making sure that we don't violate anyone's rights, making sure we have the proper PC, making sure we're gathering evidence in a constitutional way that does not violate anyone's rights, and bringing that information to the DA's office along with arresting those subjects. And that's what we mean when we say constitutional policing, making sure we follow all the laws of the United States, all the laws of the city, the state, and just making sure we're performing our duties to the letter of the law, doing it in a constitutional way.
Anything you want to add as you close?
I just want to say thank you, and I couldn't be more proud of the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department. They have my full support. They have really come on board and done everything that myself, the executive staff, and the command staff has asked them to do. And so I think we are now really gelling, really on one accord, and we're doing everything that we can do to make public safety a priority, making quality of life for the citizens of New Orleans, priority. And I'm really proud of the job that the men and women who are boots on the ground, the ones who are out there on patrols, the things that they're getting done. I'm really, really proud of them for, really gelling and, getting those things done that we're asking them to do. And so kudos to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? Chief, thank you. Any public comment?
Yes, sir. We have one comment from Val Cupid. It says, please ask Chief Woodfork if she has ordered or endorsed the communications division not to make it a priority on suspicious persons call for service if the caller sees no weapon. Does she endorse trying to prevent crimes from happening by engaging the public into see something, say something? For example, the soon-to-be murderer parked a distance away from obviously where he wanted to be and walked towards Mandina's restaurant. If a citizen would have seen the suspicious activity and called it in, maybe that murder would not have happened. All criminals are suspicious up to the point where they commit the crime. My area was told by a communications director, Morris, he had an order from NOPD. Even when police officers are available, the superintendent does not want to prioritize suspicious person calls if the caller sees no weapon. Mr. Morris further stated it was unconstitutional. Did the chief order this of communications?
That was a lot.
And then Councilmember Morrell.
Go ahead.
I think it's important. I was talking to some individuals the other day with NOPD, and they were telling me that the 911 district has their own mechanism for downgrading calls. Is that correct? Like they have their own different call identifiers than the NOPD does?
I'm not sure if it's different, or I think there was some discussion on,
Actually, let me rephrase the question because now I understand. I just remembered the exact context. So I was talking to our data analyst and we were trying to reconcile some of our notes and our reporting that we had previously that was using NOPD data. And at that time, Mr. Morris was at the table saying, well, my data is completely different. And when Jeff was interacting with NOPD, the reason why Mr. Morris's information was different was internally, they were classifying calls differently than the traditional way NOPD has done it.
correct.
And I guess my concern is if their job is to work with you guys to figure out how to prioritize and send calls, why are they operating on a different system and identifiers than what you guys use?
There was some prioritizing prior to my appointment, and we just myself and Director Morris just recently had a discussion about what the actual online person, the question they asked about prioritization of a suspicious person. And so he informed me that the previous administration wanted it on a priority 1 instead of a high priority call. Or so we have been in discussions about how we're going to make certain calls a priority, because just like the person who asked a question online said, if it's, a suspicious person, there are certain criteria I think that they have to meet in order for them to make it on a 2 or a 1. So we are in discussions about that, because some of the levels that they had certain calls that they didn't agree with. I'm like, why is that a 1? Or why is that not a more? So we're gonna discuss it, because those decisions were made prior to my appointment. But because they did come up, those areas did come up where someone had called in a suspicious person and they put it as a low priority, it was a problem. So we are in discussions about where priority should be with certain calls.
Well, I think it's important because, I mean, to that commenter's point, we do not want to create an environment. We would prefer to have an NOPD officer or an official interact with someone suspected of being a suspicious person rather than a regular citizen, potentially armed, decide they want to interact with someone that could be a suspicious person. Because whereas a professional is trained in de-escalation and figuring out how to resolve the issue, if a normal everyday person interacts with someone in an aggressive way, there's no telling how that person will react. You can have two law-abiding citizens
Mhm.
who one shows up with a gun accusing them to be a suspicious person. That person's also lawfully armed and goes, hell no, I'm not, and get that gun out my face. And suddenly you've got a very different incident.
Correct.
So I appreciate y'all looking into that. I know that you worked with me previously on some stuff going on with some of our businesses that were getting harassed, but I think it would be very helpful to us for you to really take the reins in dealing with the 911 district to really establish clear lines of communication and coding, because if we're all going to try and track data in particular, it's good for all of us to have matching data and identifiers rather than there be a separate identification system with how they're classifying things, because then we have to have these weird conversations where we're trying to address sets of data where two people have identifiers in it that are completely different. So I appreciate you stepping in and working on that.
Yes, it's a work in progress, and, you know, of course, every call is different, and every scene is different. So those are the, you know, there's certain nuances that we have to go over to make sure we're putting the right priority on the right call. So we are, in discussions about it. And I know, Director Morris tries to use best practices that are across the country, but sometimes that may not fit, for us. So we're in, discussion, with him about where priorities are on certain calls.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ms. Curran, next item on the agenda.
Next up, we have the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office.
It's going to be followed by the Sheriff Department, the Police Monitor, and as we usually do, we'll close out with the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. Mr. District Attorney, thank you, and thank you guys for waiting. It's been a pretty lengthy meeting, but I think a lot of the information has been important. I know your staff was here before you got here. As soon as you're ready, you know the routine. Identify yourself, identify who's presenting with you, and start your presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the council members for hosting the stakeholders and agencies within the criminal legal system here in the parish. Speaking specifically about Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office in a moment, but I want to first echo the sentiment that the chair made to Chief of Police. She's asking all the right questions. She's demanding those right answers. She's using the limited resources that exist to deliver stronger cases than we've seen in recent history. And it's making a big difference. It's making a big difference in the conviction rate. It's making a big difference in the bonds that we're able to convince judges to set. And I think it's going to continue to present good results. And that's just from good leadership. And she's an excellent partner, and I'm thankful to have her. I want to talk first about our homicide unit, an update on the homicides in the city of New Orleans. I told you all before that we were committed to standing up a homicide unit to deal with the murders that are occurring in the city. frankly, getting the best folks available, not just in Orleans Parish, but from around the state and around the country. We have Andre Jeanfro retiring from a tenure at the FBI to rejoin District Attorney's Office as a homicide unit ADA. We have deputized a few former ADAs who have come on board specifically to deal with training our ADAs and our investigators in what I believe is 21st century prosecution, meaning using real intelligence to connect the dots between the webs of criminality that we've seen in this city. Oftentimes, a homicide in 1 year, as you have said before, Council Member Thomas, is connected to a homicide or shooting in that next year because of the retaliatory nature of violence in the city of New Orleans. We have engaged with a private company that will spend the next year training all of our investigators and homicide unit screeners and ADAs on the use of open source data. What are you talking about? Talking about Facebook, Instagram, anything that is on the World Wide Web. You'd be surprised the number of people that post pictures of themselves holding guns they've used in crimes, threatening people, only to have them act out that threat or either bragging about what they've done. And we'll be using this information in criminal court.
With active warrants and then going on somebody's social media page.
Absolutely. And let me be very clear. Some of this stuff does not even require a warrant because someone is voluntarily putting their information out into the public space. And the chief ended by saying they are engaging in constitutional policing. And we're following up with constitutional prosecutions, which mean, as you correctly alluded to, Mr. Chair, these convictions will last and stand the test of time. We won't find ourselves having a retry case or deal with cases that come back on appeal. So we're very close to standing up a fully staffed homicide unit that will grow into vertical prosecution, allotting our office to rely on seasoned, skilled attorneys in this division to tackle the violence in this city. Former criminal district court judge, former assistant U.S. attorney, and former Orleans Parish prosecutor Linda Van Davis has been in town a lot recently working with our office. She spent the day training our prosecutors on the tactics and tools they can use and some of the tools that she's used on the federal level and the state level and some of the tools she's observed as a judge to bring stronger cases to court and secure convictions. Judge Davis is a nationally renowned jurist with a vast experience as a prosecutor and a daughter of the city of New Orleans. She knows these neighborhoods. She knows the inner workings and how folks think and some of the things that lead to violence. And she's been able to share that with our office, and our prosecutors are already implementing what they learned into their practice, and she'll be back for future trainings. We've talked to, I believe, all the council members about a new initiative that our chief of screening, Andre Godin, is working on in conjunction with our chief of external affairs, Keith Lampkin, which is a district screening initiative. ADAs working with city departments to identify opportunities to employ criminal and civil remedies to address nuisance properties and problematic businesses. I'm going to pitch to Chief of External Affairs, Keith Lampkin, to drill down a little bit on that for you all.
Thank you, Mr. DA. When the DA gave the order to, go forward with this reorganization, we knew we'd realize some gains right away, but, the extent to which we've had an opportunity to, act as liaisons between the departments and the city, the council offices, the district commanders, has been a case study in that very thing that you guys have spoke to the chief about, that collaboration, how we're handing off that relay baton to the next agency in order to not, drop some of the necessary evidence on the cutting room floor. It's been amazing. So I want to thank you guys because you've opened up your offices, you made your staffs available to us. You've invited us to all of the meetings that you've been in with NOPD personnel so we can hear not only their perspective from, how they're attacking violent crime, but also those things that you guys are uniquely qualified and uniquely positioned to know about your district. So we are, again, already realizing gains, but are super excited about the ways in which this is going to help not only help our office keep track of the cases that come through our front door, but also it's going to help the whole system.
And that work's only going to continue to grow. You will see these district screeners at neighborhood meetings, at quality of life meetings. The picture on the screen is a picture of our chief of screening and another district screener, Skanks, along with chief of external affairs, Keith Lampkin. In the area closer to Lynn and Broad, there are a number of blighted and abandoned properties where some drug activity and violent activity have occurred, and we're looking at those problem businesses so that we can weigh in with city departments, hopefully in an effort to expedite either whatever code enforcement and other agencies cannot. I want to thank Councilmember Harris for hosting us at the Quality of Life meeting. Captain Gillard was able to share with me in just a brief time that I was there some nuances as it relates to electronic monitoring, which came up in some of the other presentations. And I'll talk a little bit about what I think, what I believe can really help out NOPD and OPDA as we move forward. Securing justice in court, that is the ultimate goal. Along with ADA Forrest Ladd, I was able to secure the conviction of defendant James Patton for the fatal shooting of Russell Riku, which took place in the French Quarter in January of 2022. The defendant received the maximum penalty on each and every count that he was charged with. I stood with the French Quarter community and business leaders, including Councilmember Freddie King, Project NOLA Executive Director Brian Lagarde, whose camera was able to capture portions of that crime. That's important because out of all the citizens who were seen on that camera, none of them were willing to come to court to testify. So that camera was instrumental. And so standing with Councilmember King, Director Lagarde, NOPD 8th District Captain LaJean Roberts, whose team was amazing in court and amazing in securing that footage in short order so that we would have it, along with French Quarter Business Association Board Member Jessica Dietz and members of the French Quarter Management District to take a stand and remind everyone that the French Quarter is a neighborhood. The French Quarter, although a lot of folks see it as a destination, people live there. It is home to a number of small businesses that are employing our citizens, and we need to reclaim it and we need to take it back. And one of the ways we can do that is by using the camera networks of the Real-Time Camera Center run by Ross Bourgeois and the Project NOLA crime cameras and Ring doorbell cameras. Also able to stand with the chairman of this committee, Councilmember Thomas, ADA Corbin Bates, and Lance Savage, to discuss the conviction they secured against one defendant, Devion Taylor, for the murders of Kane Sanders and Christopher Cornelius in New Orleans East. That jury trial resulted in Mr. Taylor being found guilty as charged for 2 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of obstruction of justice from the violence he committed in the Little Woods neighborhood on January of 2022. Being able to stand with these ADAs and being able to stand with District E Council Member Oliver Thomas and Clerk of Court, daughter of New Orleans East, Donna Glapion, Public Safety Director Ross Bourgeois, because his camera was essential in that case because of witness issues that existed with people not being willing to come forward. NOPD Detective Nicole Akala, who was amazing. She was on the stand for in excess of 3 hours, being grilled by the defense. East New Orleans Neighborhood Advisory Commission leadership hangout, NOLA owner Reynard Bender, who is providing a place for kids to be. to exist and thrive because there's not enough places that are giving our young people purpose. New Orleans artist Reggie Ford, Reaching for the Stars CEO Brian Rudolph, and other community partners to take a stand on the violence in New Orleans East, because we rang this alarm before we became the murder capital of this country. Councilmember Thomas was ringing the alarm about New Orleans East and Little Woods before crime was spilling into other neighborhoods and occurring in other neighborhoods. It's everywhere. It touches us all. This is why when one neighborhood is seeing a rash, we have to realize that affects every neighborhood, because crime does not know boundaries. I, along with ADA's Lauren Boudreau and Amanda Lito and John Zachary, secured the convictions of a defendant, Tyrone Stewart, for child abuse stemming from an assault that occurred in October of 2021 in Uptown New Orleans. The victim, the survivor in that case, was 5 years old when she took the stand. A lot of folks say, well, DA, you said you were going to be focusing on murder, rape, and armed robbery, and that's right. And those are the cases that I have tried, but I promised her grandmother and aunts, and I promised her that I would see this case through. I often describe rape as bad or worse than murder, because it is a killing that continues to live as long as a survivor's memory lives. And when I think about the case involving this young 5-year-old who was so courageous and brave enough to take the stand, the crime that was committed to her by her stepfather is one that will last as long as her memory lasts, because the burns were to 15% of her body, including the top of her head, where she will never grow hair again, her neck and her back, where she's had to have multiple surgeries because the scar tissue on Black skin sometimes tends to keloid, and it's restricting the movement of her neck. And this beautiful little girl, who was courageous enough to tell what happened to her, will live with this memory and this billboard of the abuse that occurred to her in every room she walks into. Every classroom, middle school, high school, when she wears her first strappy dress, because some women, when they grew up, want to wear a pretty dress to prom. Her classmates may ask her what happened with that scar. Where did that come from? And she'll have to choose whether to explain or how to explain. When she has her first intimate moment with a partner, they are going to feel that keloid skin that is not just on 50% of her body, it's on 30% of her body, because the doctors had to scrape and remove 15% of good skin to do skin grafts on this child. I'm going into excruciating detail about the pain and suffering that this young child will live with for the rest of her life, because I believe that we collectively in the city of New Orleans have to pay very close attention to the child abuse, sexual and physical, that is occurring in the city of New Orleans, because it is the origin of a lot of the violence that we're seeing in our communities. Because this grandmother and this aunt reported abuse prior to these 15% burns, to third-degree burns to this child, and DCFS did nothing. They sent her back. And so I don't know that Child Protective Services is going to be where they need to be in the next year or in the next 5 years, but we owe an obligation to the young people in the city of New Orleans to spend dollars, man and woman hours to get violence away from our young people so they do not become accustomed to it. I would also state, and this council needs to know, that DCFS, after charges were brought against his stepfather, after this was a case, and our phenomenal child abuse unit at NOPD put this case together, DCFS chose to return her siblings to the home where this harm occurred because in their mind, they weren't victims of the abuse, just one child was. So there's a lot that I think this council needs to be aware of, because I think you all can weigh in this space so that we do not send a message to young people that when they report abuse to adults, whether they be the beautiful angels at Children's Hospital, or the beautiful angels who at NOPD who handle child abuse cases, that if nothing happens from a larger level, then these children are going to believe that they stepped up and they were honest for nothing. And they will grow to become accustomed to that type of violence. And this is an opportunity to root it out. Confronting the sins of the past. We're focused on the cases that occurred in 2021 and 2022, as I've just described, but that does not mean we have given up on our mission on vacating and dealing with and reckoning with the sins of the past. This week, our office asked the court to vacate the wrongful conviction of Mr. Patrick Brown for the aggravated rape of his stepdaughter, and subsequently to order his release from jail. Mr. Brown spent 29 years in prison for a crime that he did not commit, but a crime that was committed. In 1994, Mr. Brown was convicted of raping his 6-year-old stepdaughter. During those proceedings, this then 6-year-old could not testify because when she got to the stand and was able to establish that she understood the difference between the truth and a lie, she became too nervous, too overwhelmed. She had a nosebleed and had to leave the stand. And then when she was called to the stand again, another nosebleed came. And she was never able to have her voice be heard. And since that time, and her stepfather was convicted of that crime because no one was working to hear her voice. She repeatedly went to previous administrations in the DA's office, all of the past DAs since 1994, as a teenager, as a child, and as an adult, explaining that her stepfather was in jail for a crime he didn't commit. She was shunned, she was castigated, and she was sent away. She wrote over 100 letters explaining what happened, explaining who the actual perpetrator was. She was shunned, she was castigated, and she was pushed away. We allowed Chief Judge retired Calvin Johnson, who's sitting in Section A, to hear from her under oath in court for the first time. And it was impactful. And that judge and our office felt that it was necessary to correct this injustice, to work as we're working now to rightfully investigate and go after the actual perpetrator. And that is why we launched the Civil Rights Division, to reckon with the sins of the past so that we could focus on the people who are really hurting this community. Our Civil Rights Division conducted a thorough investigation even after receiving these letters and meeting with the victim, who remained steadfast for in excess of 20 years. And as a result, the DA's office requested that the court immediately rectify this injustice. And this is why it was important to create a Civil Rights Division, so that when we correct the sins of the past, we can hold the right people accountable. And I'm thankful for the work of Chief Ma and her team in this very important case and in this very sad case. Mr. Brown and his family can move forward with healing. He never stopped being a father. That's important to note. He was communicating with each of his daughters, even the one that was deemed the victim in this case, throughout his incarceration. We've also expanded our stakeholder agreement and engagement. We've continued collaborating with our public safety partners. I talked to Chief Woodfork on a regular basis, and Michelle has not only become a friend, but just a trusted ally in this fight. And I want to commend her on making an arrest on the Mandinas case in such quick order, using constitutional policing practices. We are working with the city attorney, Denisha Turner, around addressing criminal blight in specific locations in ways that the DA's office may be able to move faster, working with and meeting regularly with Colonel Lamar Davis and Chavez Gammon from his team in regards to information sharing to build better efficiencies in terms of how we're receiving reports. This past week, I met with Judge Karen Friedman, who was appointed by President Joe Biden to a new post in the Justice Department, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, which is really deciding on how the federal government will be spending money throughout the country in ways to reduce violent crime and correct sins of the past. She was in town. We were able to sit down and talk about some grant funding, some drug court initiatives that are working better in other places. And she's met with the governor, I believe, on yesterday to talk about state funding that can assist with work throughout the state, including here in Orleans Parish. Honoring the commitment to increase transparency, the DA's office is the only one in the state providing real-time updates on our work and our successes. And I think when you look across the nation, you'll see that the dashboards are more robust here in Orleans Parish than they are in many other major cities. Thorough and constant responses to public records requests. Our communications team working very diligently to keep the public informed through email blasts, in addition to our dashboards, and educating the public on how we can all help to make New Orleans safe and safer. The DA's office's work in community. Last month, I attended Councilmember Harris's Gun Safety Expo right in the heart of Central City, right down the street from where I used to live. This event was a very important effort in the fight to combat violence in our city and really have honest conversations about responsible gun ownership. And all of that is necessary to change the culture that we so desperately need to change. Engage with the public on a regular basis about how guns are locked, how you need to lock it, providing those gun locks. Thank you, Councilmember Harris, for pushing something that the state capitol doesn't seem to even want to have an honest conversation about. The gun lock giveaway to residences, the safety training sessions will absolutely save lives. My office is committed to ending the vicious cycle of violent crimes and measures that we can engage in to curtail the proliferation of guns in our communities. And part of that just means locking them up and keeping them secure. Also, Chief of Operations and External Affairs Keith Lampkin joined the Central City Neighborhood Cleanup Day in Central City, which is important. Making sure that quality of life hits all of our residents in very real ways. We hosted an amazing young man this week, DA for a day this past Monday, a young leader and a St. Augustine High School freshman class president, Malachi Williams. This was his idea, by the way. This bright young Purple Knight has an interest in the law and serving the people of New Orleans. He shadowed me all day Monday, and it was a particularly robust day. I think he slept pretty well that evening. He caught the bus to my office. I think he had to get on two different buses to get there. He started in by sitting in with our Monday's administrative leadership meeting, following upon last week's work, prepping for this week's work. Then he had an opportunity to be interviewed by an international filmmaker covering the work of the DA's office. He then attended that post-conviction hearing of Patrick Brown, that wrongful conviction, and he was able to meet Judge Johnson and sit with him, and he was able to watch the work of the Civil Rights Divisions firsthand. And after observing and learning as a freshman how a miscarriage of justice occurred. He got to see this innocent man walk out and be reunited with his family. He then attended that lunch working meeting with myself and President Biden's appointee, Judge Karen Friedman from Baltimore. And after that lunch, he then went right over to meet Councilmember Harris at her quality of life meeting with NOPD Captain, fellow Purple Knight Eric Gillard, Night Mayor Howie Kaplan, and other community partners. He then closed the tenure of the day by sitting in a DA leadership's debriefing on the day, getting ready for the next day. We all have to invest in our next generation of leadership so they're game ready when their opportunity presents. There's no doubt that young Malachi is going to do some great things in this city. Recognizing Crime Victims' Rights Week, in closing, Sexual Assault Awareness Month in April, the Orleans Parish Attorney's Office is proud to stand with crime victim partners and community members as we recognize Crime Victims' Rights Week in 2023. Our office's victim witness advocates participated in almost all of them in our office, engaged in and with community members at this event and throughout the week. At the DA's office, we work every day to try to ensure that victims, survivors, and families are engaged. This incredible week is a much needed opportunity for the city to join together and support victims and survivors throughout the whole city. Our office is proud of that work and we're looking forward to doing it every day and celebrating it every week. I want to discuss recruitment with you. I will pitch to Chief of Staff Michael Ince to discuss recruitment.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
So I recently reviewed 2 years of exit interviews and resignation letters and really took a deep dive, starting with ADAs. Why are we losing people and what can we do better? And we found that even though other jurisdictions are paying more and many people are leaving for jobs that pay more, that's not really the reason they're leaving. It's work-life balance and support systems. You can't stay regularly at a jury trial till 10 p.m. when your kid has to be picked up from daycare at 5. And so it's work-life balance. It's also preparedness and training, feeling like they don't have the skills and the training to really handle these cases effectively. So we're working to tackle that. We also found out what people do like most about the office. And it's 3 C's: community. They love serving. They like the connections they make with survivors. It's the camaraderie of being in the trenches together because it is tough and they very much take it to heart. And it's courtroom experience like no other place in the country. And we're looking at solutions for that. We're going to invest more in our ADA's growth and training, as the DA mentioned. We are also going to streamline processes for efficiency in a way that's also mindful of the burden placed on our staff when we have policy changes. We're going to do better as leaders. We're going to listen more than we speak. We're going to even train our leaders better. We all want to do better. And if that means Division Chief Andre Godin is in a training, District Attorney Jason Williams is in a training, we're willing to do that. And finally, we are kicking off a hiring surge so that we can stabilize our units, free up time for those supervisors to really coach and mentor those ADAs without having to worry so much about their own caseload. And so just to begin, for the next 2 Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., Keith Lampkin and I will be at the DA's office. If anyone is interested in working for us, whether that is as an ADA, as a trial assistant, as an investigator, as a victim advocate, come on in. We will make offers same day. You don't have to take, if you work the Monday through Friday job, you don't have to take off work to come interview with us. We want to meet you. We want to at least make the pitch as to why you should come work for us. So we are going to start messaging that and getting the word out on social media today, but I wanted to say it here first.
Thank you, Micah. And that's one of the reasons someone asked me why I try so many cases. Young lawyers come to the DA's office because they want to learn how to try the toughest cases, and I can show them how. And they can take that transferable tool anywhere else in the country. And Micah's plan is a solid one. I'm looking forward to it yielding real results. Facilities. Our organization is growing to raise our quality of service for victim and witnesses. We're looking for any existing space that is city-owned to take the DA's office out of the criminal justice campus, whether that is for expungements, whether that is to meet with the victims and witnesses in their community. We would love to set up a civil rights center to do that work there so that folks can come in on weekends, can achieve things during hours that might not be traditional hours in the DA's office, but work around people's schedules. And I think it's really important to be able to try to do that. Also, in terms of facilities, I listened to all of these hearings because I learned a lot. One of the council members asked if the side entrance issue was resolved. And I believe the courts said that it was resolved. That is incorrect. I met with the en banc, the security committee, which was headed up by Judge Kimia Holmes. We worked together to figure out the kinks or issues regarding the security of that South White Side Street entrance, given the state mandate that courts provide access and space for victims and witnesses to locate pending their testimony. And we were able to put together, Judge Holmes and my team, an MOU based on that meeting. I submitted that MOU back to Judge Holmes. I have an email acknowledging receipt of that MOU and correspondence from Judge Holmes stating that she was forwarding that on to the chief of the en banc. And that MOU is still yet unsigned unless it was signed and returned to me during the course of this presentation. That issue still remains unresolved. So we have access, and victims and witnesses have access from 9 to 12 based upon Sheriff Hudson's ability to handle that portion. What was worked out between the OPDA and the courts was that we would staff that with OPDA personnel from 12 on, because our work doesn't end at 12. We can't try these cases and be done with it by 12 o'clock. And we're still waiting on that MOU. So I just want to be very candid about the status of that. There was some discussion about electronic monitoring. There's been a conversation about electronic monitoring with juvenile court. And there was a conversation with electronic monitoring between this group and adult court. Electronic monitoring is clearly a problem, but it should be a solution. I heard the juvenile courts, I believe I wrote this down in response to committee chairs request to the court. What a kid is doing on a monitor is completely and totally out of their control. That's a problem. The court is a person that is imposing the condition of electronic monitoring. If what they are doing while they are on electronic monitoring is not being monitored, then it is out of their control. It's not electronic, it's a bracelet that has the efficacy and import of a child's beaded bracelet if it is not being monitored and if there are not robust protocols. And so if in fact that is true, and if in fact I've heard that correctly, then electronic monitoring should be immediately suspended in juvenile court because it is not fair to the NOPD. It is not fair to the DA's office for judges to release folks who or engaging in repeat offenses to suggest that they're being monitored when they are not being monitored. I believe the rest of that statement was, it works, let me find this line, only a small percentage or only a percentage of the young people that are being monitored are out of compliance. Well, 25% of 100 can wreak a whole lot of havoc in a whole lot of neighborhoods. And as this council brings up a lot, it's not all of our kids that are committing these crimes. It's a very small percentage. And if a judge deems it worthy and necessary to release a juvenile offender over the objection of prosecutors, and they put them on an electronic monitor, then they need to be receiving daily, weekly reports about where this young person is going. And so I understand that that they may not be able to immediately send out NOPD or sheriff to make an arrest. But when that young person comes back to court for a status hearing, a motion hearing, what have you, we should be reading the compliance record or non-compliance record of this person. And if they are not compliant,
Bingo.
then they should be remanded and immediately put back in jail. Because they are in violation of the terms and conditions and orders of the court. And so we would submit, and I would even encourage this council. I heard a request. I mean, there was one iteration where this was hosted by the NOPD electronic monitoring. There's another iteration years ago where it was hosted by the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff Department and the NOPD have already made it very clear that there are woman power, manpower shortages. So adding one new thing that is currently being done by private companies, I don't think is particularly prudent, especially when these private companies are compiling reports and can tell a judge and can tell a prosecutor whether or not someone is going from home to work or home to school. If Keith Lampkin is going to school in Gentilly and he lives in New Orleans East, but was caught breaking into cars in Lakeview or Uptown, when that little dot shows him Uptown or shows him in Lakeview, he is not compliant. And a judge should demand that he comes back to court. And if he has violated the terms and conditions, then that bond should be revoked and he should be remanded. That same policy, that same protocol should exist in criminal court. That report should be read into the record. And if a person is not in compliance, if they're somewhere they should not be, if they are at their ex-wife's home and there was a domestic violence incident, then they are violating that stay away order. They're violating the terms of their condition. And the electronic monitor is proof of that new crime. And so what I am asking, and I think this council is poised to do, is we can legislatively create uniform permitting in order for electronic monitoring companies to operate locally. And if they are not willing to abide by certain rules and conditions, then they cannot operate in the parish of Orleans.
Not to cut you off, but I think, we don't need tracking. And you've said it consistently, we need monitoring. I don't need anybody to tell me, well, he's moving from the carjacking now to the armed robbery. Oh, no, now he's moving to the shooting on the interstate. Oh, no, now he's on his way.
Yes.
He's on his way to the French Quarter. And if he can't do that, that serves no purpose.
Exactly right.
At all.
It's exactly, it is literally observing the problem
That's absolutely
happening.
right. I can tell you every spot he's been where he's committed a crime while having on an ankle monitor. That's useless.
You understand perfectly, Mr. Chair. And to that end, I would submit that we need to agree to uniform protocols, the courts, the DA's office, NOPD, and it can be housed, those protocols can be housed and created by this council. So that it's very clear that this is a public safety necessity. And I would submit that these reports should not just go to the court, they should come to the DA's office and they should also go to the NOPD. Because when you hear these news stories, and Councilman Green, I've heard you bring this up, someone committing a carjacking, committing a crime while they're on electronic monitoring. If that information was being delivered to the NOPD in real time, they would know exactly where this offender was. And that information can be used by prosecutors in court to make new cases. So these protocols are necessary. They need to be made public. They need to be uniform for every single section of court, whether it is adult or whether it is juvenile. It needs that real-time monitoring option that the chair just described. And we need expanded regular reporting to all impacted public safety agencies so we can use this tool the way that it was initially designed, and to be even more granular, even more granular on this. If a person is on probation and there are certain violations of that probation, and I know Council President Morrell is steeped in this. Person that has a technical violation for probation or parole, then they are revoked, because those rules were explained and there was an agreement before the person was released. And I think we need to embed the same sort of revocation and remand protocols to electronic monitoring, because then we can get our hands around the idea of repeat offenders, whether it be violent cases or not. And if someone has repeatedly committed crime and a judge says they deserve one more chance on electronic monitoring over our objection, there should be immediate and clear revocation rules that are put in place. I think we can put these protocols in place in less than a week's time. And I think we need to have all criminal justice stakeholders on board with that. And with that, I would turn it over to the chair.
No, thank you. I think everything we've heard here today says this needs to be some central order of business and operation when you talk about this particular industry. I think the judges also said, how can the judges be involved in issuing a sentence or a judgment on someone and not have any of their recommendations attached to this monitoring system? So I think it's clear, whatever has to happen, if it has to go through this committee or the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, whatever we need to do, we need to come up with some central standards and central operating procedures about this particular, if it's going to be part of the criminal justice system, it needs to work for criminal justice.
Mr. Chair, I would be willing to offer and present to you a set of standard protocols. And if any of the other agency actors have issues with them, I would love to publicly vet those with you, because I believe this is a crisis situation in terms of repeat offenders.
Let's do that. Let's clear our calendars to do that. Something we can present to, as well as to the industry.
Yes, sir.
And the other partners in criminal.
I've spoken to the private industries and they are on board with uniform protocols, because there are some that do it well and some that do it poorly.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Green?
DA Williams, I have a very specific question relative to the monitoring. The companies that you've talked to have suggested that there is a way to monitor and track the movements of as many people as we might have on ankle monitors at a time. That's the challenge that I see. That how many of you think might be on an ankle monitor at a time? And are you imagining that someone is at a computer station where they're watching their movement? If it's possible, I'd love it to happen. But
I think that is as described by the agencies that have been up here before. I think it is from a manpower, womanpower issue for NOPD and the Sheriff's Department. I think that is close to an impossibility, because we want those folks on the street and in the jail and in courts. But these private companies, it's scalable. Many of the companies have said they can manage that and can report, issue reports to the courts, juvenile and adult, and issue reports to NOPD and issue reports to the district attorney's office. I believe that Chief Godin, who's been able to join us, who just got back from the judicial en banc at Tulane and Broad, has an idea with regards to how this can be coordinated with a real-time camera center. Would you weigh in with for the Councilmember Green?
Sure. So one of the functions that I got to do is overseeing the district screening initiative was take a tour and meet some of the fantastic personnel at the real-time crime center. And if what we're asking our hopefully modern and robust ankle monitoring system to do is to be a repository and live wire for the monitoring of potentially violent individuals who we have concerns about. We're concerned about their location, and we're concerned about what their activities are while they're under this period of monitoring. If there was only an organization set up to monitor with savvy electronics capability, a live wire of electronic information flowing in on a constant basis, you need not travel no further than the real-time crime center to see the wonderful personnel they have on board. Now, I'm sure, and I can't promise their resources or promise their capabilities, but I was extremely impressed with what they're doing already. And if we were to try to take advantage of already existing infrastructure, of already existing training regimes, and of already existing competence in this field, then it might be not too hard of a search.
Councilmember Green, it is doable. It is absolutely doable. And it's doable without adding an excess burden to the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department or the Sheriff's Department.
One thing that the criminal district judges said was that it's not really the violent criminals who are on the ankle monitors, that
It shouldn't be.
those are the ones who are.
It should be in
Well,
jail, right?
Well, until they're violent.
I know, right. So what do you imagine, for example, the real-time crime center, let's say there were 200 people on ankle monitors because of the juvenile courts or whatever it might be. You envision maybe a way to, it is still gotta be, does it still have to be reactionary? Or are you suggesting that there's something that you can do that you can identify if someone is out of their lane, whatever the requirements were?
Well, so what's going on with respect to a first appearance and a commissioner putting bond restrictions in place that could be satisfied through the monitoring from the ankle monitor itself is saying you're only allowed to be at this location during these hours. You're only allowed to be at your work location during these hours, and you're prohibited from going anywhere near a third location at all times, right? And so that's really just geofencing, drawing a line on a map with a radius around it and saying, if this ankle monitor, which is reporting live GPS data, enters into one of these zones, we can immediately set up a notification procedure and notify appropriate authorities if we think it's an emergency situation, or at the very least notify interested parties like the judges, like the DA's office who are overseeing these individuals, and we can act appropriately. So I don't think that there is a big intellectual or logistical hurdle to setting up that kind of a monitoring system. If you want to have an efficient and a competent group run this program, you've got to search for people who understand the technology and can administer it appropriately. I think your ability to set up a set of parameters that are universal across this board with input from all the stakeholders gives you an opportunity to have a finger on the scale for how tight this program is going to be run and what kind of response we expect from our law enforcement partners.
I mean, if I could celebrate and invoke Councilmember Jeruso here, this is not an either or, this is a yes and, right? Because if it is at real-time camera center, Ross over there, who does an amazing job and was instrumental in us getting a conviction for that case out of Little Woods, they can ping NOPD in real time if an individual who committed car burglaries, let's say on a certain street, if they're back in that area, they can let the NOPD know in real time. They can also send reports of noncompliance to judges that would allow them, when the person comes back for a motion hearing or a status hearing, say, well, look, let me look at Councilmember Green's comings and goings over the past month. Well, Councilmember Green, you were supposed to be at home in Gentilly or at school in New Orleans East. Why does this have you up in uptown New Orleans after curfew hours, right? I'm gonna remand you because you were told where the two places, the two areas you needed to be, and you were out there. I don't know whether or not you broke the law, but you broke my order. And so now that's being revoked. So we can have that sort of real-time reactionary proactive measure, and we can also have the reactive measure for non-compliance. And I think it can really drill down on the repeat offenders in our community that are having us sitting on broken pieces of glass in our seats in the morning.
Right. I just want to make it clear to all of you all that I personally, it's up to other council members, but would be very strongly supportive of a centralized program that used the technology like that, because of course, that's what we hear from the public all the time. what do you mean? You know, you didn't know. I mean, you couldn't find out even after the fact sometimes. But the bottom line is that, you know, I would imagine that the technology does exist and it can be used. And yes, we have a real-time crime center, crime camera center that really should be utilized in that respect. But the ability to ping an officer and say that someone who was not supposed to be east of Esplanade is now east of Esplanade, go and, gotta watch my words, go and see about him. That's a good idea.
I think so too. Thank you, Councilmember
I'd be
Green.
strongly supportive.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Quick question about space, since I am kind of obsessed by space. I know my office, District B office, tried to get you connected with the Keller Center to use to house your ADAs in the field, because the Keller Center has been sitting empty and unused since Hurricane Ida, and we've been trying to get some programming in there. Unfortunately, the mayor has decided that it's going to be used for something else. So I'm wondering if there's any other space that you all have identified in any of our districts that we can try to broker some deal with the administration to get y'all in, to make sure that you have programs in community and outside of normal business hours.
I will say, I mean, we're open to any and all suggestions. We were not looking for high-end areas. Let me be clear. We were looking for areas where there is a lot of crime.
Yep.
Whether it's violent, whether it is car break-ins, what have you, to bring law enforcement a regular presence to that area. That's why we ping that Central City area, because it has been an area where there have been a number of crimes, and we thought the presence of DAs going there every morning, working there till late in the evening, working on weekends would help reduce crime in that area by adding law enforcement eyes and ears. We're open to any part of the community. We'd rather not be in an area where there's no crime, because we think we can sort of kill two birds with one stone just by the mere presence.
Yeah, no, listen, that center to me was ideal because it also has basketball courts that can be used for youth programming. I know the last time you were here,
Play
you talked
program.
about the play program, where you could literally have kids come in and play, interact positively with your staff, maybe shadow you, as young Malachi did. And so again, I think it's a shame that our plans for the Keller Center were interrupted by the administration, but it is what it is. They ultimately have the say on what goes where with their property. I will continue to look, and I promise you to continue to look in District B for property that might house y'all. And I also encourage you to work with the school board, because I know they also have some properties that are abandoned, and I'll connect you with Katie Bodwin, who's the head of their property. I also just want to thank Mr. Dedan about the embedded DAs. I think it's going to be so positive for our community. Keith, thank you the other day for hanging out with me and Captain Gillard and moving forward with identifying problem businesses and eradicating blight. I just can't thank you enough. Jason, you're a friend, a mentor, and I appreciate that, but I do appreciate the work that you're doing, especially on the ankle monitoring. Keith was there when Captain Gillard said that they apprehended someone, a young person, whose monitor had been off for 6 days. And nobody had flagged that. And the kid went on to commit additional crimes while he was working, had the monitor on his leg, but because it was not working, nobody could tell where this kid was. And the kid allegedly committed additional crimes. So again, along with Councilmember Green, I think that we would be receptive of trying to figure out, maybe we can all just sit together to try to figure out how we can implement a force multiplier, as you like to say, with electronic monitoring that can really help assist in what we're seeing here in the community. So again, thank you. Whatever we can do.
Thank you, Councilmember.
There being no other comments from other council members, first of all, thank you. One of the things that I appreciate, I've talked after some study and interviewing criminologists on the Good Morning Show over the last couple of years. I mentioned when I got this position again was the law of crime concentration. A noted criminologist, Dr. Wiesbrand, talks about how we focus on communities. You mentioned reclaiming communities, and the word, to reclaim or reclamation means the process of claiming something back. I like the idea of what you did in the quarter and what you did in New Orleans East. Residents don't have to be involved if they don't want to be, but just the idea of having a press conference about an arrest, someone who was fingered for a violent crime in the community does something to the confidence of that neighborhood. And it also says something to the other criminal element operating there, that if we could get him or her out of your neighborhood, guess what? We're coming to get you. How much more of that will we see? And how much more will we coordinate that? Because I think that's part of a great reclamation effort, as well as the old art of crime concentration, which identifies those hotspots where criminals have operated over the last 20 or 30 years.
Council member, you hit the nail on the head. Chief Godin's idea about having that sort of district specific citywide commitment at the intake in terms of when those arrests are made. That's exactly what we're talking about, but we're going to be doubling down on those efforts on the back end so that, you know, sometimes the news covers an arrest, but they don't cover that conviction.
Right.
And the communities, and I've heard it overwhelmingly, even it was really loud from residents and business owners and church leaders from New Orleans East. And it was really loud from business owners and residents of the French Quarter, because they felt as though the criminal element was trying to take over their homes. And we needed to make it clear that we're claiming it back and we're not going anywhere. And the folks that wish to wreak havoc, that small minority, we're going to marginalize them all the way into incarceration. I need to make it clear to a lot of folks. I was talking to a reporter from ABC National, and he's like, well, what do you say to progressives? And I said, wait a second. Whether you're liberal or conservative, progressive versus traditional, R or D, we need to all agree that we have to aggressively root out and go after people that are causing harm to people in the community. There's no debate. Murder, rape, armed robbery, there's no debate between the R or D or liberal or conservative about whether or not those folks need to be removed from the board. Some of them for life. Second-degree murder has a life sentence. And I've very proudly tried cases, and Andre Godin has as well, the toughest cases, making sure that people are removed from community who are harming community. And we want to send that message, as you said, in a coordinated effort in the communities that have felt that pain the worst, the Little Woods, parts of Central City, other parts of the Lower Nine, so that families can realize that it's theirs.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. DA, any other comments in closing, please?
Just thanking Chief of Staff Micah Enns, Chief of External Affairs Keith Lampican, and Chief of Screening Andre Godin for presenting with me here today. And thank you all.
Thank you.
If I can give one plug?
Yes, please.
Yes.
On June 7th, the DA's office is hosting a workshop about our newest tool to drive data-informed community engagement and risk terrain mapping. We have some very excellent guest speakers from Rutgers University who are partnered with SIMC to teach on this subject, which is helping guide us and helping us direct some of our across the city board efforts with code enforcement, with permanent compliance, and with our efforts to try to use this criminal blight statute. I think it's a valuable tool, and I think it's a valuable tool for collaboration across city government. So I'd hope that any of you would join us there, or members of your staff would join us there for that presentation, that workshop on June 7th. You don't need to bring anything, just yourselves, and lunch will be served.
And Mr. DA, before you leave, I hope I'm okay in saying this, but police officer Chad Cockerham, who was assigned to the FBI, the folk who know him say that he is one of the most proficient people in this town when using real crime camera, real crime center in terms of identification. They say that he's one of the best because you have to know how to know what you're looking for. You have to know how to use that camera and that system. But the people that I've heard in law enforcement talk about him that he's one of the most proficient that we have operating
Yeah,
within the
absolutely is.
system.
The bloodhound.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why we brought and contracted a third party to train on that. Because we need so many more, Agent Cockerhams. We need more people, because it's not enough to have the technology. But you have to make sure you know how to use it properly, just like with electronic monitoring. Having it's not enough. You got to make sure we're using the tools effectively.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Mr. DA, I would like to just thank you for your suggestions relative to the criminal blight statute. I testified yesterday. It was brief because it was pretty much going to be a done deal. But the most important thing is sending out the message that blight, criminal blight is something that is not going to be tolerated and is going to be punished. You know, it was a great suggestion relative to the RICO statute. And it was incorporated as an amendment to that criminal blight statute. So that is
Thank
good.
you very
Thank
much. It's top priority.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Ms. Curran, any online comments? Next item on the agenda, please.
Next item is presentation from the Orleans Parish Sheriff.
So you're on the secretary. All right, now we'll just take you over and say. Madam Sheriff, you know the routine. When you're ready, you can identify yourself and who's at the table with you, and then you can start your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you guys for participating.
And good afternoon. And we'll go ahead and start with who we're here with as we get our presentation up and running. I'm Susan Hudson, Orleans Parish Sheriff. Here to my left is Dr. Astrid Bergden, the warden of OJC, TDC, and TMH, all of our custodial facilities. To my right is Major Jonathan Griffin, who is the assistant warden for custodial operations at our facility. To his right is Deputy Chief Melvin Howard, who is the chief of all of our field operations, including courts, and any type of emergency response. All right, out in the crowd, we have Director of Legislative Affairs, Laura Veazey, Chief Communications Officer, Casey McGee, Human Resources Director, Shandon Davis, and Captain Inga Barre for our Executive Protection and Reserves, and a special acknowledgement for Dr. Bergden's husband, Leonard, who's also here visiting here from Australia. Okay. So
welcome to New Orleans.
So we are going to go ahead and kick off and kind of talk about this year in review that we've had, and it was quite a year. So we're going to start talking about that. If we can go to the next one, please, Astrid. So our focus is all about this consent judgment and running a constitutional jail, not just because it is, required by the court, but it's best practices. And so what we're aiming to do is make sure that we have programs that deal with recidivism or deal with being reoffending, programs that provide a handoff for those who are leaving our jails and coming back into our community. And that handoff is back to our community so that we don't just drop them. So that's very important in trying to deal with crime, deal with those root causes. We're trying to transform the culture inside of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. We just want our team to understand we are guardians and caretakers. Sometimes we have to be warriors, but the majority of our job is to keep people safe. And we want to make sure that we recruit and retain that talent and train for this new culture that we want. And in the next couple of slides, we're going to talk about our mission, our vision, and our values. And I'm not going to go through them all, but I want them in every presentation so that people know this is where we start. Everything that we do is focused on performing our mission, getting to that vision, and to living our values every day. And so that is, again, about community-led change in this organization for the better of the entire system. Skip on through past values. All right, first year in office. And I could swear it was more than 1 year, but it was full of a number of highlights, and we're going to go through all of those. One of our most important duties, and Chief Howard is in charge of this, is serving temporary restraining orders to keep people safe in their homes and after relationships go bad. When we got into office on May 2nd, 2022, there were 200 waiting to be served. Since then, we caught up on that backlog and served 1,000 TROs in our community. You can see that the graphic about court orders, our deputies are all over the city serving those. They have their routes, are serving deputies, and they are out in the community talking to people and serving orders without really any issue. We want to highlight the changes we've made to our academy. The building itself has changed to talk about the history. It talks about our new vision and our new hope for what we are trying to accomplish. It talks about our mission, our vision, and our values. So that everybody coming in, we're recruiting and hiring to comply with this mission, vision, and values. And we are living it every day. They see it every day. And our academy, under the supervision of Lieutenant John Scott, is going to be working with the DEA in New Orleans to help us put together our first Citizens Academy. So we're excited about that. Get to spread the word. A lot of people don't know what we do, and there's a lot of things we do in this community, and we just want to make sure we can share that. We graduated 112 new recruits and 39 are in session, so we're moving forward. Our human resources department is really prioritizing working in OJC, and we're going to show you that information in just a moment. One of our instructors made history as the first female firearms instructor in the agency's 186-year history. That was Deputy Renika Stewart. Very proud of her and her excellence, and we want to celebrate her. We're collaborating with subject matter experts to participate in our training academy. So we've got St. John's Parish, Plaquemines, NOPD's assisted us with crime scene work and other types of investigations and trainings, Tangipahoa and state police, as well as the Drug Enforcement Agency, or DEA. That collaboration is critical to us getting in more training and beefing up our skill sets. We have a really smart and engaged and skilled workforce, but we want to add in best practices and who's just doing a good job in this community. This week, we had the National Institute of Corrections in here, and this is the second time they've been here to teach mental health first aid. And they will be back to teach crisis intervention training in July as well. And in the fall, we hope to have them back to teach strategic inmate management, train the trainer, so that we can just put that throughout our department. Again, we have a different mindset. We are guardians, we are caretakers, and if we deal with the root issues that drive bad behavior in the jail, that makes our deputies safer, and that makes those in our custody safer. So we're very excited about that strategic inmate management. Our deputies are all out in the community, whether reserve or regular. They contribute to special events all over, and we've listed a few of them there. Not to mention all the work that we did at Mardi Gras this year, just to make sure our community could have a safe and big Mardi Gras. So I'm very proud of the employees of this department. I thank them for their commitment. And last, we just wanted to kind of, on this page, just to highlight our financial audits. when we got into office, we were 2 years behind. We were able to quickly get the 2020 audit put into place, and the 2021 audit is almost complete. And both of those were past due and something I inherited, and I'm very proud of our finance department for that work under the guidance of Director Elizabeth Boyer. We want to talk about OJC, and Dr. Bergenen will jump in here whenever, and Major Griffin, whenever they have anything they want to just supplement on this. But we're really excited about the resident meetings that we have. We have representatives. They do not have any kind of additional status except to help us communicate. They don't get anything extra. They have no additional power over folks, but they are communicators for us. So Dr. Bergden meets with them bi-weekly. I've sat in on those, and as well, because I get a chance to hear directly from them as to what's going on in the jail, whether it's our employees, sanitation, maintenance, infrastructure, or food. And we had to improve our menu after we had these discussions. And people might be saying, well, why is that a big deal? Well, there are a minimum of 4 things that drive behavior in the jail. Number 1 is knowing when they're going to get out. Number 2 is making sure they can stay in touch with their families. Number 3 is food. And then 4 would be just making sure they have something to do. So food is a big driver of that issue. And not just that, it's good for, nutrition is a big issue. We recently met with a dietitian who's going to give us some help as well to make sure that these meals are more balanced, which is very helpful with mental health. And so, as you know, we have a very large mental health caseload, which we're going to get to. So we're moving everything in the direction of rehabilitation and best practices. Anything I need to add about that, Dr. Bergman? Okay. Okay. We've also started working with, we've been doing this for a while. We have lived experience peer supporters. Those are from Metropolitan Human Services District. They have group sessions with our residents, just because they've been there before. They're able to talk to them, deal with behavioral issues, help them to help us to navigate issues that we're having. Dr. Bergden initiated us having 8 case managers. And how many did we have when you first came in? 2?
We had 3.
3.
To begin with.
And so we now have case managers to develop a case management system. Have we hired our manager over them yet?
No.
Well, we're still working on getting our manager over all of them, but I'm gonna add in something.
Yes, so one of the things that I was faced with when I was arriving was the number of grievances. And so I've tried to work out a strategy to meet people's requests and grievances. So one of those things we've done is had a 40-hour certificated mediation program delivered. So we're just starting to do that now. So we've already had 2 residents asked to have mediation about complaints against staff, and the staff have agreed. It's a voluntary process. And we've also got 2 groups of staff who wanted mediation, which we didn't expect that would be the case. So we got together with HR. They'll observe the process and pick it up from there if it's required. So we're hoping that that would be one way to reduce the grievances. And the lived experience guys are there to mediate between residents. So if there's issues between residents.
Right, which could drive violence in the jail. So that's huge for us. And people want to be heard, which is another thing that drives behavior. So just making sure that we work on that. Grievances have been down. We want it to continue to go down. And we want to make sure that we deal with issues one-on-one and listening to folks. So that's a huge win for us. You see that use of force is down. That's big for us because of the injuries that causes both to residents, but especially to our workforce, which is already depleted. We've had people with a number of injuries, whether it's knees, Achilles, all kinds of things. So bringing down that use of force is important. And driving better behavior is a big part of what we're trying to do. And we do have the grant, the funds from Congressman Carter that we want to work with our community to drive reentry. We want to work with the city on that. We know that reentry is a part of continuing to have medical and mental health when they leave. We're working with formerly incarcerated transitions clinic about that. We know that it's a matter of housing. We know that the city council has worked with Dr. Avegno and the health department on funding some housing measure that are critical to stabilizing people once they leave the jail. So we want to work together collaboratively on these things to make sure people are getting the help that they need, and we are really driving change and bringing down crime. We have finalized our new organizational chart. We made some changes about a month and a half ago to more streamline our organization. When I came in 2022, we had a broad linear structure at the top so that we could learn, assess, and plan for all the changes that we need to make. We did that in 2022. Now we're moving forward about impact. And so this new structure, which has a few direct reports to me and other direct reports to Chief Deputy John Williams, is a big change for us and an important change that allows decisions to be made quicker, streamlining that process. So very excited about that. I want to just really note the Compliance Bureau, the Compliance and Accountability Bureau, which will report directly to me as a police monitor for 17 years. That's right in my bailiwick, right in my wheelhouse. Very excited about being a part of that, having some hands-on. And we are looking for our compliance director, and interviews will be starting soon for that. Want to talk to you a little about recruitment. This dashboard is brought to you by Director Shandon Davis, who put this together so that we could see at a glance what we're working with. He's done a great job of streamlining the process, making sure that we are getting all the things that we need done, applications, backgrounds, etc., taken care of, and getting people in the door. So you can see that we prioritize the Orleans Justice Center and the TD, Temporary Detention Center and Temporary Mental Health Center. So we prioritize our custodial operations, which is where we need to be in order to comply with the consent judgment. That's huge for us. The more deputies we can get on the pod, the quicker we're going to be able to comply with that. So very excited about that. And we are net gain. So, and then as you can see at the bottom table, you can see some of our leadership positions that are open and that we are actively recruiting and or we are in the process of interviewing folks. So very excited about that. Here's some information about separations, which the council had asked about in the past. You can see some resigned for personal reasons is the biggest driver. And then the next would be, we had people terminated, around 15 folks terminated for misconduct or performance of some type. Not a great deal of retirements. And of course, we lost a deputy in 2023. In fact, the day of the millage vote, I went to her funeral, and we lost another sergeant last year who was in our intake and processing center. Our staffing is at 681 as of yesterday. And so we're moving in the right direction, and Director Davis says he's pushing for 700. So excited about that. We're gonna switch and move to talking about technology and our request for proposals update, which has been asked about in the past. We put out requests for proposals for our jail management, case management, and grievance tablet and commissary system. All of these are very essential to daily life at the jail. We are the jail management system, which drives almost all of the data in the entire criminal justice system, as we have mentioned many times, is 40+ years old and is on its last leg. So we're really looking forward to moving forward on that. There are going to be some meetings coming up about that, I believe, in the next couple of weeks. And we have invited Nathaniel Weaver from the city CAOs, who's been working on the whole criminal justice system funding with the ARPA funds. It's going to be a part of that. We need an updated case management system. This is huge. When I was the police monitor, if I wanted to see an investigation at NOPD, all I had to do is a couple of clicks in my computer and I could see it. I could see the evidence, the recordings, everything. We do not have that in our system. It is very difficult to manage and to supervise investigations without a case management system. That is essential. And then residents, grievance, commissary, and tablets, those are huge. grievances, everybody doesn't want to be upfront about filing a grievance. Sometimes they need to do that secretively, and the tablets can help us to do that. And then commissary, I said something to do, but commissary is a close, is a very high priority for those in custody, and making sure that they can get to access things that they would like to get. So that's something that also helps to drive behavior. So we're in the process for all of these, trying to bring these new systems online. They're huge for us. We're looking forward to finalizing those. As you can see, here's the status. We accepted proposals until the 18th. I talked about Nathaniel Weaver being on board, and these are the number of proposals that we've received. And we will be having demonstrations from them next week on May 16th. Okay, we're going to switch a little bit to population. As of 5/2, we are at a little over 1,000. We would love to be in the 800 or less range. As you can see, people who have been repeatedly arrested is a majority of the population, a vast majority. And the average number of times that people have previously been booked is up to 8.56. I think the last time we were here was in the 8.2, 8.3 range. You can see our mental health caseload. That is a huge issue for us. It's a consent decree issue. It drives a lot of our manpower and women power in the jail. Making sure that we can get them to their medical and mental health appointments is huge. And our emergency deployment plan is helping with that, but it's going to take hires to be fully deployed. And I forgot to mention, the staffing plan, where we are, we have some help putting together our staffing plan, some experts on that. They've conducted the interviews, gone through all the positions, and we think we'll have a report on that in the next month or two. It just depends on how quickly they're able to finish that. But we look forward to sharing that with you as soon as that's done. As you can see, we around 70% of folks are in our jail for violent charges or weapons charges. The rest are drugs, property, and other types of crimes. And the last box talks about DOC transfers. We transfer as many people as we are able to, but that is a collaboration with DOC, and staffing is down everywhere. So we work with them as best we can to get as many people off to DOC as we can. And they come every 2 weeks, is that right? A little bit of information about average length of stay based on race and age. And as you can see, of course, it's younger folks and predominantly African-American. As you know, I was not able to win the day on the millage, and in fact, a resounding defeat. So we're going to continue to prioritize that funding issue. These challenges related to complying with the consent judgment a lot are about money. So we're going to continue to prioritize that. We're going to regroup. We're going to talk to our bond counsel, I believe, next week, and then come back with a game plan on how we're going to bring that back. One of the things that I learned during this process, during our community meetings, is when I am there to answer questions and to speak directly to our community, they understand what I'm trying to get to. And so we will prioritize that and make sure the infrastructure is in place to do that all over the city. But we're
Madam Sheriff,
excited about that.
Councilmember Morrell, please.
Yeah, just a brief comment on that. Obviously, as you said, the outcome of the election was not optimal. I will say I've had conversations with other sheriffs across the state, as I'm sure you have as well. In particular, I spoke to some of the individuals in the business community that helped Sheriff Lapinto with his most recent millage. And they said it took about 18 months of outreach to community groups to get them in a position where they could be successful. I don't just want to put on your radar passing the increased millage. I'm increasingly concerned about the current millage, which expires in 2025. And I think that without significant public outreach to educate people on how the current money is used, and without shoring up support for the current money, I don't think that the prospective money is alone at being at risk. I think the renewal's at risk at this point for the existing money, which obviously your office relies upon.
Yeah, absolutely. Wise counsel, we will be having all those conversations. Again, putting the infrastructure in place to blanket the city. We have a lot to say and a lot of information to share, and we've got to make sure we do that. I have to make sure we do that. So our challenges related to funding, as you know, the design elements in the jail. There are a couple of things that we really need to prioritize. That is suicide-proof cells, and we need to prioritize something about the netting to keep people from being able to hurt themselves. So we want to talk to you more about that going forward. We really have to prioritize that. That's a problem for our team every day. We talked about IT, and we're looking forward to the whole ARPA funds process to see what we're going to be able to get. We know that the jail management system has to be changed, and so that's huge for us and will help us to be more of a smart jail, and which will, make it easier for us to do our job and easier for us to prove to the court that we're doing a better job and that we're complying. There are 4 aspects of consent judgment: policies, procedures, training on those policies and procedures, supervision to reinforce those policies and procedures, and accountability for making sure that people who violate them are held accountable. But you have to be able to prove all that. And this problematic system makes it very difficult for us to be able to do that. So it's a huge thing we look forward to working on. But we're going to continue to work on the things that we can, and that is the training and professional development. We have NIC here. We're going to take advantage of as much of that training and help and support as we can get. We met with Judge Friedman as well this week to talk about BJA funds for other types of training. And they are experts, and we are going to use that to enhance our professional development. We need to continue to replace outdated equipment all over the facility, whether it's for our officers or whether it's for the structures itself. Those are a huge part of safety in the jail. And then we talked about the mobile command unit. That is not just a booking bus. That is about operations. If an emergency occurs, that is the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office functioning outside of this city. So that's a huge thing. So those are things we'll be prioritizing. This has been a good year in dealing with our community. As we've been able to open back up, we've been able to have more people come help us. Here's some of the folks who have done that, and we want to celebrate them and say thank you. Travis Hill School is there every day doing a great job, and the young folks love being able to go to that school. We hope to get more school for those who don't fit that age range, but because that's a huge perk for them, something that they really look forward to. Girl Scouts to deal with the women who are mothers behind bars. We talked about Metropolitan Human Services having their not case managers, peer supporters in there, which is big for us. Goodwill Book One comes, there's an author comes every month or so and just talks about just a number of issues. So just a number of people who are helping us. And a special big thank you to our faith-based programs and chaplains who come in there. I wanted to look at streaming, making sure we could stream a Mother's Day service on Sunday and of course Father's Day as well. And we are, with the help of our faith-based community, we're doing that. So very, very excited about that. These are some of our units who really touch the community and do a huge job. And that's first our Day Reporting Center, which is run by Jennifer Holmes. They have everything in place for people here on probation or parole. We want to have something similar for people just leaving our jail. We want to set up so that we have more wraparound services. Day Reporting Center can help you get a job, teach you how to dress, put a resume together, whatever the situation may be. Our Young Marines program, I get more calls about this. People who are having issues with their teenagers and want a program that can teach them some discipline and just mentor them as well. And that Young Marines program is something that we brought back. Had to kind of put it on hiatus for a while because of manpower issues, but we're bringing that back with the help of some reserves and others. Our Crime Victims Reparations Unit, Young Marines, is run by Sergeant Altrice Taylor and my adjutant, Ahmad Vidito. Our Crime Victims Reparations Unit, as you know, I saw you all out in the community during Crime Victims Week and Survivors Week. That was really powerful for me to be able to speak to them directly, which I normally don't do. Our division, which is headed by Captain Stephanie Mento and Assistant Andrea Howard, they have helped over 600 people in a year and put out over $1 million worth of reparations to victims. And as you can see, that includes sexual assaults and homicides, some of the most serious crimes. So that is really God's work that we do there. We talked about some of our program highlights, the one book, New Orleans, where they donate books and they have local authors come in and speak. That's really important, giving them something to do. It's a way to, also better themselves. Sign people up for the Affordable Care Act, so that we have a very sick population medically, and then of course we're dealing with mental health. Trying to get them set up so that when they leave, they can continue to be treated and not fall back into old patterns. And Alcoholics Anonymous, which has been there for a while, is also helping us deal with alcohol addiction. So that's where we're at. We're trying to transform our culture, rehabilitate, and connect with our community. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. This is somewhat related, but not really related. My office has received a bunch of calls regarding some blighted property the sheriff's office owns. Upon reviewing it on the assessor's website, this isn't property that you came into possession of. It's property the law enforcement district just happens to have many of it. Primarily, there's a property on Norman C. Francis Parkway that a individual's been complaining about for her mom and her grandmother, and since Katrina. So obviously these predate your time, but I guess the greater question is, it appears that the law enforcement district is sitting on dozens of properties that are not in great shape. Is there a plan on how to secure, or even better, obviously with the challenges your office is facing, liquidating the properties? Because it would appear from this in the pictures we've seen of some of these properties, it is going to cost you a tremendous amount of money in maintenance to keep these property upkept and secured, especially with the new blight laws.
Yeah. I just spoke with our director of facilities management this morning, and we go by these properties, I think twice a month, he said, to check on them. I've gotten 2 complaints since I've been here. One is at a property really close to the jail. And the other one is at a building we had to close because it was in such bad shape. And we had to move all of our investigative services bureau out of that building because it was not safe for them to be in. So those are the 2 I've got. We'll have a new director of operations coming in. That's one of our key hires, which will include buildings, managing buildings. But we want to look at what we can do with these, to remove them, liquidate them. There was a thought about even perhaps working with community and Habitat for Humanity or others to have housing for folks leaving. So we don't want to preclude looking at that, but we'll put a game plan together when the new director of operations comes in.
I appreciate that, and certainly I'll pass these complaints on this one property along to your staff. And I think this property is one that can possibly be remediated in the interim to not be affecting the community as much as it is now. But I do have a concern. We recently changed the blight law pretty significantly, and properties that do not have water or electricity going into them are now by de facto blighted. So when your new operations person comes online, it would be nice to at least be able to articulate a plan with them as to what you're going to do with the property, because certainly if your operations director comes in with a plan on how they're going to deal with it, it would put the city in a position that when residents call about these specific properties, we can say, well, we've seen the plan. Here's what they're going to do. I think it's a tremendous possibility that if you could use some of this property for transitional housing for people that are coming out, especially if you curate, and provide transitional housing with partners like First 72 or the like, that would be a fantastic way to use the property. But a lot of it is pretty fallow. A lot of it, some of it's just literally steps with nothing there. So, the sooner we can get a plan, the better. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any closing comments? Any other presentation, Sheriff?
Just thank you all. I would say our first year was all about learning, assessing, and planning. Our second year is about impact, and impact that is measurable. So we look forward to coming back to talking to you about that. Also, the first year was all about OJC and our jail. And there's other parts of our department that we now need to look at and turn towards as well. So we look forward to coming back and talking to you about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, team. Thank you, guys. Any online comments this time?
No, sir.
Next item on the agenda.
Next presentation is from the Office of Independent Police Monitor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Stella Cement. I'm the Independent Police Monitor, and I just want to thank the council for having us included in this Criminal Justice Committee meeting. So today, what we would like to do is we would like to showcase our numbers so far at the halfway point in the year. We want to be able to give the council and the public watching an indication of how many complaints of misconduct, uses of force incidents, disciplinary proceedings, and community police mediations we were able to hold through 2023 and how it compares to previous years. We also wanted an opportunity to be able to discuss some projects that we've released in the last 3 months, which includes the secondary employment report, how we've monitored the VAPI investigation, and our involvement with OCDM regarding consent decree compliance. So moving on to a data snapshot of where we are in 2023. Starting with use of force and critical incidents. Use of force and critical incidents are monitored by the Office of the Independent Police Monitor. We do on-scene monitoring for anything that constitutes a critical incident. And a critical incident would include when there's deadly force and officer-involved shooting, if there's a head or neck strike with an impact weapon, or if somebody dies in custody. So 24 hours a day, any day of the year, if one of these incidents occurs, we immediately receive a call from dispatch and we go out to the scene and we monitor every aspect of the NOPD's investigation, specifically the investigation that's conducted by the Force Investigation Team. So in previous years, we saw higher numbers of critical incidents than we've seen in more recent history, and we're happy to report that critical incidents are going down each year. We did have a little bit of an increase in 2019 and 2020, but those critical incidents may not have involved any deaths, nor may not have involved any people. We had some negligent discharging of weapons, and we also had a higher number of animals being shot by the NOPD. So far in 2023, we've only had a few critical incidents. This year, we've been spending the majority of our time in that department monitoring firearm discharges, level 4 uses of force that have been non-critical, 2 critical incidents, and just monitoring force investigations. We've attended 7 use of force review board meetings where, we have attended, I believe, 5 use of force review board meetings where 7 uses of force investigations were reviewed. And we always provide assessments and recommendations during the use of force review board meetings. The Office of the Independent Police Monitor is a complaint intake site, so we are available to the public and to NOPD employees for them to be able to file complaints of officer misconduct. So far in 2023, we've received 42 complaints of officer misconduct, the majority of which have been filed by civilian complainants, so people that are not hired by the NOPD at the time of the complaint. And then we've received 8 complaints from anonymous complainants. And that might include people that are associated with the NOPD or not associated with the NOPD. This is pretty on par with what we've seen in previous years. As you can see from the last 4 years, we do tend to receive the majority of our complaints from civilian complainants and from anonymous complainants. But I will highlight that the information that's disclosed in a lot of our anonymous complaints are clearly from individuals who are within the NOPD organization. We also started a new category called civilian NOPD employee to be able to track complaints that we receive from civilians who are working within the NOPD. The majority of the complaints that we receive via our website. We also have received a lot of complaints on phone, through email, through social media, and even through the US mail. What's been going down is the amount of complaints that we receive in person. Whenever there's a formal disciplinary investigation that's investigated by the Public Integrity Bureau, the OIPM is notified of the disciplinary proceeding and attends the disciplinary hearing that occurs. In 2022, we attended 79 disciplinary hearings, and that includes captain panel hearings and superintendent committee hearings. And these ranged in severity from adherence to law to professionalism. So far in 2023, we've attended 16 disciplinary proceedings. We have noticed that disciplinary proceedings tend to be mostly like a back end activity in the NOPD, as in that they handle the majority of their disciplinary proceedings at the back end of the year. We're trying to encourage them to schedule these throughout the year, so that way they are not bombarded with hearings at the end of the year. And we've attended a handful of hearings every month. So we have been seeing the NOPD put effort into scheduling disciplinary hearings as quickly as possible instead of waiting till the end of the year. So far in 2023, we've held, I believe, 5 mediations. And we've received significantly more referrals. We're still having a difficult time, specifically with our civilian participants agreeing to mediation. And we are working with NOPD to explore different ways to utilize our community police mediation program to ensure that it's reaching not just the community, but the employees that would most benefit from these skills and this opportunity to do active listening and to hone their communication skills. Also this year, a new initiative is that we're now teaching active listening courses at the NOPD Academy. We've taught 10 courses so far this year, and we teach these classes to new officers and to new supervisors as a way to reduce conflict, to improve the way that supervisors engage with those that they're managing, and hopefully improve their communication and listening with the community. Last year, we conducted 125 community outreach events. We are obligated by law to conduct a number of outreach events in every one of our council districts. So far this year, we've been conducting between 5 and 10 a month. We did conduct less during April while we were working on finalizing our annual report. But we do look forward to having a return to more robust community outreach events during the summer months, when we'll have the opportunity to be able to return to coffee with the IPM and community office hours. So in the last 3 months, we have released a number of reports, and we have been busy with certain projects, and the main one being the secondary employment report. Our secondary employment report was an opportunity for us to be able to bookend what occurred during the secondary employment investigations over the last year. So we use this as a chance to be able to inform the community and all of our stakeholders in the discipline, education, policy updates, and technology integration that occurred between the Office of Police Secondary Employment, the NOPD, and truthfully with our office to be able to ensure that, that any allegations of payroll fraud or double dipping was addressed and identified immediately. So in the report, we were able to explain who the Office of Police Secondary Employment is, and we were able to provide a background to the allegations that were occurring of misconduct in the secondary employment system. We provided an overview of all the new training that was provided department-wide within the NOPD. And then we discussed system integration that occurred to be able to ensure that we were able to accurately track the time that was occurring within NOPD's shifts and secondary employment details. By doing this, we're able to avoid overlaps on the front end of scheduling instead of having to correct the mistakes after they occur. In the report, we also highlighted the many difficulties that we face with identifying the different type of violations that occurred in the secondary employment system. There were a lot of obstacles to being able to identify the misconduct that, that occurred. And in identifying those obstacles, we're able to find solutions in how to ensure that we're able to better identify misconduct moving forward. We wanted to assure the community and all stakeholders that there was robust disciplinary action taken against the officers that were accused of misconduct in the disciplinary system from supervisors down. And that also meant that the NOPD utilized a new program that they created called the Serious Disciplinary Action Review Board. And this board was a chance to be able to sit down with supervisors who may have had a lot of secondary employment misconduct occur among their subordinates, and discuss if these supervisors had done everything in their power to be able to stop that misconduct or identify that misconduct. Multiple policies were reviewed and changed to address gaps, confusion, and to increase clarity on pre-existing policy around secondary employment. There are new monitoring measures being put in place, both within the OIPM and the NOPD's Professional Standards and Accountability Bureau. And the NOPD was able to respond to our report, and they were able to provide their input in any outstanding recommendations that exist and talk about the partnership that developed between our two offices to be able to address the secondary employment misconduct. Additionally, this spring, we continue to monitor the investigation regarding Officer Vappy, and we issued some letters that became public regarding our concerns. We are now deciding how to respond to the Office of the Consent Decree Monitor's report regarding their assessments on the investigation regarding Officer Vappy, but we are in full agreement with the recommendations that were made, and do agree with many of the assessments that they put forth about ways that the investigation may have been strengthened. However, we do want to highlight that the OIPM, OCDM, and PIB worked very collaboratively on this investigation to ensure that it was thorough. As for consent decree compliance, OIPM, we continue to work with OCDM on ensuring consent decree compliance and in bringing matters of concern to the attention of the court and to NOPD leadership. We continue to hold hearings and public forums for the community to learn more about the consent decree, to voice concerns and to ask questions. And we continue to bring that feedback back to Judge Morgan for her to be able to respond to directly. Those are all of the updates that the OIPM wanted to share with the council and with the public. Are there any questions?
Yes, first, thank you very much,
Of
as
course.
always, for the work you do in the community, for your willingness to participate. You know, so many, sometimes make it seem like it's painful to come here and go through this process. But you're always glad and willing to be part of what we hope will solve some of these issues. So just on behalf of all of my colleagues, we appreciate that attitude and that representation of your office.
Thank you.
In your presentation, you said the Office of Independent Monitor identified types of violations that would trigger investigations. Is there any consistency in those? What's the kind of thread that holds those together where you can automatically see it's consistent with investigations that have been done before? Is there a common practice or that would ultimately lead to the type of investigation that you're seeing?
So we do look for different ways to be able to track any type of pattern or to be able to identify outliers in the misconduct that we're seeing. Whenever we notice a potential pattern, we do communicate with NOPD leadership to make them aware of that pattern so they can address it on a larger scale. So they can maybe do a department-wide retraining, or that they can do some more focused monitoring on a particular squad, platoon, or district. What we're mostly seeing is that there is dissatisfaction. The public is dissatisfied, is what I'm trying to say. The public is dissatisfied with how NOPD handles issues when there are not enough officers to go out, basically. So whenever you hear accounts of there being 14-hour waits in New Orleans East for the NOPD to be able to respond to a mental health crisis, it's pretty reasonable to assume that the threat is going to be that there's going to be an allegation of misconduct or neglect on the part of the NOPD from that member of the public. They're going to feel like their emergency wasn't taken seriously and that the NOPD didn't respond. And then those officers who are responding, if they're tired, if they feel overworked, that's often seen by the public, and that might be misconstrued as disrespect. So we really want to be able to kind of connect to the NOPD that when they're performing well, misconduct allegations tend to go down, which one would expect to see. And when they're engaging with the community and being transparent with the community, again, we see misconduct complaints again go down. So we always try to encourage those types of connections to be made. Otherwise, we are looking at any area where our data could suggest that there's some type of causation between what the NOPD is doing and the complaints that we're receiving. And we do communicate to NOPD that sometimes the way they're messaging their actions can undercut their goals. So, you know, in the case of recently, there were allegations that the NOPD used tear gas on Super Sunday. And that was an allegation that really, I think, shook the community up, just because so many members of the community were communicating to our office and to the NOPD that they were very happy with the NOPD presence at Super Sunday, that they felt that the police were very respectful of the Mardi Gras Indian cruise. We hadn't heard any accounts to suggest otherwise. And so we were surprised to hear of this account of alleged pepper spray. I'm sorry, did I say tear gas? I meant pepper spray.
Yeah.
And then upon reaching out to NOPD leadership and looking into the incident, the NOPD officers hadn't used any pepper spray.
Right.
They instead were breaking up a fight that occurred between two civilians during which they used pepper.
That was a false allegation.
It was a false allegation, but it was based on misinformation that hit social media and alarmed many people. So we just want to make sure that in cases like that, that NOPD feels empowered to be able to communicate directly with the public and say, we know this picture is getting circulated. We know this misinformation is out there. What can we do to assure you that that's not what occurred? But we're also doing our due diligence. We check and verify, and we're going to make sure that NOPD handled the situation as best as appropriate as possible under our policies. But I think that's an opportunity for them to be able to say that that the public's instincts to believe that NOPD was there and sensitive and engaging appropriately with the community at Super Sunday was correct. They were. And this was some misinformation that really took social media by storm. And that happens. We just want to see
social
that
media does.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that NOPD is able to address those things head on, so there isn't misinformation that floats around, that officers are out there pepper spraying the community during very important community events.
And also in your report, you said that certain obstacles that keep misconduct from easily being caught within the system. And it's worded in a way that these certain obstacles is usually pretty consistent.
Mhm.
You know, what are they? And how do we mitigate that, especially as you work to move forward with the work that you're supposed to do?
Right, right. In the secondary employment system, the main obstacles that we were seeing in the secondary employment system was that the two timekeeping systems were not speaking to one another. So the Office of Police Secondary Employment had one timekeeping mechanism, and then NOPD was using ADP. And what we were seeing was that you could be scheduled in both systems to be in two different places at the same time. And then any of those overlaps were then getting fixed and addressed on a time lag. So the next week, they would go through those two systems and compare and realize that a mistake had been made. And so they would then go back to see if the officer had submitted a Form 93.
So it could be more complicit than corrupt.
Exactly, exactly. It's just making sure that that individual officers are effectively checking their time, that supervisors are putting in any changes into their time, and that OPSE is able to see what the time is and not wrongfully schedule an officer to be somewhere that would conflict with their shift. And same with any repeating secondary employment details that might occur. Make sure that if those are staying on the schedule, that that then when an officer's NOPD shifts change, that is communicated to OPSE.
Two more things I'd like to cover. We hear the chief using the term, and she's been lauded for the term by other independent agencies who watch or monitor NOPD, the term proactive constitutional policing. When you hear that, what does that mean to you? If there's such a thing, you
Yes.
agree with it? Would
I completely, there is such a thing. Proactive policing can be a triggering term, just because if it's used in a way to profile or to, or in a discriminatory manner, then it's going to be inappropriate. It's not just going to be against the consent decree and against NOPD policies, but it's going to be against the law, and therefore it won't be constitutional. And historically, that's how a lot of proactive policing was used across the country. And now I think coupling the concept of proactive policing, which means preventative actions, just being alert, noticing the data, and then building a police force that's not just responsive to the community, but is actually proactively working with the community to best place themselves to stop crime before it occurs and to support the community so they can go to NOPD to be able to clear crime, to be able to solve crime faster. Those are things that we want to see a police department do. We just want to make sure that they're doing it in a constitutional manner.
Okay.
Proactive policing is not in conflict with the consent decree.
And the other thing, well, that segues right into the consent decree. When the consent decree was originally constructed, in those initial meetings, the Office of Independent Monitor wasn't included. They think they were left out for one reason or another. I was one of those people who fought to make sure that they at least had some role in the consent decree or the whole discussion around participating at that level. Where are we? Especially given your participation now. There are some cities that have been under consent decrees that were able to confect agreements with maybe one or two items still being on the table. But with the confidence of the system, knowing that even with those two items, they thought compliance was headed in the right direction. We heard Chief Ferguson over a year ago say that he was given high marks by the monitors and by the Justice Department for moving in the right direction. Have we gone backwards, or are we closer given your review and your participation?
In some ways we're closer, and in some ways we've gone backwards. I mean, we've had to road test a lot of the policies and practices that were created by the consent decree, and we've now.
When you mean road test, let the public know, which.
Yeah, what I mean is like, I think the secondary employment system is a great example, right? Like that was one of the first areas to reach full and effective compliance under the consent decree. And everyone was very happy, and they thought that that meant that we didn't have to worry about that anymore. But what we then saw was that we built systems, and as they were taken out there and tested, so that's what I mean by road tested, like taken out there and actually implemented and used.
See if this will work.
Yeah, see if it will work. We found problems, and that meant we had to return to this area of the consent decree and again, relook at it and apply new solutions and retrain and review that policy. So there
Have been some is that have had to been revisited.
there's had to be some revisiting of areas, but I think people think of consent decree compliance as being a very linear path towards compliance. And
I'll ask you the question.
yeah, and I would love to see that idea of compliance actually be seen more as a spiral, that we're going to have to return to certain areas again and again and again, but each time from a higher and better place than we were before. We are certainly in a better place, a higher place than we were when we started the consent decree, without question. But yeah, we are going to have to double back on some areas of the consent decree because there are some areas that need to be revisited now.
And Councilman Harris, I asked that question that way because too often I don't think there's an understanding in the public, especially given the history and the comments from former Superintendent Ferguson and others, that we were moving in the right direction. Then, of course, if you're following the system as an attorney, you know, you may have to revisit certain information, certain witnesses, you know, so, certain evidence.
We're planting some valuable seeds. Look at everything that's happening with Crime Lab. I mean, it's disappointing to see
Right.
that sex offense clearance rate has dropped from 11% to 3%, but at the same time, we've now built a crime lab and we're trying to staff it. And soon it will have, not, I don't want to say so soon, but eventually it will have the capacity to do DNA testing and all sorts of other things that were previously causing that clearance rate to drop.
Okay.
So we're going to see all of a sudden an uptick in progress, I would hope, once all of these seeds start to, you know, go into fruition.
Gotcha. Thank you. Anything, but first of all, thank you.
course.
Anything you want to add in closing?
Just consent decree public forums are still going to be occurring, and we'll be posting about them on our social media, and we would love to see the public there, and we'll be releasing our annual report at the end of May.
And thank you for everything you do in being engaged with our community.
Of course,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much for having me.
Thank you. Any online comment?
No,
Next item on the agenda.
we have the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center.
And we've lost a quorum, so just so the public, the meeting, we don't have anything to vote on. This is for informational. Informational meeting is without a quorum. So.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The best is always last.
Thank y'all for having us.
Thank you.
All right.
Question before you get started. Is my young man still there?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
He'll be a part of the dinner we're hosting.
Okay, all right. You identify who you are, your presenters, and we can start the presentation.
Okay, I'm Ms. Williams, Deshelle Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. To my left, I have Ms. Lee Reisman, Superintendent of Supportive Services. To my right, I have Director of the Travis Hill School, Mr. Byron Goodwin.
And congratulations to Travis Hill, man,
Thank you. Thank you.
on the awards and the recognition.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are you ready? Okay. We'll start with our quarterly updates. We'll speak to our recruitment, our human resource department updates. Our ongoing efforts include continuing to attend job fairs and community engagement events, continuing to work the register, send interest letters and schedule interviews, and we're continuing to discuss and or implement staff recognition and
appreciation. That has been very helpful for our organization, especially attending events like Coffee on Your Corner, all of the job fairs that the city Department of Neighborhood Engagement has been having. We've been going to any and all events that we're invited to. We've created an internal recruitment team that consists of multiple individuals within the facility from various departments. So from an administrative level to a subordinate level, we go out as a team to try to continue to recruit individuals. From those efforts, we have last quarter, we hired one reentry specialist, one social worker, 3 social service workers are pending, 1 ground patrol officer is pending, 3 JDCs, and on yesterday, we interviewed 6 JDCs with 2 offer letters going out today. And we hired 2 laborers.
Where's Councilmember Green when we need him, right?
And Mr. Jeruso, because
And Dr. Jeruso.
he's on me about those FTEs, filling those vacancies. We are still seeing some barriers in regards to our administrative positions, superintendent of residential life, superintendent of facilities that oversees our maintenance department, a fiscal supervisor, which is like an accountant 3, a training coordinator, a data manager, and a security manager. We do have a security systems manager, but the security manager is the would be the lead position, but that's not direct care to services and security to children. That's perimeter security. All right. All right, in Q1, we admitted 161 youth into the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. We had 155 discharges. 57 of those discharges were non-detention that the DA's office decided not to seek petition. We had 4/8/19 deadlines where the continued custody was not, they weren't seen within the 72-hour due process as required by law. We had 89 court order releases where they were either released to various programs, ankle monitors, intensive in-home programs until their respective new court dates. And we had 5 adjudications to OJJ, the Office of Juvenile Justice. We had 0 critical incidents. We take pride in those critical incidents. That's our aggression. And I know it says critical incidents are reported when 911 services are called to the facility, but outside of that, we also view critical incidents when they're as a physical altercation. Staff on youth on staff. We haven't had any physical altercations within the last quarter. And so we're happy about that. But that speaks to when Ms. Reisman get to the supportive services update, the difference that the outside partners, the conflict resolution, the Kelvin Peps, the Hakim Kashifs, the positive minds, positive movements, when they're coming into the space and really taking the time. Councilmember Oliver Thomas, the people that's coming into the space to engage the young folks that's in the
We'll
space.
do another town hall too,
Okay.
within the facility.
The top 5 charges is illegal possession of a handgun by a juvenile, illegal carrying of weapons, illegal possession of stolen things, simple burglary, and illegal possession of stolen firearms. All right.
All right. So from Travis Hill, first thing is we tied for first place for the Aspen Challenge out of 19 schools.
That's first place.
Yes, yeah, first place.
That's first place.
Yeah.
Yes.
The focus was definitely mental health, which is key in the criminal justice system with youth, trying to identify, that the mental health component. Tomorrow night, we will be doing the dinner for the students who participated in the Aspen Challenge and their parents. So that'll be tomorrow night. We just completed state leak testing. We also provided this year T-shirts, positive T-shirts for the kids to wear and for the staff to wear during testing to motivate the kids to do their best on testing. And even though testing is over with, the kids are still wearing the shirts. That also helps keep the energy and, you know, a lot of conflict down. Currently, we are planning for our entrepreneurship program that will start, I believe, in the next week. We're bringing some music in, we're bringing some nutritionists in to do some cooking and teach the kids about the different foods, yoga, poetry. So we got a lot that we're doing. One of the things we're also looking at for August, we're probably going to actually participate in the legal debate with Judge Hunter over in Criminal District Court against some of the other schools. So we looking at some speech and debate and some other things to get the kids' minds going and get them involved in some of these things that they really can compete in. And that's all I have for the school right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'll speak to Children's Hospital data from February to April 2023. On a daily average, there were 49.4, approximately 50 youth within the facility. During that time period, they had 237 mental health visits, 46 medical visits by providers, 120 social work therapeutic visits, and 80 sick calls logged by nurses. One of the major successes that we had over the last quarter was the completion of the first pilot group for a grief therapy group provided through the Trauma and Grief Center at Children's Hospital, and it's funded by a grant by New York Life. We're actually starting the second pilot group today, so that's another 8-week session that will begin. One of the barriers that we're experiencing is obtaining eyeglasses for the youth. So Children's Hospital is responsible for getting the prescriptions, but we're looking and our next steps are to put out for bid a provider to provide the actual glasses themselves.
Thank you.
So the security department updates, and this is in reference to the overhaul when I came before the council last year and I spoke to some of the issues we were having around security. The first phase has been completed. That phase was successful. All cameras have been updated and replaced. We are in the second phase is in progress with the retrofitting of the doors, but the card swipes, everything is operational. So that project is definitely moving according to the timeline that was put in place. So I want to thank you, council, definitely for supporting that and making sure that that happens. In terms of our actual security department, the grounds patrol, we have some of the barriers we're experiencing is limited applicants, but the applicant pool is only limited because we're in competition with ourselves. It's a citywide department. And so most individuals that apply for grounds patrol want to go either to Ross, to the real-time camera. Not a lot of people, once we call them for an interview, they was like, oh, we thought it was the real-time camera. So we are kind of competing with ourselves. So we are looking for more creative and innovative ways to attract individuals to our agency. Also allowing them to come in for an interview, doing a walkthrough so they can see with their own eyes that it's not what is going on in this space is not you won't see what the media portray it to be on the opposite side, that there are actually good things going on in spite of the circumstances of why the children are there.
All right, next we'll discuss the youth supportive services, the updates and barriers within that department. Some of the successes include the intensive in-home and community supervision program. During Q1, we had 65 youth and families participating in the program. Of those 65, 35 were new enrollees, new participants. 34 graduated successfully in that first quarter. 9 youth were unsuccessful and only 4 were rearrested. JJIC also has several programs occurring throughout the quarter and then on a weekly basis as well. So we had our youth town hall with Councilmember Oliver Thomas and plan to do more in the future as well. We have our conflict resolution group that meets on a weekly basis with Calvin Pep and Hakeem Kashif. We also have Positive Minds, Positive Movement coming in weekly for fellowship. We have our Young Artist Movement coming in 3 times a week to do our second mural project, and we will be updating the community with our unveiling event soon. We also, as I discussed over children's updates, we have our pilot grief group, and we'll be starting the second group this evening. We also had a pilot program with the Institute of Women and Ethnic Studies, where they provided a health education workshop that was incentivized. And there was actually payment for like a stipend given to those who participated. And we plan on having future engagements and workshops with them. And then we're continuing to develop partnerships with others, including Artivism, Dance Theater, and the New Orleans Youth Coalition. Some of the barriers we're seeing is vehicles for our intensive in-home and community supervision program. So we have had 4 vehicles allotted to us. We're waiting for those to arrive. Also, just technology infrastructure prevents real-time documentation to be shared across departments, but we are improving that communication. Limited applicants. So we have gotten 1 new reentry support specialist, but we are looking for 2 more to increase the capacity of that program. Competitive salaries, and then citywide department competition, which Ms. Williams had discussed, how we're kind of competing against other departments for the same pool of applicants.
Our final slide is just highlighting some of the things that take place. So we had Dr. Eric Jones, that's his name?
The speaker.
The speaker. I think it's Dr. Eric Jones that came to the facility. We also had the Black Men Rising, and then the picture to your far right is just the kids doing their creative session, putting their thoughts together for the mural. And that concludes our presentation, and at this time, we'll take questions.
That was Dr. Eric Thomas.
Thomas, yeah, Dr. Eric Thomas, I don't know why.
You know those Thomas.
Yeah.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I just have one question and one comment. So I've asked this before, what is the total youth capacity for JJIC?
76.
And have you reached capacity or approached capacity in recent months? Meaning?
No, we haven't reached capacity.
Okay.
So I think we were trending between the 50s and the 60s. Some youth were released to our intensive in-home supervision program, and then some kids were court order released.
Okay. And I know we've had a lot of comment about the ankle monitors. Do y'all have any insight into the use, the efficacy?
So in all honesty, I'm not happy with the ankle monitoring program. There was an interagency meeting put on by Commissioner Stevens' office, and where Office of Juvenile Justice came to JJIC. The meeting was held at JJIC, and to learn that the monitors are just placed, but nobody's really monitoring is pointless.
Right.
I think the bigger concern for me, in speaking to Commissioner Stevens, when she called me about putting the meeting on, was the fact that we had 6 kids, former kids of JJIC, murdered in 1 week.
Mm.
And so some of those kids were on ankle monitors. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. I think the other piece to it was watching kids come in that were placed on these ankle monitors that no one is monitoring less than 24 hours after they're released from JJIC.
So, Councilmember Thomas, I mean, it's heartbreaking because people are worried about being victimized by unmonitored folks, but these children can become victims if they're in the wrong place and nobody's watching these monitors to make sure they are supposed to go where they're supposed to be.
So that was the biggest thing for me, and not to point fingers. How can we work together? Even myself, I don't have the control to place a kid on the monitor, to order a kid. But when kids are coming to your space and you build relationships with these children, preservation of life trumps everything. And so, I heard people talk today, other agencies talk about, kids, they on monitors, whether it's adult or children, and they out reoffending, but some of those people are being murdered as well. And so that is a lot, definitely for me. 6 kids in 1 week. That was a lot to digest, and we have to do something like yesterday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is too late. We have to do something like yesterday.
Yeah, and again, I hope that the DA can pull together the forces. We're happy to participate as well. I'm sorry. I mean, I know that has to be heartbreaking for you all. And I hope that you have, we talk a lot about mental health services for our kids, but I hope that you all have the services that you need as providers to deal with loss like that. That's tough. to lose
No,
these
definitely.
children.
It was a lot for the staff. And so whatever resources, we reached out to the staff, if whatever we could do to help them cope with the loss. And that's why it was good that we, even for our kids, that we have this pilot grief group going on inside the agency, because the loss is real. I think we have to oversaturate right now. We have to oversaturate in terms of services for these children. If it's duplication, it's duplication, because we have to oversaturate. Something is, whatever we're doing not working, so we have to oversaturate. I would rather sit a kid down than to lay a kid down. I'm sorry, I'm not for mass incarceration, but having them in that space with me, I would rather have them in that space with me than to stand at a graveside.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, there's nothing, that's the truth. That's the truth. And I wish there were more people in this room hearing the truth.
Well, Councilman, thank you for asking that question, Councilmember Harris. Some of us have said for quite some time in talking to the people and communicating with them out in the street, because you got to talk to them. They know what's going on. Many have said, and I've said this in our meetings before, using the system as a turnstile, we've forgotten about two things. The inability to protect the property and life of the next potential victim. And then what you and Ms. Williams know, there are people on the outside waiting to murder them as soon as they come out. So what I say to the folk who are pushing for the turnstile, did you pause and think for a minute that maybe if that kid sat down with some intense programming with Mr. Goodwin, with Ms. Williams' staff, with the intervention specialists who operate back there, did you think that maybe that time could help save their life? Knowing that there are people out there waiting to murder them. And I'm just gonna say it. I don't think a lot of criminal justice advocates or reform advocates think about it like that.
Right.
I think they think more about the system than the actual lives and changing the system than the lives of the kids who are being affected. And there are far too many of them. And we don't want mass incarceration. We don't want to see our kids locked up. But I would much rather go visit them and talk to them in the side chamber and see and have intense programming and maybe let the beef subside. Send them out there with a different mindset so that they could be alive and free, not free to be killed. So thank you for bringing that up. I think this meeting would have gone on without that being said or without that being understood if you hadn't. And it's important. Thank you. Ms. Williams,
Yes.
closing comments.
I just want to thank you, and the council, for all the support, that you've given, even for me from the mayor's administration, just coming into this role, like, it was a lot for me to process because I know children. And so now I'm stepping into a leadership role, and the support that I've gotten, people have been patient with me. And I just want to thank y'all. I want to thank you for the support and for the love, definitely, that you personally, that I've witnessed with these eyes express for those children, the commitment, the support that I've gotten from you, Mr. Leslie, actually the entire council.
And let me say this, you can say what you want in terms of, but there are people like Councilmember Harris, myself and others, and the mayor who've put their own personal commitment on the line, not only for the kids, but for the families,
Right.
because they understand what's happening out there in the street, and they don't understand it from watching on the news,
Right.
or not from listening to it or reading a report, from knowing what's happening, investing in that child and investing in that family. And you get a different perspective when you do that. You can begin to value that child who's done something real bad. You can begin to understand when you know their story.
Right.
And you can begin to understand that if they weren't throwaway kids, these kids wouldn't have been thrown away to be thrown further away. So thank you to everybody who's taken the time to invest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any online comments? Yeah. Thank y'all. Bless y'all. Have a great day.
I got graduation.
Oh, I'm gonna be